Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating here through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We still have the triggers boosted, the read and TTS triggers. $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Messages $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text to speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. Nickelodeon, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show. Every single month, we got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a Clips channel. Link for that's in the description. Help us get to 1 million subscribers. Guys, we're super close. Scuffed as usual. Yep. We're like, 15K away, guys. We're so close. 15K away from 1 million subscribers. Drop us a sub if you guys can, and we'll hit that milestone. We got Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Peyton. I'm from Rancho Cucamonga, California. Currently, I'm a medical assistant. I'm studying nursing at Cal State Channel Islands.
Age?
19.
All right, welcome. What about you?
My name is Vesper. I'm 24. I'm from Dallas. I'm a stripper and an OnlyFans girl and a student.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Asia. I'm 21. I'm originally from Jersey, but I'm a student here at UCSB.
Age?
21.
Oh, did you say 21? Sorry.
Yeah.
sorry.
Hi, I'm Crystal. I'm 29. I'm from Los Angeles, California, and I'm a stripper.
Okay, welcome.
Alicia Megan, 34, Air Force veteran and celebrity boxer, social media influencer.
Who did you, have you had multiple matches or just one, or how many?
Just one. My first pro fight is coming up in May, and I fought Black China. So, but it was with headgear. This one's going to be no headgear.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Wait, who's Black China?
You don't know who Black China is?
I've heard her name once.
Oh.
She had Rob Kardashian's baby. She's like a...
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
she's kind of well known in the celebrity.
Is she a rapper, or what is
She was a rapper. She was a stripper. She found
a stripper.
God. We're friends now. Obviously,
She
not
doesn't
at the
rap
time.
anymore?
I don't think so. I haven't heard anything.
Did you win?
Yes.
It was a draw, but I won every round. The only reason I didn't is because of who she was. She just lost a lawsuit of $100 million against the Kardashians. So the judge told me after the fight, he was like, we could have never let you win, even though she was on the ground 3 times.
Wait,
So-
what? I'm not familiar
Wait,
with
it
the
was
lawsuit.
fixed?
I'm sorry?
It was fixed?
Yeah, it was fixed. I didn't know
What?
that. Thank God I didn't know that, because I was fighting my demons out there.
Wait, so, hold on. Why is she getting sued for, or why was she getting sued for $100 million?
I think it had something to do with her TV show. She wanted more money because she was on one of their TV shows. And then she didn't win it. Now they're all good now. I heard something like that.
Oh,
I don't keep up with it, but
okay.
You don't keep up with the Kardashians.
Kardashians. Yeah, I don't.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I'm Natalia. I'm from Seattle, Washington. I
go to Channel Islands University now, and I'm a business major.
Age?
A few days away from 19.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right, welcome.
All right, my name is Brittany Delamora. I just turned 37 years old on April Fool's Day. I run a ministry with my husband called lovealwaysministries.com. We help people who are addicted to pornography stop watching porn. We also help industry workers who want to transition out. We bridge that gap for them. I was in the adult film industry for 7 years of my life, so I'm very passionate about it. I've been out for 12 years, and I've just made it my mission to help women and help people that are addicted to porn.
Wait, so you have a ministry?
Yeah.
Are you like a pastor or what?
I was ordained, but I don't necessarily. I mean, I pastored at our church in San Diego. I was ordained alongside my husband, but I'm not currently pastoring, and I wouldn't necessarily call myself a pastor, but I definitely have a heart for people.
Okay.
And I love people deeply.
Wait,
Who ordained you?
Our old pastor, Pastor Sergio, in San Diego.
A pastor in your church?
Yeah, he's a pastor in church.
Ordained you as a minister?
Yes, he did. Heart Revolution Church in San Diego.
Gotcha.
Hi, I'm Sunny, and I am an adventure photographer and wilderness guide and survivalist. Yeah, I do a little bit of extreme stuff here and there, but this is the most intimidating thing I've done yet, I think. So.
there you go. Age?
I'm 34.
And you were recently on a TV show, correct?
I was. I'm a survivalist for Discovery Channel, known as Naked and Afraid. So only 6 Canadians have ever completed that challenge, and I have made mine. My episode aired March 17th, actually. So yeah, if you guys like to see secondhand fun, feel free to check it out because it's awful.
And the show, they pair you up. It's typically a man and a woman paired up together. Naked and Afraid?
Typically, but it's been changing around a lot. So they've done mentor challenges where it was a woman's tribe, which was really cool in our season. They've done where it's 2 men, 2 women, and they meet up halfway through the challenge. I was paired with a Green Beret from the UK who's also a SEER instructor, and he is like special forces. So they had to give him translation at the bottom for his accent. It was kind of funny.
Yeah, I saw a couple of the clips. It was fairly pretty thick accent. And so you're fully nude, the man and the woman, surviving. Where were you? Were you?
I was in the heart of the Colombian jungle.
The heart of the Colombian jungle?
Yeah.
And how long was the whole process?
21 days.
21 days. Damn.
21 days. You're there alone at night. We had a puma come into our camp and stick its face in my partner's face. That was fun. But yeah, it is just full suffering. You go as much as you can back to your primitive roots, and all you have is like a knife and a fire starter, and everything else you have to learn to get from the land and adapt, which is just wild.
Can you opt out at any time though?
Absolutely.
Like if you're just like, fuck this,
yeah.
Somebody rescue me.
Yeah,
you can do it.
Most people tap out within the first 6 days. We actually had apparently one person get on the boat about to go into the jungle and was like, no.
Oh, wow.
No thanks.
Wow, okay, cool. And then Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible, fastest growing debate channel to my knowledge anywhere on the internet. I'm a blood sport debater. And I also do all sorts of conversations like this. I'd like to thank whatever podcast for having me back on. I appreciate it very much. And to their audience and to the ladies, I hope we have a productive conversation this evening.
Welcome. Oh, there he is. Watch
There he
this.
is, yeah.
He's lighting up. Is it Marlboro? What?
They're the cowboy killers, Marlboro Reds.
Oh, there you go. There you go. We're going to go around the table once more. So what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycool, sex cult, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Single about over a year now. The longest relationship I've been in is 6 months.
6 months. Okay. What about you?
I'm engaged, and the longest relationship I've been in was about 4 years.
Is that your current relationship?
No.
How long have you been seeing your current fiance?
About 2.5 years.
2.5 years. Okay. And I think in your pre-show messages you said there was a decent age gap in the relationship.
Mm-hmm. He's 17 years older than me.
So you're 24, and so he's 41?
He's 41, yeah.
41, okay. busted out the math real quick on that one. That was good. Okay, what about you?
I'm single. I have been for around like 6 months, and my longest relationship was 1.5 years.
All right, longest relationship 1.5 years. And was that the one that ended 6 months ago?
No.
Okay, that's a different one. Okay.
Different one.
And then what about you? Was your 6-month relationship the one that ended? You said you've been single for 1 year. Is that the one from 1 year ago?
It was more of my junior year of high school, so definitely over 1 year.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm in a relationship. I've been in that relationship for 1 year now, and my longest relationship was 4 years.
Did you guys meet at the club?
We did meet at the
Was
club.
he a customer? Your boyfriend, right?
Yes, my boyfriend. He was not my customer. He never spent money on me. But
Does that bother you? That didn't bother you?
I mean, he did eventually, but not like. I met him through another customer that I made friends with, and then.
Would it have been better or worse had he been your customer?
I don't think I would have dated him.
If he was your customer?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. But he was a customer of somebody else's?
Yeah.
At the club. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What about you?
I have been in a relationship with Jesus since I went to detox March 2022, and obviously celibate. Just gave my life to rededicated my life to Christ. So that's the best relationship you can have. It'll never break your heart, ladies.
Yeah.
Wait, so you're gonna become a nun?
No, I'm just in a place where I'm still healing, and I don't need a man right now. I'm just God's gonna make it happen, and I'm not rushed or pressed about it.
So, do I put down? I got a thing I write down.
Relationship with Jesus.
Do I put single? Are you dating Jesus? I don't know.
Just put single.
How long have you been dating Jesus?
Since 2022.
So for 2 years, you'd say, or 2 years?
Single for 2 years, yeah.
So
when did you convert?
So I was always Christian. Well, first I was Catholic, which is very religious, and then I was Southern Baptist, which is also very religious, and it's more.
Wait,
not
you
about
went from being a
relationship.
Catholic to a Southern Baptist?
Yes, I know, intense. Everything I do is intense. And then now I'm Christian, which is not a religion, it's a relationship with Christ. And that's what we're missing, because religion separates, condemns, and that's not why Jesus even came here. And if we all
Wait, hang on.
She
what?
means lawful,
What?
that she's talking about.
It's not a religion?
No, it's a relationship with God. It's a Bible. So it's a relationship with God.
Christianity is the Bible?
No, but it's a relationship with God. I don't think that it is actually religion is the problem. So
I don't understand. Okay.
By definition, it's a religion, but she's saying that being a Baptist, it came with a whole set of laws. You're more so trying to live up to the law, but Jesus died because none of us can actually live up to the law, and we need his grace. So she's saying she used to follow a lot of laws, but now she's following intimacy with Jesus.
Amen.
If that makes sense.
She can talk. So anyway, back to you, if you don't mind. I'd like to kind of get into this with you so that I understand your worldview. Nothing. I'm not going for you. Nothing like that. I just want to understand. So, if we can back up just a little bit, you started out as a Catholic, correct?
Yes, I went to mass every morning. I was a kid. My parents kind of just said, "Go to church." We all went to church. It was, when you're a kid, you're being told what to do.
How did you veer over to Southern Baptism?
They actually came to our door and said, "Hey, this is what we believe," and my parents then converted, and then we did. So it was more of what our family wanted. And then, I went to church 3 times a week. I used to have a long skirt, knock door to door, if you die tonight, will you go to heaven? Very intense upbringing, religious-wise.
Okay, got it. So then, moving over from there, you get into your career, your sex work career, correct?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry if I get this wrong. I was taking notes, but I want to make sure you did have a career in some kind of
I was in the
sex
military.
work, is that right?
So I was in the military for 9 years, and then once I got out of the military, I did join OnlyFans.
Okay.
I did not actually do porn, but I did, still show my body online for
And
money.
did you consider that a violation of your Christian values when you did that?
Yeah, I mean, I was heavily medicated on perks. I didn't want to, I did not want to be on this earth. And so that really played a big role into it. I went away from God, and I was an addict at that point. At 28 years old, I became an addict.
And how long did you do the OnlyFans career?
Since 2019, I got out of it in January this year.
Okay, so you would say that you made your headway back to Christianity. And what made you do that?
Well, a part of it was I got sober. That's a big part of it. And then also I would go to the meetings that they have. I'm sure you guys know about the 12-step program. Mm-hmm. And then I realized the only way to get sober is to really, and even the program itself was built on the Bible. And that's when I went back to my roots.
You
started.
mean the 12-step program?
Yes, it was basically built from the Bible, but it's a non-religious program. And so the more I dug in, the more I became in love with Jesus, my faith, and yeah, I just see the world completely different. My perspective, he changed everything for me.
So if you had to assign your brand of Christianity then, are you going to assign your brand of Christianity as non-denominational, theistic, but non-religious? Is that basically how you're framing that?
I would say non-denominational, yeah.
Yeah, but also not religious.
Yes.
Okay. So how can you follow a religion if you're not in the religion? I'm confused about this.
So it's a relationship. You give your life to Christ, and then you have a church, obviously a community that reads the Bible, and that's the relationship. That's the religion. But to each
so then
person,
there are
it's
things that you
individual.
have to do in order to adhere to the religious teachings of Jesus Christ to qualify you as a Christian, right?
Well, you come right as you are. There's no, you have to be this person. You have to, like, he took me in when I was so broken. He can't work with people who have pride, all these different things. So I would say, of course, the closer you get with God, the more you don't want to do those things. Like, I recently just cleaned up my IG. I recently went through my closet and I was like, I can't wear some of this stuff. So it's a process. It's not like you find Jesus and then you're holy the next day. Like, slowly he'll start convicting you of things, but it's never from condemnation.
Yeah, no, I get that. But what I'm trying to figure out here is you do believe that there is criteria to be a Christian, right?
I mean, read the Bible. Be Christ-like.
That's the only criteria?
Read the Bible,
you
be
think that the
Christ-like.
religion is the book?
I just think it's more of a relationship with God. I think the second you put religion on it, it's just a different thing. So
Yeah, well, because when you adhere to it as a religion, then you have to have accountability, right?
Okay, so I'll say non-denominational.
Yeah, but it is a religion.
Religion, right? Yes.
Yeah, and it's necessary that you adhere to the rigorism of that religion so that you're accountable for the things that you do, right?
I mean, Jesus holds you accountable. There's no people that are holding you accountable.
No, people can hold you accountable. You know what righteous judgment is, and there's no reason that people can't hold other people accountable who are Christians. It's absurd to say that you can't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, all right. I just wanted to get all that clarified.
Sorry.
I appreciate it.
Longest relationship?
4 years.
4 years, okay. And so, but you say you've been dating Jesus 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's been no guys in the picture for that time period?
No, zero.
Are you like, do you consider yourself born again?
Born again. Mm-hmm.
Do you consider yourself a born again virgin, or is that?
Definitely, God restores everything. So I do believe that by his blood, he covers all that. He doesn't hold us. He even forgets the sins that we did from the past. So born again virgin. Yeah, I just don't say that, but yeah.
So have you been celibate?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Go ahead, Andrew.
Born again what now?
Born again virgin, right?
Born again virgin. Let's go.
No, I mean, but your virginity most certainly was not intact, right?
I'm sorry. No, of course.
Yeah, right. So what does born again virgin mean?
It's just the sense that, like, he forgives all your sins from the past. So he's not looking at that. He's looking at your heart. There's people who can be virgins who are more promiscuous and their heart can be dirtier than somebody who isn't. Jesus looks at the heart. Yep. He doesn't look at that. So.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still confused. What is a born again virgin? I'm still confused as to what that is. Your virginity is something which is given to you and you're supposed to keep intact with chastity. And that can be removed based on choices that you make, right? But you're supposed to keep it, chaste until marriage. That's the way it's supposed to operate within the confines of Christianity. You can be born again. I understand what you're saying there. That makes sense to me. But I don't understand what a born-again virgin is. That doesn't make sense to me.
Because a lot of the things like you think of are more carnally. Like this, we're talking spiritually. It's a lot of things that we can't understand, but it's not a term that I go around telling anybody. It's more of just like...
Yeah, I understand that you may not tell people that, but you would consider yourself that. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, so if you consider yourself that, whether you tell people that or not, that is still something that you consider to be a true statement. What is it? I don't really understand.
It's a second chance at life. It's a second chance at life. That's what it is. I did the same thing. I was very promiscuous. I was in the
Were you also a born-again virgin?
I mean, I waited to have sex until my wedding day once I became a Christian. So, I mean, I never said I'm a born-again virgin.
That doesn't answer the question.
No, I didn't say that I was a born-again virgin. I said that, when I became a Christian, it was a second chance to do things the right way. And God forgave my sins.
I would be the first one who would say that, of course, that nobody's perfect, and after conversion you should adhere to the rigorism of Christianity. Absolutely, I agree with that. But that doesn't answer my question as to what the hell a born-again virgin is. I've heard that on the show.
Consider it a second chance at life.
Hang on. Let me finish. I've heard it on the show about 100 times, and I've never actually heard a good answer for what it is.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's not an actual term that you would even say. I mean, I think he asked it and she just kind of agreed to it. Clearly, I was not a virgin when I got married on my wedding night, but I was practicing sexual purity from the time I became a Christian. So I was celibate for 3 years until my husband and I got married. And our first time was on our wedding night. So we followed the teachings of Jesus because it was important to us to honor our body and to honor our testimony. So born again virgin, is that an actual thing? No, but you get a second chance at life to do things right. So you can kind of look at yourself as like, wow, I have a fresh slate. Like God's mercies are new each and every single morning, and today I'm choosing the path of celibacy. Am I a virgin? No, but I'm practicing celibacy until my wedding night moving forward.
So then born again, you would say then in your estimation that when women say they're born again virgins, that it's actually bullshit. They're not born again virgins. That doesn't mean anything. It's just nonsense designed for some type of, Puritan pushing essentially, right?
Yeah, I would just say that it's something that makes them feel better to say, hey, I'm a born-again virgin, when in all actuality, it's just a second chance at doing things right.
Everything's renewed.
Okay.
Your mind.
All right.
Body.
I'm glad. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
The body is renewed?
Everything. Like God renews the locuses that they...
Did he renew your hymen?
I do
God
believe,
damn,
well, I mean, look,
Jesus can do miracles. Why can't
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just saying I want you to understand the absurdity.
Alcohol every day, and my body doesn't need it anymore.
Try to understand the absurdity of what's being said here, right? God did not renew your hymen. That did not happen. Your virginity was not put back into your body. That was gone.
Are there surgeries?
The born again virginity thing is nonsensical, false doctrine, and I don't know where the hell it comes from, and I've never really heard it explained. So. Yeah. Just saying. Mm-hmm. It's somewhat frustrating for me to listen to because I never really get a good explanation for it, and I wish that women would stop using it. It seems to me like it's a form of piety signaling. Like, oh no, I'm pure now. And it's like, no, wait a second. Let's back up a little bit here. Like you said, Christianity is a process. We call that theosis in Orthodoxy. We agree, it's a process, but you don't suddenly get your virginity back because you were baptized. That's insanity, right?
Yeah, you don't get your virginity back, but you do get your purity back. So I like to say that what God's restoration looks like is he'll take you back to the place before you ever knew what pain was, when you were like a 2-year-old child, full of love, full of joy, full of faith, believing that you can have whatever and do whatever. God takes you back to that place before you knew what it was like to be rejected, before you knew what it was like to be stepped on, walked out on. God renews your purity. Purity is a heart thing. It's not actually a physical thing, and that's exactly why Jesus would talk to the Pharisees, and he told them, you guys are so focused on cleaning the outside of the cup. You should clean the inside of the cup, right? So it's like, purity is something that God can give you back. Virginity is not.
Yeah, when you say purity, though, do you think that just getting baptized means that you have your purity back, whatever that means?
It's a process of sanctification. So, like, when I first became a Christian, you know, I showed up to church, you know, wearing raunchy clothing, taking drugs, all the things. You know, God started little by little to peel back layers, right? And he restored.
Were you baptized at that time?
I had gotten baptized actually when I was in the porn industry, not understanding the fullness of what I was doing. When I left porn,
you got baptized when you were in the porn industry?
I had a pimp who was like, you know, claiming to be a Christian. And I told him one day that I thought that I was possessed by the devil. And so he took me to a church and I ended up getting baptized. But I was still
wait, hang on. Hang on. Your pimp took you to church to baptize out the demons. Is that right?
I know, right? Crazy. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. But I did feel like refreshed and renewed, and I started actually hearing the voice of God little by little, right? It was the voice of God that led me away from the pimp and so forth. So, but like I said, it's the word purity in itself means to be uncontaminated. So when I say you don't get your virginity back, you can get your purity back because God will take your heart back to a place where it is uncontaminated. It is pure. You're free from, you know,
So when your pimp took you down and you got baptized and he takes you out, and then you go and you have sex again with a guy for money, right? Assume that you must have done that because you had a pimp. What happened to your purity? Was it negated out?
No, I mean, honestly, back then I didn't even know the term purity and I wouldn't have considered myself pure. I feel like I was very contaminated. I was, you know, riddled with depressions, intrusive thoughts and so forth. And so I was very envious. I was a very mean girl. Like, I was definitely not uncontaminated. So I wouldn't have considered myself pure, to be very honest.
Okay, did you get baptized a second time?
I did, yeah. So I started going to church, what was this, December of 2012. I surrendered my life to the Lord in February. What that means was by December to February, God had told me to flush my drugs down the toilet. I did it. He miraculously healed me of drug addiction. And then he really started working on my heart. I decided to take an entire year off of dating because men were my weakness. And I just started seeking God every day through prayer, worship, reading the Bible, and he really transformed my life. And I like I said, I took that year off dating, and that was a really monumental, like a very healing year for me.
Would you have quit your porn career even if you had not gotten baptized by your pimp?
So I mean, I don't know. I did porn for about 3 years after that, but I had been given a Bible at church. And so how this happened was I felt the Holy Spirit one day tell me to leave my pimp. He guided me to call my mom. She came, rescued me, helped me.
The Holy Spirit told you to leave your pimp?
Yeah, absolutely.
How'd that sound?
What's that?
How did that sound? When the Holy Spirit came
I
and
had
told you
this
to leave your
impression in my heart where, you know, we were in a fight and I felt God say, Brittany, you need to leave him. And I'm like, what am I going to do? I don't have anyone to call. And he said, call your mom. At that time in my life, we had a very like estranged relationship. Now she's one of my closest friends. But at that time, like we didn't get along. I'm like, I can't call her. And the Holy Spirit just said, Brittany, humble yourself and call your mom. And so I did just that. I called her and she came, picked me up, helped me to get away from him. Then I had to go film porn. Am I allowed to say porn, right? Because that's the only thing I knew how to do. So before I leave for the airport, I felt again the Holy Spirit say, bring your Bible. So I'm on the airplane, I'm reading my Bible, Revelation chapter 2, verse 20 through 23, and this particular verse really stood out to me. It says, I have this thing against you. You tolerate that woman named Jezebel. I have given her time to repent. If she doesn't repent, I will cast her and her children into a sickbed along with
let me ask you this too, right? I didn't mean to cut you off, but there's like only so much we can go before we can have a good back and forth exchange. Let's assume for a second that somebody came to you tomorrow and they were like, the Holy Spirit told me that you're not redeemed and that your prostitution bars you from, I don't know, whatever it is. How would you make the determination that they're wrong if they think the Holy Spirit's talking to them and you think the Holy Spirit's talking to you?
Yeah, because the Bible says that I am redeemed because I've been bought with the blood of Jesus, right? His sacrifice.
But how you interpret, you can only exegete the Bible if you have the Holy Spirit, right?
Right. Well, some people may
Okay, so if
say,
somebody exegetes the Bible and claims that they have the Holy Spirit inside of them, and so do you, how do you make the determination as to who is right?
honestly, some people are demonized, and if it's not aligned with the Word of God, then I would just clearly tell them, I'm sorry, you're not hearing from God. I've had
Yeah, but
somebody
how do
come
you
up
know
to
what the
me.
Word of God is if you're both exegeting and you both claim that you have the Holy Spirit?
You
how do
read the
know which one
Bible.
of you
I
is
read the
correct?
Bible every single day. Every single day. Before I go to bed, I read it in the morning. I read the Bible daily. I love the Word of God. It has transformed my life. It's renewed my mind. It's made me a whole new creation. Like, I'm in love with God's
I get
Word.
it, but listen to what I'm asking you,
Mm-hmm.
right? Super important. When you read the Bible, you're exegeting the text, right?
Right.
Okay. In order to exegete the text, you have to be filled with the Holy Spirit, correct?
Sure.
Is that right?
I mean-
Yeah, sure. Okay. So what if you have two of you Protestant Christians who are both exegeting the text,
Mm-hmm.
and you both come to different conclusions? How do you know which one of you is right?
Final
Bible's
thought
very
from both
clear.
of you on this. Go ahead.
The Bible is very clear. You're kind of making your question isn't really, if it's not aligned with the Bible, it doesn't matter what man says. Man will always talk. But you know personally with the Holy Spirit, like she said, it personally was to her. And if it doesn't align with the Bible, simple enough, it's not from God. It's not that complicated.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll let it go because we have to move on, but I just want to let you both know that you didn't answer the question at all. But anyway, I do appreciate the engagement.
Relationship status.
Single.
All right. For how long?
Since like August.
8 months?
Yeah.
8 months. Okay. Longest relationship?
About like a year.
1 year. And was that your last relationship? The one that ended 8 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, like yeah?
Yeah.
Why did that end?
Well, I'm from Seattle, so he was still like a year younger. So like I'm moving, he's still in Washington, right? I'm too young to do like long distance. Like I'm freshly 18. Yeah.
Okay. Well, so you're moving away for college, is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I am married, and I've been with my husband. We've been married for 8 years, together for 10. And that's my longest relationship.
Years together for 10. Okay. What about you?
Longest relationship is 7 years, and I am married, and I have a beautiful daughter, and currently pregnant with another one.
Currently pregnant.
Super
How
excited.
far along
12 weeks.
are you? All right, there you go.
This is your big announcement.
And you said you.
I'm sorry, did you say you were pregnant?
Yep.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Thanks.
You're not far enough along to know if it's a boy or a girl yet.
We have to wait till week 20 to do that.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
whatever gender reveal party is coming soon. You said you've been married how long?
So we got married this past fall in 2023, and we've been together for 5 years.
All right, got it. Cool. Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I've been married for over a decade. That's my relationship status, and yeah, that's it.
All right, rock and roll. So, where do we get started here? Where do we get started?
I know where to get started. I know where, if you want, right? I would like to, I mean, I heard this. Usually this is the part where Brian asks if there's anybody on the podcast who has any disagreements with any of the things which are said on the show, which I'd like to hear the answer to. But I have a disagreement that I'd like to air on the show about this female pastor thing. Where does the idea that women can be ordained as female pastors come from?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I told you I don't call myself a pastor. I'm not pastoring. I lead connect groups online with women, and I am leading over women. I consider myself more of like a spiritual mother to many beautiful daughters.
Aww.
Should women be pastors?
I mean, I know that's a very debatable question.
Yeah, so let's debate it.
Can women be
That's why I asked
pastors?
it.
I mean, there are many women pastors who are under the covering of a male pastor, and so in many churches that is acceptable.
Yeah, that's not my question. From your worldview, should there be female pastors or not?
I think there is a wonderful need and a huge blessing for women to be pastors over other women. Should they be leading men? I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not gonna comment on that. That's very debatable.
Would they be equal, these female pastors who had dominion over women, would they be equal to the male pastors?
In what way?
In the way that they're equal. Would they have any dominion, or would they need to always adhere to the male authority of the church?
Oh, I mean, typically, like, the way that it works is the husband and the wife would be the senior pastors of the church. The male is the leader of their household.
That's not
right?
typically the way it works.
What's that?
That's not typically the way it works, that husbands and wives are both leaders of churches. It's not typically the way it works at all.
Well, but it does happen amongst many churches in America, so.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
it does happen in many churches in America. I'm not disputing that, but what I'm getting at is whether or not this is good doctrine, and if you believe that women should be pastors, and it sounds like you do, but then you go on to qualify, but they should only have dominion over women.
I have
but that still
benefited
should mean that
greatly
they
from
adhere
female
to the church
pastors.
authority of men, correct?
What's that? What'd you say?
Okay, so to repeat this, you believe that there should be female pastors, yes?
I think that they can be a wonderful blessing to many people. Yes, absolutely.
So then yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so should they have only dominion over women, right?
I mean, that kind of depends on how you look at it, because there are pastors who will preach to the congregation and there happens to be men involved. It doesn't mean that they have dominion over the man, but if the senior pastor of the church is allowing the woman pastor to preach, then so be it. You know, I have shared
sit down in church. Wait. Aren't women supposed to sit down in church and obey the ecclesiastical hierarchical authority of the church, which is male?
I mean, Jesus used
Not
women.
too long on this,
Jesus
guys.
used
Final
women.
points, please.
Okay. Let's look at the woman at the well, right? She wasn't a pastor, but when Jesus
You mean
changed
the one that
her
had to
life,
give Jesus a drink of water because he told her to?
absolutely. That woman went on to be an evangelist to the nations. I mean, she went and evangelized the gospel and what Jesus had done in her life. And so Jesus used women.
What church was she the head of?
How about Mary Magdalene when Jesus showed himself to Mary after the resurrection, and then she had to go and relay the message to men. So Jesus isn't
What church was she the head of?
She wasn't the head of a church, but my point.
Right, she wasn't the head of a church. You're making a word concept fallacy where you believe that because women are allowed to evangelize the word and shoot down the arguments against the word, that means that they can have some type of authority in the church, and that's insane. They can't.
But if you look at it theologically, when Paul, I know what you're referring to, and when that statement was made, theologically, there were women in Ephesus who were disorderly. You have to keep in mind, women were not allowed to read. They didn't know how to read back then. And so
nobody knew how to read back then.
How are they to teach the word of God if they can't read the word of God?
Nobody knew how to read back then. What does that have to do with anything?
What do you mean nobody knew how to read? People
Almost
wrote the
nobody knew how to
Bible.
read. It was a completely illiterate population everywhere. Very few people knew how to read, not just
Paul
women.
clearly knew how to read. I mean, he didn't write the whole Bible, but he wrote many stories in the Bible.
You do realize that Christianity was practiced before there was a Bible, right?
Of course, because there was the previous writings of the Old Testament.
Yeah. What's that? Sorry?
There were writings of the Old Testament. And that's exactly what Jesus read from when...
Yo, Jim, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. Guys, we're gonna move on from that.
All right.
We're gonna move on, but that was good. Appreciate it, guys. Chat? Can you answer this? Is Andrew's audio a little low? Is the audio a little low for Andrew? Nick, what's the audio set to? Is it at 100? Yeah. Okay. I think it's fine. Anyways, so Andrew was saying, start off the show typically if anybody disagrees with anything. For those of you who've seen the show before, if you've seen clips, anything you disagree with, why don't we start there? Anything from anybody? Going once, going twice? Okay. First question. All right, here's a dating scenario, right? Let's say you were dating a guy. How would you feel if you're dating a guy, he wants to take you to Hawaii, He's going to pay for the whole trip. Hotel, food, airfare, everything. The only caveat is he wants to fly first class, but he's going to put you in economy. Is that a problem?
Take economy.
Hold on. Let's start with you. We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess it really is situational. I mean, just off the bat, like, first thought, like, sure, I would take economy. Like, we're going to Hawaii. Like, all this is paid for. Like, of course, I'm not going to be like, no, I need first class. But it is a situational thing. But yeah, like,
well, I outlined the situation.
Yeah.
So he's going to be in first class. You won't be sitting together for the entire 7 to 8 hour flight. But he's paying for everything. He's paying for flight, hotel, etc. But he's taking first class. You know, maybe he wants to, lay down. He's got back problems, neck problems,
Yeah.
like the usual.
From your scenario you gave, like, I would have absolutely no problem with that. But if there's another factor, like, he just doesn't want me in first class for whatever reason, then I think there could be something else.
He's trying to save money, I guess, maybe.
I mean, that's fine.
But he gets first class.
I think that's okay.
Okay. What about you?
I would ask him to put me in first class, or I don't think that I would go.
So, again, he's paying for everything.
Mm-hmm.
He'll pay for your ticket, hotel, food while you're there, entertainment. Yeah. But if he doesn't put you in first class... Now,
it's not the first class part. It's it being separate part.
So if he downgraded to economy...
I would be fine with that.
That'd be fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I would be with someone who doesn't want to sit on a 7-hour flight with me.
Yeah.
Regardless of where we're
No, it's not
sitting.
that he doesn't want to sit with you. He just wants the comfort of being in first class.
Without me.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, yeah. Yeah.
I'd be a little upset, I think.
You'd be upset. Is this a breakup upset?
Yeah.
So hold on, just to be clear, the guy who's going to pay for your flight to Hawaii,
yes.
your hotel, your food, you'd be fine with the situation if he was also sitting with you in economy, but because he wants a bit more comfort while he's flying, but he can't afford to pay for first class for both of you. That's...
If it's just about, like, affording,
sure.
I guess that's different.
Yeah, let's say it's affording.
Okay,
let's say it's affording.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd appreciate it and, like, everything he's doing. So yeah, he can sit in first class, but I'd be a little hurt, I think.
You'd still be hurt.
I'd be hurt, yeah.
Interesting. Okay, What about you?
What if it's not affording? What if it's not affording and he just really wants to fly first class and just doesn't feel the need to buy you a first class seat? He can afford it. In fact, let's say he can afford 80 million first class seats, just doesn't want to get one for you for whatever reason.
I think that's
why would I want to be with someone like that?
What about that actually hurts your feelings?
But why would I want to be with someone who doesn't want to sit next to me on a flight?
Well, I mean, why? Why would that be a big deal?
You don't think that's odd?
Yeah. That's so weird.
I mean, no. If he's dating you, right? He's paying for you to fly all over Hell's Half Acre. He's taking all these expenses. Why? If he wants to sit in first class? Or let's just say this. Let's just say it was the final seat in first class, and he was like, "Well, that one's mine." And so he grabs it, and you got the economy seat, right? You gonna be upset?
Yeah, no, he can have it. Yeah.
Okay.
He can have the last one for sure.
What about you?
Okay, so if it was the money thing, I would be okay with sitting in the economy seat. But if it was just because he didn't want to sit with me, I would be sad about that. But if it was like the money thing, I would be like, oh, can I pay the difference so I can sit with you or something, you know?
All right.
Yeah.
So I think we both sit economy, and because if he's my guy, for me, I need my love, is spending time with one another, and obviously on a long trip. If he's not into that, then we're probably not compatible.
Well, hold on. So let's say the reason is he wants to fly first class, not to get away from you, but because he needs the layback seats because he has back pain.
Oh, that's fine because I'm a boxer and I have back pain.
Yeah.
So I get it. Like, that's different completely.
Okay.
Yes. But if
you're
he didn't have
you're
back
still in
pain,
economy.
Yeah,
so he
that's
takes first
fine.
class, you're in economy.
Yeah, if
that's
he has
fine.
back pain.
Okay.
But I also have back pain, so hopefully he will let me sit first.
Okay. All right. What about you?
My back matters.
I would be weirded out. Like, just shit off the bat, like, Like, why can't we both just sit, like, you know, comfort class? Like, you know, we can...
Yeah, meet in the middle.
Yeah, meet in the middle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'd be like, it's a 7-hour flight. Hawaii is, you know, not a quick flight, so I'm kind of, like, confused.
What are you confused about? What?
I'm confused why he wouldn't want to sit with me for that long.
He's got
and the whole time, like,
he's got back pain.
I think for a lot of girls, though, too, like, the whole time
Low
you
back
would...
pain.
Okay, but the whole time, like, you're on your way. This is our first trip, you said? That's the scenario? Our first
Oh,
trip
it doesn't
together?
have to be the first trip, but sure. It's
Okay,
the
well,
first
I would
trip.
be stressed out. I'd be like, oh my God, this is a sign, like, after this is over. You know what I mean? I'd be stressed out because I'm sitting by myself. And he's not, like, reassuring me because we're not together. So I'd be like, he's going to abandon me or, like, kill me in Hawaii.
What?
I don't know. That'd be, like, what my
What?
mind would go to. Unalive me.
Okay. Interesting. What
Yeah.
about you?
I'm married, so I wouldn't have that issue. And my husband is a gentleman. He would never have done that to me.
Yeah, I think
Wait.
it's not gentlemanly.
Yeah.
It's not
yeah.
just to be clear, he's offering to take you on a flight to Hawaii at his expense, pay for everything while there,
Yes.
but it's not gentlemanly to
No, to leave
I don't
your
think so.
to leave your lady in the back, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I can understand if he's like had a bad back and had surgery and it's
Yeah.
like love, like
Yeah.
I
There it
really can't afford, but like I need this because my back. Like I can get that. So when she's saying situational, I understand that. I would work with that. But if it's just like I'm paying for the whole trip and I'm gonna be comfortable and you're
Right.
not
Yeah.
and you're in a relationship, then absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
But what's the okay? But you wouldn't object if you were both sitting in economy.
Right, because you're sitting together, right? You like when you're in a relationship, you're agreeing to like do life together. I don't know, my husband would never do something like that to me. That's just such an odd situation.
What if he?
Would
okay,
you
so there's
do that?
There's two
I don't think my
scenarios.
man
There's
would
two
do that
scenarios. So there's two scenarios where this could occur, right? There's the affordability, and he can only afford one first class seat. And then secondly, there's some reason for him needing to be in first class. For example, he needs to lay down because he's got back pain or something like that.
Yeah.
Would I do that? Yes, I would. I absolutely would. As somebody who does this, has neck pain, chronic pain, back pain. Yeah, I would do it. I would do it. Back in economy you go. I'll see you at the end of the flight. Later.
Are you
What?
single?
Huh?
Are you single? Are you
I think that's valid. I think that's super valid.
What about like affording the entire trip, but he can't afford like another
That's what
first
I'm
class
confused
seat?
about
It's
as
like
well.
let's stay at like a
Needs the budget.
3-star hotel so I can sit like first class with you.
I think
or
you're
something.
overthinking it.
Me?
Maybe a little bit. Maybe.
Okay, fair.
No, I see where you're at, though.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
So I guess to clarify, originally it was like if you're dating. Now I think a lot of people have different terminologies nowadays on seeing, dating, whatever. For me, dating is like, that's not my boyfriend. That's someone who I'm just figuring out, and they're like, hey, you know.
Let's
for-
just assume it's your boyfriend.
Boyfriend.
Let's make it simple.
Okay.
It's your
So
boyfriend.
boyfriend's got back problems, geriatric issues. Okay, that's fine. For me, it comes to mind like that whole farmer in the field hiring workers, right? And he's like, I'll pay you $200 to work in the field for an entire day. They're like, sweet, dope, let's do it. Another person gets hired. I'll pay you $200 a day to work 6 hours, and then they all get paid $200 a day, and then the last guy only works an hour. And when they all see, like, I worked here all day and I only got $200, he's worked here 1 hour and he got $200, how is that fair? And at the end of it, it's like, you know what? You're getting a free trip, right? And if you cannot contribute to, because that's the thing, it's like, is there a way we can contribute that? You said, like, can I pay my way and upgrade to that first, like, ticket, right? So for me, I just look at it that way. I'm getting all of this. I'm not going to be upset because you happen to have a nicer seat with a bad back. Like, I'm just grateful.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that's how I see that.
That's good. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Andrew, any thoughts on that one?
I mean, I just heard a lot of me. I'm just saying that I heard a lot of that, but I won't belabor the point. I'm not sure that's worth really tangling on, but I just heard a lot of me. That's all. I'm just going to point that out. Not saying that it means anything necessarily, but I did hear a lot of me, not a lot of him.
Interesting.
Just pointing it out.
Oh, a couple questions here. And moving off to something else. So you were on Naked and Afraid But you've been dating your boyfriend for 5 years?
Yep. And we were.
Were you married at the time you were on the show, or not yet?
We were engaged.
Engaged. Did he have any issues with you, like, okay, I'm going to go on the show, I'm going to be nude in front of cameras and on TV and in front of another men or the film crew? Was there any conflict there in the relationship?
No, we were already fans of the show, so he understands that the premise is not sexual in any way. It would be the same as me going into my medical field and looking at somebody's naked body. There's just a level of professionalism. He actually canceled our elopement and said that I was going.
Wait, hang on, back up. In what way would that be like being in the medical field and looking at someone's naked body because you were giving them, life-saving treatments where you would have to have their clothes off in order to get access to that? I don't understand that.
So if I have to assess somebody for, if I'm doing hands-on back in the day where I'm having to assess for broken bones, I'm palpating or I'm touching somebody, there's a lot of fields where even if you're looking at somebody like a tattoo, we'll take it down a notch, a tattoo artist, right? Sometimes they're being exposed to skin. It is not sexual because it is a profession that has nothing to do with that niche. In this survival...
Yeah, but would your husband let you tattoo a guy's dick?
I personally wouldn't do that, but...
Well, right, that's the point then. It's a bad analogy, right? If you say a tattoo artist has to, look at the nether regions of people because that's part of their profession, I'm sure your husband would not let you tattoo a woman's name on a guy's penis, right?
Well, okay. I understand the way you're trying to take this, and I appreciate that, because this is a good conversation for the sake of the show. A lot of people don't know what the survival community is. This is going back to National Geographic, pure primitive survival. Now, if we can make clothes, if we can do any of that, that's what we're going to try to do. But at this point, we are doing our best not to get bitten by snakes. There's over 300 different species that are poisonous out there. We have caiman crocodiles. For us, every step we take is, at that point, could be a very dangerous situation. So when I say this is not sexual, we are so covered in bug bites that, my partner's toes disappeared, and he went into a 1.5 day fever because he was so anaphylactic to those bug bites. This is something that when
have you ever heard of a guy named Rob Wolf?
Sorry, say that again?
Rob Wolf. Have you ever heard of him?
I haven't.
No, he's he basically started the kind of Paleolithic diet movement. He was on a reality TV show years ago. He's a friend of mine, very nice man. And he actually ran down an elk, I believe. I think it was an elk with an adlatl. He was the first person to kill one of those animals with an adlatl in I don't know, 500 years or some shit like that. I don't remember him being naked though.
Yeah, that's because he's not going back to the most vulnerable mental game there is. That's hunting. So Matt Graham is another famous primitive survivalist, and he will be naked until he gets a loincloth from the animals he hunts with an atlatl, which, ladies, that's a special spear device with an extension on it. It comes from kind of a more African primitive hunting survival
Couldn't they do the show though with they could do the exact same show without the naked component? Right. It's kind of a gimmick, right? But it's kind of the gimmick.
The point is, it's edited. So it is blurred out. So it's not the fact that I'm doing a show for you guys to see me naked. Mm-hmm. That's not what this is about. And I think in Western culture, we make everything this sexual fetish that we just can't wrap our minds around the fact that you can go out into the Colombian jungle and be stripped of every modern day comfort. The fact is, every step you take is dangerous because you don't have the clothing and the protection there. We don't have shoes, we don't have the comfort. When it's pouring a monsoon rain and we're in a hypothermic state, we don't have that protection of shelter from our clothing. The point is, you want to mentally tap out and you want to quit. And it's only your mental game until you're there day by day, finding a resource to make yourself warm, finding a resource. So at night, I had to go pick straw for 2 hours, make sure there's no ticks in it, and that's what I had to make into my sleeping mattress every night to try to maintain that body heat while putting hot rocks in there. So it's I wish you would take the time to watch National Geographic a little bit more, look into old primitive technologies and tribal relationships, because there's still a lot of tribes that today are naked. The hunters, the only thing they use is a string, and they do a special little roll, and that string ties around their waist, and that's their only protection when they're running through that jungle after those monkeys. It's, again, not sexual, it's a tribal primitive survival.
Why are they running after the monkeys? I love monkeys.
Well, because they eat them. So they make a special toxin out of these frogs, and they use blow darts. But the only thing that they do, besides being purely nude, no shoes, nothing, is that they just roll their manlyhood and so it stays up. And then that way it doesn't get caught on things when they're jumping over branches or jumping over those palm thorns and things like that.
Well, so, okay, bringing it back to dating, though, it didn't present any issues for your relationship?
No, because we know what the community is. We are already huge fans of the show, and originally I actually declined the show. Because of the date, we were gonna get eloped on a mountaintop, we were gonna rent a helicopter, it was gonna be on Vancouver Island, and it fell right in between both of the recording times, and we had intentions of having another child. So I told him, I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Hold on.
Brian loves Arby's roast beef, donated $200. Question for the ladies: would you date a man who did not identify himself as a feminist? If so, why not?
Okay, we'll go around on that. Starting with you, go ahead.
I don't really have a comment on that. I'm actually not really sure.
What, you're not sure? Would you date a man who did not identify as a feminist?
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on our personal definition of feminism. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what to speak.
What's your definition?
Textbook wise, I cannot give you one off the top of my head.
I can give you one that you might agree with.
Okay.
Let's just say the strive for men and women to live in an egalitarian and equal society.
Okay. I guess I wouldn't date a man. I'm not saying he necessarily has to be promote himself as a feminist. I just mean if he has the same views as equal gender society, then yes, that's kind of the only. They would have to have those values in order for me to date
what
them.
if he was a feminist, the most staunch feminist, and he's yeah, we got to equalize the draft. Women got to get drafted in the military just like men. Would you date him?
I mean, it does depend just on how strong his beliefs are.
Strong, very strong. He's
Okay.
Your name's Peyton, right?
Yes.
He's Peyton, I want to see you drafted in the military. It's only fair. It's only equal. I'm a feminist.
Then probably no.
No, you would. But but I thought you said you would date a feminist. And striving for the equal society, egalitarianism.
It just depends on how I guess it just depends on how strong and how much he implements his beliefs on other people. If he's telling me every day, I want you drafted in the military, Peyton.
Every single day.
No.
Every day.
Then no, I wouldn't.
No? Okay. Oh, so, but you'd be fine with that position so long as he wasn't just badgering you.
Yeah, I think if he respects everyone else's beliefs and opinions on that topic,
sure,
I think that's okay. And I think as long as he's not implementing his beliefs so harshly on me and the people we're surrounded with, I think that's also okay.
All right.
What if he's a patriarchist who loathes feminists and thinks that all of them suck? And let's say he's very public about that. He's patriarchy's awesome, and feminism fucking sucks. What about that guy? He's a no-go?
No go.
No go. Okay.
Okay. Going around the table, would you date a man who did not identify himself as a feminist? If so, why not?
I would date a man who does not identify as a feminist.
I don't know. He is a feminist.
Who did not identify himself as a feminist?
As long as there's a mutual respect for everyone. I don't think we need a label he's a feminist. If he's respectful towards all, I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but what is that? This is I guess the problem with this is when you say if he's respectful to all. Does that mean basically he just keeps his beliefs about this to himself? Is that what you mean?
No, just respectful. He has like respect for people.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure. Would it be disrespectful, for instance, if he was talking to a woman, maybe a friend of yours, and you were all three having a chat, and she said, I just came back from this feminist abortion rally, and he was like, oh, fucking gross. Yeah, fucking, what are you doing? Ah, feminism sucks. What are you doing to this? Is that being disrespectful?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So then isn't the only thing about it that's disrespectful is that he's voicing his belief?
If he maybe phrase it differently, if that's how you feel, like, oh,
so it's
I
just
don't
in
agree
how
with
he
that.
voices his belief. So if he was like, well, I disagree with that, then it's okay?
Yes.
But okay, but it can't be like, fuck, gross. You can't do that?
Also,
Okay, now let me ask you this one quick follow-up, okay? Let's say that you were sitting with like your two friends, and one of them's this feminist, and she pulled out a piece of shit and took a bite, and he was like, oh my fucking God, that's gross. Would you hold that against him?
That is gross.
Yeah, exactly, and that's how he feels about feminism, right? That's my whole point.
Does taking a bite of shit have anything to do with feminism?
The point is
I'm lost.
from his perspective, right? He feels the exact same way about the feminist as he would about her pulling out a piece of shit and taking a bite of it in front of him. He feels the same way.
Totally, I understand that. I think it's more of like, I think everyone can agree that that's gross.
Yeah.
And there's like, when we're talking about like feminism and things like that, everyone has different opinions, but I think we can all agree taking a bite of shit's gross.
all right, what about you?
I would say that I would date someone who isn't a feminist.
Would you date a man who did not identify as a feminist?
Yes.
If so, why? Oh, okay, well, so you would.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, no feminist. I think that the man is supposed to be masculine. I think that's the problem with today's society. And as women, we're supposed to be nurturing, yes, and I think we've taken on the masculine role, especially because our hearts have been attacked, like trauma, dating, all these relationships that break our hearts, all these things harden our hearts. And that's when we lose our feminine side, because I had a very masculine side. Obviously, I do boxing as well. I was in the military. I was super independent, So
Beaten
look,
Cheeks
it's
donated
Cheeks.
$200.
What's up, man? Hey, thank you, Beaten
A real
Cheeks.
man will never identify nor agree with feminism. Definition: women trying their worst ways to not only take over any sort of patriarchy within society and destroying society. You want a beta.
Oh, all right, Beaten Cheeks. There you go. Thank you, man. All right, well put. All right, your answer. Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, like I don't think I'm a hardcore feminist.
Oh, Grid One here. Here he is.
Motorsport
Here he
donated
comes.
$200.
Yeah, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it.
Respect is earned, never to be given freely. This is something the patriarchy can teach you. Feminism has failed all women. The patriarchy endures.
Oh.
Work hard, earn respect, be better.
There you go, Grid One Motorsports, owner of Grid One Motorsports. Hey, thank you, Grid One. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Your answer?
Yeah.
You would date a guy who did not identify himself as a feminist.
Yeah, I mean, as long as like, you're not like so hardcore where you're like saying like that you're like grossed out by it, like what your friend's example was,
Huh, okay.
I'm married.
Hypothetical.
I
hypothetical.
would.
Okay.
If my husband said he was a feminist, we probably wouldn't be married.
There you go. All right, here, let me get some chats out of the way. Not out of the way, but, read them. Nickelodeon, hey, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the $100 message. What is the 304 version of Get the Rock?
Get the rocks.
St. Mary, reset the clock. Word?
What?
This is from 30 minutes ago, so it's probably related to the religious conversation we were having. I'm not sure, really, but Nickelodeon, thank you, man. We have...
Well, he's saying he was making the analogy. St. Mary reset the clock. He was talking about this whole born-again virginity thing.
Oh, okay. Katie stands. Naked and Afraid, a.k.a. the story of how I lost my virginity. Brian, Andrew, you guys rock. Love the pod. Keep up the good work. From Katie stands. Hey, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate your patronage. Good to see you back in the chat. Thank you. Okay. We have Nathan Vladis. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. You are with a man who is building his own business, and you want to move because it makes it easier for you to travel to work. Do you expect the man to uproot everything and move? What if he won't? Okay, so you're with a man. He's building his own business. You want to move because it makes it easier for you to travel to work. Do you want the man to uproot everything and move? What if he won't?
One more time. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
That was kind of bad.
Why don't you just read it out? If you
Okay.
can, just read it out to everybody.
Okay, so you are with a man who is building his own business and you want to move because it makes it easier for you to travel to work. Do you expect the man to uproot everything and move? What if he won't? So generally, no, I wouldn't expect the man to uproot and move in a temporary situation. If it is permanent, yes, but in the moment, like I generally would have like the understanding of like, okay, like we aren't able to do this right at this moment. So I think that's okay.
I would not expect him to uproot everything and move, and if we would probably just break up. I wouldn't be with them.
I agree.
I would not expect him to move either.
I wouldn't expect him to move. I think he should be the provider, so.
Yeah, I'm not expecting.
No, I wouldn't have expected him to move either.
Nope. Don't expect him to move and shut down his business.
All right. We have Joshua Kim's Christ is King. Andrew, preach to these women. A awesome solar eclipse here tomorrow in Texas. Brian, keep rock it, man.
Yeah, here we're going to have that here as well. I don't know if that's true or not, but I had heard that there's going to be one here. So.
Is that solar eclipse going to be visible here?
I have no clue.
I've heard it.
I think
is.
in some areas.
I think so.
Some of the moms from the mom group I'm in were asking for like glasses for their kids to like see it.
I know my mom was talking about that too.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Brian, that'd be cool if we were streaming during the solar eclipse and it just like got dark for 30 seconds. Yeah. Too bad it wasn't today. Okay, Brian Jones, thank you, man. Appreciate it. The key to being a good and happy person is being thankful for what you've been given, showing gratitude. Well, Brian Johnson,
Wise man,
Brian.
Brian.
Very grateful for your very generous super chat. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate your patronage. Also, I do have to talk a little bit of shit. The superior spelling of Brian is with an I, just saying. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right. I have a couple more questions here from my pre-show notes that some of you guys provided. Let's see. Let's start with Vesper. Vesper here. You describe yourself as a luxury house pet online.
That's just what my bio said.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Oh, God. I don't know. I would akin it to being like a housewife, but I'm like a house pet.
What do you mean? Like, so what does that mean to be a house pet?
I don't know. I'm submissive. I think it's just like a funny thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's
all
not
right.
super
There's not much
serious.
meaning to it.
No, not really.
Okay. I thought it was maybe like some sort of some sort of play thing, or I don't know.
No,
Okay.
it's just funny.
You also describe yourself as a bratty gamer girl.
That is what my bio says as well.
So you actually play video games, or what games do you play?
I'm almost done with Baldur's Gate. I have like 500 hours in Terraria.
Okay. You also describe yourself as a university art hoe.
Yes.
What does that one mean?
You know what like an art hoe is? It's just something.
What's an art? I don't know what an art hoe is. Like you like art?
Yeah, well, I'm going to school for art. I'm getting
Okay.
my BFA in studio arts.
You paint or draw, or what do you do?
I like painting, drawing, lots of ceramics, stuff like that.
Okay. You're also in your fiancé era. What does that mean?
I'm a fiance.
So
That's
is there?
my era.
You're a fiancé, but what does it mean to, I guess, be a fiancé in this case?
What do you mean? I'm engaged.
You're in your Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's no criteria. Okay. Oh, I guess that is the criteria. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm engaged, so I'm someone's fiance.
You also describe yourself as a court jester.
Yes. You know what a jester is?
I know which court are you a jester of?
I just think it's funny.
Which monarchy? I'm just curious.
Earth.
The Earth monarchy?
Yeah. Jester
So who's
of Earth.
who's the king?
Oh, I don't know.
So what? Okay. You just have all these random fucking things in your bio. Trying to make sense of it. You're a court jester.
There's no sense to be made of it.
Well, how about
It's
this
just
one?
funny.
You also, okay, here we go. Oh God, do
I'm
I even say
scared.
it? I don't even know. I might
don't
skip
know if we
over it.
should, yeah.
Brain dead blank salute. You know what I'm talking about? That's
Oh,
your words.
yes.
Your words, not mine.
No, yeah, that's like engagement farming. For
Oh,
my
okay.
Twitter, for sure.
Yeah, and you are a stripper and you do OnlyFans, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. You've said you've had some crazy encounters with customers. Your current.
My 2 answers were different because my Instagram got deleted. So I'm not sure if you have the.
I have the old one
picture
and the
from
new
old one.
ones.
The new one
so-
is better.
Upgraded. Okay. Did you meet your fiance through work?
No, I met him on Instagram.
He DM'd you or you DM'd him?
I DM'd him.
How did you stumble upon him?
Well, we've worked in the same city and we work in the same industry, so we had mutuals. We follow the same like people in our area.
What does he do?
He's a strip club manager.
Huh. Okay, interesting. Well, why are you laughing, Andrew? Why are you laughing?
Nothing. You know, he takes all kinds, I guess.
Okay.
It's
all
just,
right.
you know, just. By the way, I did have to ask you. So most women who play video games online, I've noticed the trend that they absolutely suck at it. Would you say that you're one of the ones who's good at video games, or?
I think that depends what kind of games you play. I don't play like first-person shooter type games, which that usually depends on like you being good at it. I play like lots of building games or story games, but I would say I'm moderate at them.
What mode did you play Baldur's Gate on?
Oh, I don't know. My husband.
You don't know the mode you played it? Didn't you sink tons of hours into it? You don't know the
No,
mode?
I sunk tons of hours into Terraria.
But you're almost done with Baldur's Gate, right?
Yeah, I am almost done with it.
Hold
was
on.
it easy mode? Did you
Wait,
play it on
hold
easy
on.
mode?
Let's
I don't think
move
it's
on.
easy
Let's move
mode.
on.
I'm sure it's just a normal one.
Actually, something that you do disagree with is you actually disagree with something that Andrew said here. Andrew says that parents should disown their adult children for doing OnlyFans or porn, which you disagree with. You said you consider yourself very centrist, so you think that we'd have things to debate. Oh, okay. So actually going around the table, do you think it's justified for a father or mother to disown their adult children for being involved in OnlyFans or any kind of sex work? Starting with you, we'll go around the table. Go ahead.
Generally, yes. My parents do come from the medical field. That is their current occupation. So is my family. So if have the same last name as my mom who works in the medical field, I completely understand that comes with a certain reputation.
So you're fine with disowning? I'm not
I-
saying your answer's wrong. I'm just clarifying.
I mean, disowning is a little bit harsh. I would say more of like I'm from a dissociative opinion.
Wait, what?
I just mean like dissociation. Like say like my mom like if
Until like they stop, maybe. Is that what you mean?
You'd stop associating with.
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
By the way, so your opinion here is that you would bring shame on your parents, and so you would understand why they would want to disassociate with that because it could hurt their reputation.
I mean, that would definitely come from my perspective, not theirs, but it does tie into their reputation as well.
Yeah, right. Let's assume for a second your parents wouldn't do it. You're taking a much more adult stance and saying, even if you wouldn't, I wouldn't want to bring shame to you, right? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's a respectable position.
Thank you.
We'll go, before you guys get into a back and forth, we'll just have everybody answer this. Go ahead.
I think that it's very nuanced. I think that I don't think it's necessarily certain that you're bringing shame on your parents. Some people aren't very close with them. Some people don't have very good parents. So I don't think that would necessarily automatically bring shame upon your family. If your parents, like my grandparents are missionaries, so if I was their child, I could understand why they would want to disown me because it would be bad for their reputation.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I don't think it's nice though.
Yeah, that upsets me. I came from a very like forgiving and welcoming household, so it's hard for me to like understand that some parents might do that. But I mean, their children, their parents, like you raise them how you want, and that's what you're gonna do. That's what you're gonna do. But it's sad.
Sad.
It is, yeah. I think
To disown your kid.
Yeah.
If they're doing that, okay.
I would understand if they disowned me, but it would really hurt.
It hurt?
Yeah, I love my family, but
Okay.
Yeah.
And I would say no. And especially coming from somebody who was Christian, first off, we're all adults. It's not going to ruin the reputation.
Right.
Everybody has their own free will, their own free choice. We're all adults. We know this. For me, like if my mom hadn't kept like she was the only person that was talking to me during my addiction when I overdosed. Like if she would have not talked to me and I would have overdosed, like imagine, what would have happened. Like she kept me alive for a lot of the times when I had no faith and no hope. So yeah, I think you can distance. I think if it's causing you like a problem to see your daughter like that. For my mom, like my dad, he did. He completely stopped talking to me. But for my mom, it's like we should be Christ-like. He loved the sinners. He went to the broken. Mm-hmm. The broken is where Jesus' heart is. So I disagree that you should disown. But if you do need to step back because it's affecting you, that's between you and God. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a parent, but I don't think I could. I'm sorry?
No, just we probably should have pointed this out earlier, but when she's talking, if you can kind of just lean back just a little bit. Okay. If you see what I'm talking about here in the monitor.
Okay, yeah. I see it, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm not a parent, but I don't think that I could like disown my kid if they did that, obviously. I don't know. I think that would hurt. Because I'm from a Christian household, so like Jesus like says like, to forgive and like it's
to accept.
And it's unconditional love. So like I don't know. Okay. I don't think I could.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the wise approach. I think oftentimes the reason why women get into sex work is probably because there was a lot of dysfunction in the household. Right. So for the parent to now say, I'm going to distance myself further, what that child actually needs is your love and understanding. So yeah, definitely do not disown your children. I mentor many sex workers that I have actually seen cross over. And I was there for them as a spiritual mother, loving on them the way that their parents didn't. Mm-hmm. And I've seen it be very counterproductive to disown your children when they are in sex work, stripping, any of the things.
I think that the parents should be equally honest and, be like, I don't agree with this and use tough love, right? Like we are talking about a lot of faith-based, and yes, a lot of people will come to Christianity, but it doesn't mean it's okay to keep living in your sin. The point is that you understand that you've sinned and you're supposed to repent and you're supposed to be better. So you can love that person, but you don't have to agree with that person.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you do not keep it to yourself, because that's not actually being loving when you see something that could be.
Some guy a long time ago donated $200. Be careful of which path in life you take, for they could crumble beneath you due to the weight of your own actions.
Some guy a long time ago. Hey, thank you. Really appreciate your very generous TTS there. Thank you. Before I have Andrew give his response, guys, really quickly, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. There's 1,000 of you, over 1,000 of you watching. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, and please like the video on YouTube. Andrew, you want to give your response to anybody?
Yeah, before I do, to the, I'm sorry, I'm terrible with names. The gal in blue who counsels, prostitutes. Oh, I said, what did you say your name was again?
Oh, my name is Brittany.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
Brittany.
Into the mic. Brittany?
Brittany.
Okay, gotcha. So, Brittany, do you have any children?
I do.
Okay, and how old are they?
I have a 4-year-old and an almost 2-year-old.
Okay, so if they, and you're married, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if one of them came to you and wanted to get counsel about being in the LGBTQ and told you that they were going to move towards that lifestyle, what would your husband say?
Well, first off, I would feel that I'm failing as a parent if my child chooses to enter any sort of lifestyle like sex work or anything like that. But yeah, I mean, we would counsel them and talk to them. Like, what's the issue? Like, why do you feel this way? Why do you
Would you give them money?
Would I give them money?
Mm-hmm.
For what?
Or whatever it was that they needed. Let's just say they wanted to pay their rent, but they were also engaged in these horrific activities, would you pay their rent?
If they were in sex work or if they were gay, what do you?
Yeah.
If I had a gay child, would I pay their rent?
Yeah.
Why
would
not?
you pay their rent if they asked you to?
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
Yeah,
if they were in need, I would never allow. I would never. You're interrupting. I would never allow my child to be homeless.
Okay, great. I'm glad that you would never allow blah 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 blah. Okay, but you're enabling the activity.
Well,
you
it
realize
depends.
that,
You're saying
right?
if they're
so,
gay.
hang on, let me finish.
If they're gay,
And
I mean,
let me finish, lady, and then you can respond. Calm down.
That's
Okay,
weird.
calm down, lady. Let me finish, and then you can respond.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, if you're doing OnlyFans, you need a place to do the OnlyFans work, right?
Now,
It's not
that's
hanging
different.
out. Stop. Let me finish. Why is it so hard for you to do? Just let me finish my point, and I'll let you finish your point. You're enabling, by giving them cash, resources, and access to you, this behavior, which ultimately is horrific for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that you've pulled very many women out of sex work. If what your ideology is to tell them that it should be enabled, that's insanity.
No, see, you just said, would I pay their rent if they were gay? For me, I think that they are confused if they think that they are gay. They're not operating in their identity. Now, if they are selling themselves for money, I would not give them money for that. I would say, hey, you need a place to stay.
Why would you give them money to be gay then?
That's it's totally different. Selling yourself.
Why is it different? You're in sexual sin, horrific sexual sin. Why would you enable that?
They may think they're gay and not actually be having sex.
I agree.
It's
Why
an
would you enable
identity
it, though?
issue. It's an identity issue.
Why would you enable the identity issue?
That's not enabling an identity issue. When I was in the porn industry and I wanted to get out and I didn't have any money, my grandmother gave me a place to stay. I had my uncle send me rent money on occasions.
Which enabled you to continue to do porn?
No, I said when I left porn. When I left,
you didn't. You said when you were doing it.
I didn't need rent money when I was doing porn.
Okay, so
And
this
so
was
if my
post you
child
leaving the pornography industry. So at that point, why shouldn't they help you? They should. You're not doing the activity, right?
Right, but they never disowned me. They were always there for me. Always.
Yeah, but a disowning is a disassociation from the person until they stop X activity. What in the world could be wrong with that?
So when you're saying disowning, I imagine a parent completely turning their back and not talking to them. Is that how you?
Yeah,
that's
good.
wrong. That's wrong.
Why? Yeah, tell me why it's wrong. What's your epistemic foundation for why it's wrong?
Okay, so you can make a difference in your child's life if you have communication with them. So, son, daughter, I don't agree with what you are doing. You are destined for so much more than this. You do not need to sell your body. You are better than this. Okay, I can actually pour into them if I have a relationship with them. If I turn my back on them, who the hell is speaking into their life? The other OnlyFans girls, the other strippers.
Let me get this.
That makes no sense.
You think that it has a more punitive effect for a parent to enable the behavior?
It's not
than it does
enabling.
to turn your back on the behavior and say no, you're not allowed to do this. There's a punitive punishment for it. And by the way, if you want to have a strong father gives down punishments to their children, including disassociation if the activity is such that it defames their family.
Absolutely not.
Free will is love.
Absolutely,
Free
yes.
will.
Can you give me your epistemic foundation for what you're basing this on, other than your feelings?
No, it's not my feelings. I mean, Jesus was there for me when I was deep in my sin, yet he never agreed to my sin. He's the very one that said, daughter, you need to leave this pimp. When I opened up my Bible, daughter, you need to leave the porn industry. The life that I have for
Grid
you.
One Motorsports donated $200. If my son threw away a lifetime of lessons given him, I have not failed him, he has failed himself.
Correct.
He would get nothing that did not help him get his sheet together. Enabling is failure. Be better.
Communication is not enabling. Giving money is enabling, yes, right? You're enabling.
Is it your parents' fault that you were a prostitute?
What's up?
Is it your parents' fault that you were a prostitute?
You know what?
Or is it your fault?
I mean, I made the choices that I made, yes, but I did grow up in an abusive household.
Okay, but was it their fault or was it your fault?
I made the decisions, but I made it from a broken place in my heart. I had no identity.
Yeah, that sounds like you just refused to take accountability.
No, I just
Was it
said.
your fault or was it their fault?
I just said I made the decisions that I made. Now, a parent who is a godly parent that's constantly pouring in love and has a good relationship with their children, studies show that those children don't want to enter sex work. And talk to every single woman who is in the sex industry. It all stems from a broken childhood.
Yeah, due to a lack of patriarchal consequences. That's why.
No,
that's why
that's
you hear
not
so many of
necessarily.
them, and we talk to them all the time right here on this show. And you hear the same story over and over and over again. Daddy gave me no consequences and enabled all of my shitty behavior.
I was
and he
spanked all the
refused
time.
to put his foot down and say, no, you can't be a prostitute or you're fucking out of here. And if maybe they had done that, these women wouldn't move towards that lifestyle. When you talk about Jesus Christ and what his ministry was, it was to go and what? Sin no more.
Right, but he had to talk to them.
Never enabled sinners to sin.
He had to talk to them to tell them to go and sin no more.
And just to let
Hello, we win.
I can't even hear you.
He had to talk to them to tell them to go and sin no more. If you disown your children, you can't tell them to go and sin no more.
And the thing is, we have free will. We have free will.
You tell them, go and sin no
Free will
more. They
is
say,
true
fuck
love.
you. They spit in your face. They spit in your eye. Right? Why is it that you have to continuously go back to that? Why can't they face the consequence of their actions?
There are boundaries that you can set into play. If your child is being abusive to you, then absolutely you can say, son, daughter, you are not allowed to talk to me that way. And until you can come to me with respect, we can't communicate. But I'm not cutting them out because they're doing sex work. I would be cutting them out because they're being abusive and disrespectful. There's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's enabling the behavior.
No,
and
it's
any
not.
good
Life's gonna
father would
humble you,
never
honey.
enable
Life
the
is gonna humble
behavior
you.
of their children being prostitutes on OnlyFans and shaming their household name without a punitive punishment for that.
The thing
and
is
one
that we
such
punish
punishment,
ourselves.
which
We
would
don't need
work
to be
great-
punished by our parents.
Hang on,
We are
I'm
adults.
almost done. I'm almost
We
done.
get punished
Once-
by-
I'm almost done. Hang on, relax. Remember, there's many of you and only one of me. Okay, we'll get to everybody. But understand that one such punitive punishment that fathers lay down all the time is disappointment and disassociation. And that is what the primary cause of keeping these women away from this type of work. It seems to be extremely helpful. It's called shame. Shame works. You don't think that shame works. I don't know why you don't think shame works, but I got a feeling your track record here ain't going to be great if you don't think shame works.
So I'm going to speak from two personal experiences. One is Nala. She grew up with her family that were pastor kids.
We saved her, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
It was the whatever podcast.
Shout out to Nala.
Pastor kids, her parents disowned her. She found her way back. Me, my dad was very strict. I got spanked all the time. I wasn't even allowed to hang
Her
out after
father
high
did
school.
not disown her. That's bullshit. I sat right in that room that you're in right now arguing with Nala.
Okay, so
Nala
let me
told me
speak for
to
me
my
then.
face that her father took money from her.
Okay, so let me speak for myself. My father spanked me all the time. We couldn't even hang out after high school.
What?
Very, very strict households, extremely. And I have free will as an adult. Just like God, we could do whatever we want. God gave us free will. We can choose what we want. True love is not forcing somebody to do it your way. That's not that's unconditional. That's conditional love. Unconditional love is saying, hey, you have free
so when
will.
Jesus said go and sin no more, that was a conditional love that he put down on
Yeah,
them?
but people can choose. He's not forcing everybody. He could force us all to be holy, but he doesn't. He gives us
Was
a choice.
that a conditional love
Just
when he
like
said
with
go and
Adam.
sin no more?
No, that was a boundary.
What-
that was an
was it
instruction.
That's something
conditional?
you
Was
want
that
to
a
do because when
condition?
you're in love with somebody, you don't go sin anymore.
That was the condition to receive
can tell he
heaven, but
doesn't
not
like
his love.
Right.
He loves you at all times, doesn't agree with you, but if you want to have that repentance, if you want to have that everlasting life and go to heaven, then you
Grid
can't
One
sin no more
Motorsports
intentionally.
donated $200.
Yo, thank you, Grid
A
One.
son would
Appreciate it.
always be welcome to come home when willing to change his evil ways, but the devil has no place
Right.
in my house. Your life was not strict, you failed your parents, and you still are. Get helpo.
Yeah, so the point was about conditionals. It's just saying that there's conditionals. You can't be a part of Christianity unless you follow the conditionals. Otherwise, what makes you a Christian? Nothing. Because there's no conditionals for it. So this is the same problem applied to your logic here. There has to be conditionals. Just saying, oh, it's just about free love. No, it's also about consequences. You believe in the concept of hell, right? Don't you believe in that concept, or do you not believe in that concept?
That's what I'm saying is we punish ourselves by not obeying our parents or not listening to God. We don't need somebody to disown us to already feel the pain. Like I feel
What does
every
that
day
have
when
to
I
do
did
with what I just
OnlyFans.
asked you? What I just asked you is, does the concept of hell exist in your world?
Yeah, and we have free will to choose right or
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah, that sounds like a condition of if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you go to hell. That sounds pretty freaking conditional to me.
The thing is, we just accept his
Conditions,
gift that
there's
he
conditions.
died. We just have to have faith that, and believe that he died for our sins.
That
It's not
happened.
like it's an amazing
Yeah, but isn't
gift.
hell a condition? Isn't that a condition of you didn't do what you were supposed to do, so you went to hell?
Yeah, you didn't accept Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you didn't. You didn't follow the conditionals, and that's the whole point. That's what strong fathers do. That's why marriage is a patriarchy. That's why the man is the head of the marriage, the head of the church.
Head of the church.
That's the representation of Jesus Christ. That's what it is. The woman is the body of the church. The man is the head. That is the representation of marriage inside of Christianity. It's to represent this relationship. So I'm telling you that there's a conditional with the ultimate consequence of the eternity of hell. And you're like, well, I'm not so sure Jesus was into these conditions. It's like, come on.
I mean, Judah.
I'm sorry, but I do have to move things along. That was a very, that was a good.
I had a good point.
It was a good. Okay, final
It's
thing.
all
Final
right,
thing.
it's all right, it's all
Final
right.
thing. Final thing. You get
I'm
the
just
last
saying
word.
because
We'll
we're
give you a last
saying,
word.
Like Judas threw Jesus to the cross, and Jesus knew what his intentions
get
were
this
all
cigarette
along,
light.
and yet what?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I was telling Nick, you can't cut away from Andrew while he's lighting up a ciggy.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Okay. So anyways, he didn't turn his back on
Doc
him.
Nably
Now we got
donated
Doc Nablis
$200.
coming in. It's just
Fathers
chaos.
understand
Thank
the
you.
importance of consequences while mothers tend to gravitate towards nurturing. As a result, mothers tend to enable. Disowning is a consequence. Corn stops, acceptance returns.
Interesting. That's good. That's a decent point, Doc.
Just a
Doc
clear
Nablis.
difference between
He is a
boundaries
doc.
A lot of men would be
disowning.
disowned if they're watching, porn. I'm sure a lot of boys would be disowned. It's the same sin, whether we're making the content or guys watching porn.
Wait. So, in terms, you think
So if
consuming pornography is at the same level of creating it?
A
Based
sin
off
is a
the
sin.
Testaments.
Yes.
Oh, a
to
sin
God.
is a sin. So you think that stealing a penny is just as sinful as murdering a baby in their crib then?
In
Just want to
God's
make sure that
eyes.
we're clear
In
on
God's
that.
In God's eyes, yeah.
Oh no, God's probably
In God's
wrong on
eyes,
that
you
shit.
think that stealing a penny is the equivalent of murdering a child inside of a crib. I just want to make sure we're clear on that.
So there's a great movie. I wish I could. Somebody please write it in the comments. You'll know what I'm talking
In the
about.
comments, write that shit.
But
Write that shit.
it's saying that you can have a liar say, yeah, I lie, but at least I don't steal, and then you have a thief saying, yeah, I steal, but at least I don't kill. And it goes up and up and up. So we all
So
have
are
our
you
own
agreeing?
sin,
Are
and
you
we're
agreeing
going
that
to
stealing a penny is the same as murdering a baby in the crib?
in the Christian faith, based off of God's law, all sins are equal.
Oh, really? Have you ever read Paul? Have you ever read Corinthians? Have you ever read
Corinthians.
what Paul put down? Paul says sexual sin is worse than other types of sin. He literally says that.
He literally
Are you
says
unaware?
it.
Are you unaware of this?
Are you unaware? Are you unaware?
There's
He says
many
sins
things
against
I'm
the
unaware.
flesh are the worst kind.
But based off of when Moses came down and he had the 10 commandments, and based off of the 10 commandments, we had the ones based off of how we follow the faith and respect God, which I believe were the first 5. You can correct me on that. And then the remaining 5 are our commandments in society. And it wasn't said that this one is worse or that one. It was
I
just these
assume
are
you're
all
not
equal.
Jewish, right?
No, not Jewish.
Okay, so then I assume that you read the New Testament and the New Covenant and you follow the laws of Jesus Christ as put down in the New Testament, correct?
So I'll clarify. I am not a pastor in any way, but I do like to try to learn what I can on certain topics.
Hold on. Wait. Just going maybe directed at you guys. Hold on. Okay. What's worse? Stealing a penny or murdering?
Oh, yeah, that's true. That wasn't in the movie. Paul's teachings wasn't in the movie. My bad. I mean,
So
what
this
was
is
I thinking?
ego.
What's
This is-
worse
this is
though?
my personal
What's worse
ego.
though?
We're
Hold
gonna
on,
wanna
hold
say a
on.
penny
One sec
is
here. One sec.
less.
What's worse? Stealing a penny or murdering a baby?
One has more consequences, and obviously.
But no. What's
But
worse?
in God's eyes, it's the same sin.
Really?
No, it's not. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. How can any rational human being believe That is the truth. That stealing a penny is akin to the Lord and akin to Jesus Christ of killing a baby in the crib. That doesn't sound insane to you?
It's not, but this is coming from our place of ego where we want to justify, well, okay, I did this, but at least I didn't do that. But that's that slippery slope, right?
No, it's not a slippery slope, and you can't go to the slippery slope when you're making an argument because it's fallacious.
I'm not coming from
it's fallacious.
Society. I'm coming from the understanding of that Christian faith. Now, you asked me about my understanding of the Bible, and you're assuming what I read. For me, I have issues in the modern day translations. When I was baptized when I was 18, I took to the Bible. I wanted to understand what I was doing, and I had an issue with Genesis right off the get-go because it says day 1 there was this, day 2 was this, day 3 was this, and then it was like day 4 that God created the sun and the moon. And I was like, well, how does a day exist without the sun and the moon when that's one rotation
that's not
of our
what it
planet?
says. That's why you got it wrong. You got it wrong because it never actually directly correlates with the moon. It just says 2 lights, and this is why you got it incorrect.
But then it was clarified with day and night, but you can't have...
No, that's not clarified. We don't know what a day and night is to God. You don't know that.
In the beginning, day 1, God created. When I decided to understand, was like, hold on, how does a day exist without the sun existing? That doesn't make sense to me. When I looked into the original Hebrew, it was saying that the original translation's word meant like era or period or an undefined amount of time. So God created the universe in several eras.
We're getting into this. Hold on.
I don't follow the specific Bibles that you're saying that I do.
Okay, hold on. Let's just go around the table. Just to answer this question. What is worse, murdering a baby or stealing a penny? We'll start over here. We'll go around.
I'll start. Murdering a baby is way worse. It's way worse. It's worse in every conceivable way that I could ever think of.
Let's just have them answer. Go ahead.
Based off of our societal law, that's obvious. Okay.
Well, okay. What other angle are you looking at this from?
I'm not claiming any faith here, but I'm saying based off the questions directed at you.
Andrew, TikTok doesn't cover Paul's teaching, so she has no idea. Young lady, your understanding of the Bible is flawed. Please stop wasting everyone's time by prattling on about things you do not know.
So, finishing the question that was originally with you, right? And with your faith in Christianity, it is that in God's eyes, based off of your faith and what the two of you believe, is all sins are equal based off of the 10 Commandments.
Hold on, let me just ask it as a secular question. Why don't we just remove religion from the question? What's worse?
Baby killer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, murder is worse.
Yeah, murdering a baby.
Well, I had an abortion, so I would be considered a baby killer, and in God's eyes, all sin is sin. So...
No, listen, you can be forgiven for that.
Yeah, forgiveness is for every sin.
There's women out there who've fallen for that propaganda from the secular nation. You could be forgiven for that. And you know what I mean? You can move past that. You don't have to have bad theology because you're trying to cover for that, just so you know. It's not necessary.
But to me, all sin is sin. So.
Wait, but what's worse?
It's the same sin in God's eyes.
No. But if you're looking at it from a secular perspective.
From a secular, yeah, of course, killing a baby is worse.
Wait, but let's say you are religious then. Are you arguing that religious people will view both of those at the same level?
One has way worse of a consequence. So one is going to do way more damage to the other family, to obviously the life that is lost.
But couldn't you still make a determination, even if you were religious, that one is worse than the other, regardless of the consequences? How about this? What about the murder?
Actually worse. It's worse than all of it.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so what if the murderer, you mentioned consequences, what if they never discover that this person committed the murder, and then the person who stole the penny, there was video evidence of it, and they're prosecuted for, I don't know, misdemeanor, theft, petty theft. So the consequences, you could argue, would be worse for the one stealing the penny. So are you saying that people who are religious cannot make a determination as to what's worse?
I think we look at things through Christ's eyes, and so we look at things in all the same way. So sin is a sin, no matter what it is. I think that's how we.
Is this actually religious doctrine?
Well,
I mean, Jesus
congratulations,
lives
by the way.
within us,
You
right?
have just yielded all Christian ground
we
to
have
secular
Jesus.
ethics and have made secularists look like they're the ones who are moral and we're the ones who are lunatics. Because all of you just got done saying that secularists would consider this thing, which is obviously 10 million times more egregious than stealing a penny. They would consider it worse, but you wouldn't. You just gave the enemies of Christianity the moral high ground, you fools.
No.
I can't believe that you people are out here preaching anything. I'm not a preacher. That's the last thing I do. I get into politics. That's it. But you just gave the enemies of your religion the moral high ground. It's unfathomable to me.
It's unfortunate that that's how you're taking it when in the faith.
Because it's true.
All
utilitarian
sins are
just
equal.
beat you.
Means don't steal the
Utilitarians
penny.
just
It's
beat you.
as equal as doing this. Don't lust after another man's wife, as it's as equal as doing this. So the whole point is saying you have to take accountability. You cannot excuse the sins you're choosing.
Then why
they're
did Jesus
all
Christ say
equal.
that? Why did Jesus Christ talk about who had the greater sin when he was delivered to Pilate then? Can you explain that to me?
He said that all those without sin cast the first stone or something like that.
No, that's not my question. Why did he say when he was delivered to Pilate who had the greater sin in delivering him to Pilate? Why did he say that? You don't even know what I'm talking
No,
about.
I understand that after he was after he left the
priests
priests because they couldn't condemn him. So then they took them to the Romans, hoping that he would instead condemn them on their behalf, so they didn't make an enemy of all of the faith believers. But I don't know that word for word, so I can't. I have my feelings on it, but I don't know that based off memory.
Is there an actual scripture that says all sin is equal?
No. Not only that.
So where is it?
But
Where does that come from?
Paul specifically explains why sexual sin is a more egregious sin than other types of sin.
Because it's a sin
He's
against your own
highly
body.
specific about this.
He says because it's a sin against your own body.
That's right, because it's a sin against your own body. And by the way, blaspheming against the Holy Spirit is the greatest sin. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
So it's the sin above all other sins.
Yeah.
So I guess they're not all fucking equal, are they?
I mean, I definitely don't necessarily agree with that. I think that forgiveness is available and free for anyone, but there are sins that are, worse than others.
Where does this whole all sin is
It comes from the
thing?
church, and I think it comes from the church.
Which church? Which church? There's only two churches. There's
I'm
the
reading
Orthodox
something-
Church, the Catholic Church, and everything else that doesn't count because it fractioned off 300 years ago, right? So which church says this? Which one?
I'm reading something here. Every sin deserves God's wrath and curse, but not every sin is the same in God's eye. That's not from Scripture, but there is something. Proverbs 6:16-19 identifies 7 things that God hates, although there's not any punishment
Some that
prescribed
he
for those.
detests and one that he hates, right?
So I don't. Anyways, dude, let's finish that question. What's worse?
Killing a baby.
Murder.
Killing a baby.
Killing a baby.
Now, what if it's like a one of these older pennies that is worth a couple dollars? Does that
But
change
look-
anything?
But look at this. Look at this.
The Antichrist.
The women sitting across from the Christian. Who do you think to the population right now sounds sane? The ones on the other side, who some of them are current prostitutes, telling you murdering a baby is worse than stealing a penny, or your delusional bullshit that stealing a penny is the equivalent of that in God's eye. Who do you think people are really going to move towards? Because I can tell you which one sounds rational to me and which one sounds irrational.
At no point.
What if they're a coin collector, Andrew?
Yeah,
What if
I
they're a
think
coin collector and the baby
We
is
don't like it
future
very
Adolf
much.
Hitler?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think that Deadpool had that.
Well, that
scene.
okay. I don't know. All right. Here, let me read some. Or actually, no, we're done on chats. Let's get it back to dating, guys. Let's talk about dating podcast. Dating podcast. All right. Andrew, on another podcast you were on, you actually had a really fantastic back and forth about submission, being submissive. And I think that's a conversation that could definitely be interesting here. Vesper, in one of your show notes, or in your pre-show notes, you said you wanted to talk about what it means for a man to lead a relationship and what women are asking for when saying they want a man to lead them. Do you want to expand on your point?
It was more of just a topic that I wanted to talk about in general. I think that whenever women say they want a man to lead, I think that men interpret that as something different than what women mean.
Explain that. for us?
I don't know. I can only speak on myself. Whenever I say that I want a man to lead my relationship, I mean lead like where our future is going. So deciding on when we're getting married, if we're getting married, deciding when we're getting engaged, deciding if we're buying a house, controlling finances, controlling our future, basically, is what I would interpret that as.
So, wait, one thing, but we'll come back to that. But is this related to, because you also said in your notes here that you're in a 24/7 free use lifestyle slave thing with your boyfriend? What is that?
I think
what
that
is
they're
free
related.
use?
Free use is when you're available for sex at any time.
24/7. Okay. You have a constant BDSM dynamic. They'd be interested in hearing about.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to the leading thing. Going around the table, do you want your boyfriend, date, whatever it may be, to lead?
Generally, in not speaking sexually, yes.
Wait, not sexually.
I mean, not in any context of sexualization. Yes, I would want him to be like the leader, like making the calls on like potential like homes, making the calls on jobs, like.
But not
topics like that.
What do you mean not sexually?
I just mean I don't have any comment on this, like in any sexual interpretation.
I think because you added that in as part of
what
it was for my notes. Yeah.
That was just a unrelated segue.
Yeah.
But I mean, someone could obviously lead in the bedroom.
Right.
You don't have comments on the preference there? Or?
Just in your question, yes. I generally would want my boyfriend or whoever's in the picture to lead.
But not in the bedroom?
I just don't have a comment. I choose not to speak on just like anything sexual like that.
All right. Dating podcast, by the way. Wait, so you can't even say yes. I would like, someone a little lead. Yeah,
just answer.
Wait, you don't want to talk about anything sex related?
I mean, I guess it just depends on the question, but
seems like a pretty innocuous question. Right?
On this podcast, no, I wouldn't like to speak on anything like directly sexual.
Good job, Madison. All right. What about you?
I expect my husband to lead, yeah.
I'd prefer that.
Me too.
Yes, lead, but obviously we talk about things too at the same time, but he has the main authority in the household.
Yeah, lead.
Yes. Yeah. I'm surprised that's a cross panel.
Yeah. All right, what about being submissive? Will you be submissive to your boyfriend? Starting with you.
Yes.
I am.
No. What do you mean by that?
Being submissive?
Yeah. Like I know what
people have different senses of what that means, but I suppose following his lead, being compliant.
Not like fully, yes. So. No.
Okay, Andrew, can you think of perhaps an example here that might help me? Like a scenario.
Yeah, your husband decides one day as you come to him and you say that you don't like how the finances are being spent, and he says, well, I understand, but I'm going to go ahead and dismiss your opinion because I don't care and we're doing this thing instead.
Yeah, no.
You're a harsh leader. More like a dictator.
That's what I'm sorry. How's that dictatorship? I thought he's the head of the household and you're submissive.
Wait, before I have you guys do back and forth, let me have everybody answer the question.
If he's the head of the household, then
would you be submissive? Yes. Okay.
I wouldn't be with a guy who wouldn't take my opinion at all to discuss it and say, I don't care about what you're saying. That's not a real loving relationship.
Right.
That's not submissive then.
He could say, I hear what you're saying, but I think this is better this way. Let's try it and try it that way for a while. But it's all about communication.
Here, we'll get everybody's answer
Yeah,
before.
I agree.
You agree with her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so would I be submissive? Absolutely. Like, but I think there's a healthy way to approach it. Like the way that he talks is very like dictatorship. My husband does, I'll give an example. There was a documentary.
I like the dictatorship. I think
So
it's
there,
good.
no,
You're into it?
that's not, because the Bible says that the husband should lay down his life as Christ did for the church for his wife. So it's always done.
I'll pass on. I'm going to pass
leadership,
on that part of the.
it is a part of the Bible. The leadership.
No, I agree. Just I would pass on the whole.
Okay,
laying
but
down
the
life
leadership
thing.
should be done in love. So, for example, I
wouldn't lay
really
down my
thought
life.
that I should be
She
in
can
this
die.
particular documentary
I'll
called
survive.
After Porn Ends. It was part 2. And my husband was like, no, I do not want you in that. They show a lot of nudity. But I really felt like God was saying, you need to be in it, but there needs to be boundaries. So I told my husband, okay, fine. Like, I'm going to submit to you on this, and I'm not going to be a part of this documentary. He did it in love with deep conviction. I kept taking it to prayer, and I'm like, God, like, I really feel like you're saying yes. So I had a conversation with my husband after feeling the Lord was speaking to me, and I told him, hey, love, like, I really feel like this is a way that we could make a dynamic difference in the world. And we had already missed the opportunity for part 2, and then he prayed about it and said, you know what, I think
Hold
you're
on.
right.
I'm sorry. Let me just. What's your answer to the question? I'm sorry. I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak. Go ahead.
No, I don't think the husband can be the leader of the household if you're not submissive, but you have to have discernment that he respects you and he still is willing to have a conversation so you understand why. Even if you don't agree with it, at least you understand why he's making these choices. So you need discernment in your partner who you're willing to be submissive for.
That doesn't sound like submission.
Well, you should choose your partner well. Like, you should choose a man that you could trust to lead you.
Yeah,
not
don't you trust your
dictate
man to
and
tell you to shut up
forceful
and you're wrong?
And be
And that he's not,
unchristlike.
he's
You're
going to spend the money
interrupting.
hang on. Don't you trust your man? Don't you trust your own discernment that you married well enough that you can trust your husband to tell you if you're being retarded and that you're spending the money incorrectly and that he's going to do what he wants?
Absolutely. I have a wonderful husband. I have absolutely no complaints about him. He is a gentleman. He
Yeah.
is strong. He is led by the Holy Spirit. Everything that he does is he does in love. But your approach is very harsh, very condemning. It's honestly
Yeah,
unchristlike.
so what? Kindness is not a Christian virtue. For the 300th time to the dumb women out there, kindness...
It's one of the fruit of the Spirit. What are you talking about?
Niceness. Being fucking nice is not a Christian virtue. I don't know who came up with this shit, but it's nonsense. Being nice is not virtuous. Virtue.
I mean, nowhere in the Bible
When
did
we're
I
talking
hear
about what
Christ
is or
say
is
the
not
F word.
virtuous, when we're talking about what is or is not virtuous,
Do you
niceness
believe
is
to
not
lead is to teach?
virtue.
As you as
have a
the
happy
leader in your
marriage?
home. No, I don't
How's
want
your wife? Can we love on her?
Andrew, I'm curious. Like, I also believe that the leader of the house is also a teacher of the house, and that's how you raise your sons. That's how you raise your daughters. So, if you were making a choice in your household, wouldn't you want your family to understand? So then, in the later generations, they know why you made your choices.
Yeah, but that's beside. So this is actually an aside point, and let me address it directly. Sometimes, yeah, maybe most of the time.
And that's all I ask of my husband, so I can use that as learning.
Hang on. Sometimes women are irrational, and they're morons, and they act like morons, and they can become highly irrational. And when that happens, it's necessary, literally necessary to say, no, you're being stupid, and we're going to do what I want, and I'm not even going to explain it. I don't need to explain it. Real submission comes in understanding this. You are the head. The body does not function without the head, but the head can function without the body. That is the truth. And so, if you're looking at this objectively through a Christian lens, again, Paul very clear on the teachings here. No, you can't disrespect your wife. No, you're not allowed to step out on your wife. Yes, you have to take the bullet before your wife does. Absolutely, all of that's true. But guess what? You get the big piece of chicken, you get to make the decisions ultimately, and you don't have to explain yourself because you think it's not very nice.
Dictatorship.
Hold on, really quick.
It's
Hold
a
on.
dictatorship, sweetheart?
Yeah,
What makes it a dictatorship?
Thank you, AB
Because
Check.
it's-
AB Check, thank you for the gifted 50. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's
Thank
just
you, AB
like
Check.
you're like, I'm the boss and this is how it's gonna go. Like
Yeah,
Christ.
that's Christianity. You better
No,
learn
it's
it.
not. No, it's not.
It
The
is.
Bible
Yeah, it is.
says.
How do you know? You're a female pastor, an
I'm
ordained
not a
female
pastor.
You're
What
a
are you
heretic.
talking about?
A
I've
literal
already told
heretic.
you.
How could you
Okay.
ever tell me what Christianity is or isn't?
I mean, just to clarify, I am not a pastor.
Heretic.
Okay, I have said that many times. Okay, I'm not a pastor. Anyways, regardless, the Bible says to
No, you
lay
literally
down.
told
How
me
are
that
you
believe
laying down
females
your
should
life
be
for your
pastors.
wife?
You literally said that, not
How
a few
are
minutes
you?
ago.
Answer my question. How are you laying down your life for your wife? How? If you can
What do you mean?
speak,
What do you
if you
mean?
can speak
My
in
decision-making skills are what protects my family, including my wife. It protects everybody. That's what patriarchy is. That is what the ecclesiastical church is. They're there to protect you from you.
you have all
That's
the
what
head.
Christianity is. Your church is there to protect you from you because you're a sinner. Because you live in a world that is monstrous.
Yes.
And you need the patriarchy and the ecclesiastical authority to tell you what's what.
You have the head knowledge, but you do nothing with love.
Yeah, and you have what's called head canon. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Not true.
And you believe on top of that females can be ordained ministers and that it's useful and necessary, and that is heretical. It's literally heresy.
I'm not trying to backpedal. We're trying to have a conversation on marriage right now, and the man being the leader. I agree that the man is the leader.
Wait.
But I also said that just as the Bible said, you lay down your life for your wife. The Bible also says that if you have the gift of prophecy, if you can speak in tongues, but you have not love, you have nothing. My
Speaking in
friend, you
tongues
do
is
not
heresy.
operate in love. You do not.
Do you speak in tongues
The
too?
Bible says if you can speak in tongues, it says that.
Do you speak in tongues?
It
Do you speak in
says
tongues?
that.
Do you speak in tongues?
You're not answering my question,
No,
and you're
I'll
trying
answer
to
your
come.
question
You're
as
trying
soon as
to
you
be
answer this one.
controlling
Do you speak in
again.
tongues?
Hey, you're trying to control the conversation here. Okay?
Yeah, that's because I'm a
not
patriarch. Do you speak in tongues?
I'm not. Yeah, he's got it. You're right. Call it
Do
out.
you speak in tongues?
Call it out.
anointing.
Why
Wait,
are
just
you saying that tongues
answer-
is unbiblical?
Okay, go ahead. Say it again. I'll answer your question first.
Why is
Go ahead.
tongues unbiblical when it clearly says in the Bible, if you speak in tongues, yet you have not love, you
You're
have
talking
nothing.
you're talking about Pentecost. Do you know what Pentecost is? Do you even know?
Absolutely.
What is it? Well,
It's-
then what is it?
Yeah, it's when the tongue flames of fire, all of that, 40 days
Yeah,
after.
that's when the da happens. That's what it is.
God. No, you're good.
God,
What is
Get
it?
to your
What is
point.
Pentecost?
Get to your point.
Wait, Andrew, you were asking her if she speaks in tongues. Do you
Yeah, I
wanna
was
answer
asking
that-
her,
do you
but
wanna
she asked
answer
me a
that?
question. I just answered it.
Do you want to
And
answer?
I do.
now
It's
I'm-
a gift
now
of
I'm gonna
the.
answer
It
back.
is
Do
a
you
gift
speak
of
in
the
tongues?
Spirit. Yes, it is a gift of the Spirit.
Okay, so you speak in tongues. Can you speak in tongues right now?
I mean, I'm not going to do it for your pure pleasure.
What about mine?
Well,
Would you do
I
it
don't
for
understand.
mine?
You won't
No.
speak in tongues?
Not mine. What about
Isn't it righteous
Hayden's?
to speak in tongues?
Hayden
Speak in
wants to
tongues?
hear you speak in tongues.
It's a gift
there's
of
a
the
point to
Spirit.
it.
It's a gift of the Spirit, and it is
you
what
wanna
it
hear,
is.
You want
You
to
would probably
It-
get
and
Show
it
it.
is
us.
biblical.
Show us the gift of the
you,
Spirit.
Peyton, you want her to speak in tongues, right?
Yeah, show us the gift
Yeah,
of the
Peyton,
Spirit.
look at
She
Peyton.
listens
wants,
to God,
she wants
not
tongue.
you.
It's not gonna happen.
Speaking in tongues, excuse me.
I'm not going to
She
do
doesn't want-
something like that for your pure pleasure. Absolutely not.
What about? Okay.
Answer to God.
That's
There's
my
nothing we
that's
can
my
do,
boundary.
which is
I
the
won't
righteousness of
disown you,
God
but
to
I'll
mock
set a
somebody
boundary.
who's a
We're not
false
gonna
Christian, if
push
that's
it.
what you think
We
I
won't
am. You should be able to speak in tongues anywhere and show people that it is
But
righteous.
it's not
so
about
do it.
showing people. It's about it's not about showing people. What are you talking about?
I'm
like
sorry.
you-
Do you speak in tongues or not?
Did
like
I
what if-
not
already said yes.
say?
If they
And
are-
is it
Yes.
righteous to do so?
What do you mean? Is it righteous to do so?
Is
Yes,
it righteous
is
or
biblical.
unrighteous to speak
It is
in tongues?
biblical.
Is it righteous or unrighteous?
It's not unrighteous, so therefore it's righteous. But
so
it
then
doesn't
it's
mean that every
well,
single.
No, that's not what that would mean. Something could not be something and still not be the other thing. But just granting that it is righteous, because you say it is, then how could you possibly be doing it in a way which is unrighteous?
Let's go back to dating.
Yeah.
I love stimulus questions. Just saying something.
All right, look. I think you actually wanted to have a comment with, or a little back and forth with Andrew about the being submissive thing. Won't we have you weigh in?
What did I want to talk about?
When it came to being submissive to your boyfriend, partner.
Oh yeah. What about it? I think yes, be submissive.
But
I like
was there a
being-
but or something?
No, I like being submissive. I think
Oh,
that's
okay. All right.
that's how
Nice guys
women.
only.
To nice guys only?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, why you laugh? You disagree or agree or?
No,
No, I think yeah, having discernment and somebody
Yeah.
who
We pick good ones.
You pick good ones. Okay. All right. Let me read this. God made the 10 Commandments to let people know that they can't work their way into heaven. Therefore, regardless of effort, it leads them to hell except through Christ. Romans 3:20, James 2:10. Thank you, Jay
Yes,
Smalls.
amen.
Welcome to the religious version of the Whatever podcast tonight. It's been quite something. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Here's what we're going to do. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub over there if you're watching.
I mean, religion does have to do with dating, right?
Official Brandon Collins donated $200. I just
there
have
you
to
go.
say that this is most entertaining episode of whatever that I've seen in forever. Smiley face, fire, hashtag Christ is King, hashtag stay comical and classy.
I'm trying to think of like there's the precise thing when you were on the other podcast, Andrew, when it came to being submissive. That was
That
like
was the question I asked.
no,
I
I know
asked the
wait,
same question roughly.
right. Yeah. And your question.
And I got roughly the same answer.
Okay.
Which is,
But I think the-
yes, I'm submissive until it comes to be time for me to be submissive, and then I'm not so submissive anymore.
Who did you ask that question to? Was it to you or who did he ask that to?
I don't remember.
It wasn't to her. She just
Table question.
came in.
Yeah, I think it was a table.
Was it a table question, Andrew, or are you directing it at anybody specific? Because I don't think they even got to really answer.
Yeah. Well, we ended up in a heated exchange with the other gal. I promise you, not every exchange is going to be that heated.
Can you
but
speak in
we
tongues,
have,
too?
Yes.
just so you guys understand, me and what's her name, Brittany, we have completely different dogma, and so that's why we're arguing so intently. But that's not going to be the case with everybody. So
Yeah, don't worry. He's a
don't
sweetheart.
take it that way. But we
Andrew's a sweetheart.
We're both Christians, and so we're pretty dogmatic when it comes to this. So that's why that exchange was so heated. But don't feel like you can't open up. It's not going to be like that with everybody.
Yeah, he's a
know, I'm
sweetheart,
scared.
guys. Don't
Yeah.
don't worry.
If that's what Christianity is, I don't know. I would
Yeah.
definitely not be
Andrew's
on your
I
side.
don't-
making her.
Okay, well, here's the thing. That's what it is.
Good
That's
And
job.
why
what you're
people don't
practicing
want-
isn't
That
what
is
it is.
why.
Well, it's
And that's
definitely not
why
yelling at people and
these
condemning
dog. So
them.
the reason we had ecumenical councils, the reason that we have church history, the reason that we can trace all of this back to apostolic succession, back to the original apostles, is so that we know what is true and what is not when it comes to Christianity.
Yeah.
And the problem is we've ended up with this real good, feel good bullshit for Christianity that I don't even understand. I don't even understand how people come to it because it makes no sense. So that's why when we're having these kinds of discussions, they can get heated because we have the opposition of dogma. So I'm willing to hear you out though, right, on submission.
There's nothing really to hear about. But I think as a Christian, your identity is so important. And if you can't love, like that's what Satan attacks the most, is our hearts. And if you can't love like Jesus did, then what's the point? Like if everybody was like him, the world would be an amazing place, obviously. So if you're saying I'm a Christian, but you're cold-hearted, you're angry, none of those things is how God was. He was peace. He was love. So you
but you're
saying
only
like all
taking
this
one
feel
perspective.
good, all this, it doesn't make sense. And
But you're only taking one angle of the message. You're only taking one aspect, and it's the aspect that
but
you
how
like.
can you love others if you don't feel loved?
Remember
and
earlier
you
when we were
show zero
talking
love?
about hell? Do you believe that hell exists?
Yes.
Do you believe that people go to hell?
Yeah, but if you understand how much he loves you, you don't want to sin. You don't want to do those things.
Wait,
No,
okay,
I
hold
get
on.
it. I get it. But hear me out. Hear me out as we go through this.
Last thing.
Right.
Last thing, Andrew. Last thing. Okay.
All right.
All right, last thing.
I'll make it simple for you. Okay? When you are telling people that Christianity is just about niceness, it's just about love. That's true. Ultimately, the message is of love. But love is not just a form of niceness. That's woman prattle. Love is all-encompassing. And it requires consequences, and it requires leadership, and it requires somebody to be ahead at some point and make difficult decisions. And that's why the wife's role is to be submissive. And that's why the Christian lens is so important in the modern dating market, and why it's so important for women to understand it's a patriarchal system. It has no matriarchy in it whatsoever.
But I feel like you walk in a lot of like, if you're trusting God, you're not walking in anger and control and like all these things, and like you're smoking cigarettes So like to me,
Oh,
right
I
there
smoke.
shows.
What a great argument.
No, right there that shows like you need something. You listen to your flesh in order to feel better. If you had true Holy
I drank
Spirit,
too.
you would,
Just so you know, I drank too.
and that just goes to show like
You know
your
what I didn't do though?
relationship-
I didn't prostitute myself. I didn't do that.
But guess
And
what?
But
As
you
soon
think
as-
that smoking is the same as
You're
being a
killing your
prostitute,
temple.
right?
You're killing your temple. You're hurting your temple. And
Yeah,
that's
you
what
think that
prostituting
smoking is the same as prostitution, don't you?
There's a lot of pride. God can't work with pride. Pride comes before
Are you
the
going to
fall.
answer my question? Do you think that smoking is like prostitution, that is
Well,
basically
you're
the
hurting your
same sin?
temple. Yeah, you're hurting your temple.
It,
And
so
that's
it's the same
Jesus, so
sin.
you're
Me
hurting
smoking
Jesus.
a cigarette is like you sucking a penis. That's the same sin.
Damn.
Really?
Damn, bringing it to peens?
Like, answer me. Is
Yeah.
me smoking this cigarette like
Yeah,
you
you're
having
hurting your
sucked a man's
temple.
penis on
What?
film? Is it the same to you?
I think it is, yes.
Smoking
Yeah,
a
you think
peen,
it is.
smoking
And
a...
you think
Killing
that that's
yourself. You're killing
Christianity?
yourself.
I
Your
gotta take a
family
break. I
won't
can't
be
even
around.
take anymore.
Hey,
I
at
gotta
least when you're
walk
sucking
away for a
D,
second.
you're not dying sooner. You know, like you're gonna die soon. Your kids won't see you. So
Wait, Andrew, wait, did he...
He had to take a breather.
please.
Oh, wow, okay.
God underscore not
Damn.
underscore the underscore
Wait, do we have
devil
to redo
donated
the call?
$200. Prove to them you can
Or did he
speak
just
in
mute
my
himself? I
town,
think he
as
just
young
muted.
students.
Prove to them you can speak in tongues, tongues, young students.
I'm so sorry. I have a question. What is
What?
tongues? I don't know how we got on the conversation.
It's a heavenly.
Tunges.
It's just a heavenly
Tunges.
language, a gift of the
Oh,
Holy
okay.
Spirit.
Okay. Just wondering.
But if you can't understand it, it doesn't
Do
matter.
you, he asks if you can prove, though.
Yeah, no, I'm not here to mock.
Is it a
God
language?
in
Killer
any
Serial
way, so no.
donated
Okay,
$200.
Alright, this is better.
Pick 6 feet
Alright,
1 inch,
okay.
180k
Oh, boy.
a year.
Alright.
Fit 8 inches peen. Submit with a negative world outlook and a bad attitude in general law. 5 feet 2 inches, 30k a year. Chubby, 4 inches peen. Not submit, but oozes confidence and swagger.
okay.
And why?
Okay.
Pass.
Hold on, we'll start with you going around the table. You got to pick one.
I'm gonna choose the first option because I'm so sorry, but I could never date a man who is shorter than me.
How tall was the
How tall are you?
example?
I'm 5'6".
5'6". Okay.
How
What
tall?
if he was 5'7"? Would that be okay, or still a little tough?
With a negative world outlook, no.
Okay. All right. What about you?
How tall was the example?
Here, I'll pull it back
yeah,
up.
I think
Yeah.
it was like 5'4" or something.
All right, double.
Killer of Cereal donated $200. Pick 6 feet 1 inch, 180k a year. Fit 8 inches peen. Submit with a
8 inch
negative
peen.
world outlook and a bad attitude in general law. 5 feet 2 inches, 30k a year. Chubby, 4 inches peen. Not submit, but oozes confidence and swagger.
Submissive.
And why?
I would pick the second guy.
Second guy.
Second. I agree with
Say why. Why? Just it can be short.
I would not be with a man who's submissive. So
Okay.
the second guy was.
I don't like the negative outlook on the world.
Okay.
I agree with that. I wouldn't want to be with someone like angry, negative. Oh, I agree with that.
Okay.
The second guy.
Yeah, I don't like the negative outlook.
I wouldn't have picked a negative person either.
Don't want negative, and there's leg extension surgery
Wait.
if they want it.
Somebody thought. Wait, is that true? One of you thought you got to me? Is that true? One of
the
you thought that you
pride.
thought
Pride
was
is
an when I
hurting.
asked
You-
you if
yeah, you
smoking a
needed to
cigarette was
take a
like sucking a dick,
breather.
and you said yes?
Because you
Wait,
killing
you thought you got to me?
you killing yourself and not being around for your family, it hurts
You
yourself
stupid
more.
broad.
Holy
You said that
His
sucking a
demons are
dick was
for
like
real.
was like smoking a cigarette. That's what you said. Are you insane?
Well, you're gonna be dead sooner than somebody who is sucking D. So
Yeah, it could be
and you're-
from venereal
and you
disease,
won't
sweetheart.
be around to
Damn.
help
Oh
other
my
people.
gosh.
So,
Wow. All right. You guys are
which I don't know what kind of help.
good talk. Okay, hold on. Let me pull that one back up. Let me read this one. All right, guys. All right, put your swords away for a few minutes. Okay. You know what, Peyton? You've got a good speaking voice. Can I have you read that for us?
Okay, if Jesus was all love, explain why he went into the temple and pushed over tables and lashed ropes. If God is all love and nothing else, explain. I would like Andrew to weigh in as well.
Wait, before
Nobody
you
said he's all love.
do you speak tongues also?
Yes, but nobody said he's all love.
You speak tongues?
Yes.
You speak tongues? Okay. All right. Do you have to is there like a Rosetta Stone for that?
No,
Like
somebody just gave me
Is there
the
like
gifts.
a language learning program?
No, the Holy Spirit would just fill you. Just some people
Okay.
It's just
I thought
different
it
for
was
everyone.
like
you,
you
like-
have to be so deep into prayer to like.
I'm just
use
curious.
that.
I mean, you definitely do have
Yeah.
to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this one, do you guys want to answer this one from the Chill 808? Is that the Hawaii area code? 808? Is that Hawaii
He's not.
area code? Do you guys want to?
There's still righteous anger.
Yeah,
There's
that was-
still righteous anger. God is not just love.
That was him setting a boundary. I mean, clearly, he said that it's supposed to be a house of prayer and you're making it a den of thieves. And so, therefore, he was rebuking the Pharisees for their sin. He rebuked them.
Rebuked.
He was rebuking
Rebuked.
them.
Rebuking. It's a good word. Rebuke.
Remember, I chased him with a whip.
It's a good word. You guys should incorporate.
He
it
made a
into
whip and he chased him out of the temple.
lexicon.
It's very loving.
Oh, let's do the dating profile review segment. All right, so we have two dating profiles here that we're gonna have of the two of the girls who are currently on. One's on Hinge, one's on Bumble. We have
Thank you.
Asia.
Yes.
Right? All right, guys, this is her Hinge profile. Would you swipe yes on her? Would you swipe no? Okay, next profile, next picture. Yeah, that's fine. One sec, guys. The other photo. We got more photos coming up. My most irrational fear. Can I have you read it?
I won't go in the ocean unless someone holds my hand.
Okay.
That's cute, right? That's cute. Yeah.
You actually won't though.
Yeah, like no. I don't really
Like,
go
what
in
if
the
it's-
ocean.
what
That's
if
like
it's
a
like just a
stretch.
glassy, like ankle slapper day. Like the waves
An
aren't
ankle
really big.
slapper day. That okay.
The waves aren't big, you know. It's just like, or are you just more
No,
scared?
like I can.
Like, what's
I won't
underneath?
like go in the ocean alone.
Okay.
So I need like someone near me. So there's at least like a 50% chance.
Because of sharks and stuff?
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly.
Wouldn't they just fuck both of you up instead, like the shark?
Yeah,
Or is
maybe.
it-
Maybe.
okay. All right, go back. Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. All right, there's you and your gal pals. Next.
Photos eating.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Oh,
Next.
Very cute.
I can
Oh.
finish a full bottle of Hennessy. Cool.
Like lots of
Next.
flags.
Acting like we are in a musical. You sure about this one? Like you want a guy to act like he's in like, what's a music like? I don't know, a musical. Like
yeah,
Rent?
maybe I should take that.
Do you know
No, I
Rent?
was thinking,
Like they all have AIDS, basically.
no, yeah, no, maybe not that
I
one.
think. Or not all of them, but most. Isn't that Rent?
What about Frank
I'm not
Sinatra?
I think they all have AIDS.
Yeah, I was thinking like hairspray.
Romantic.
Like I'm really into
Oh, that's
hairspray,
what
right? Yeah,
I was thinking like High School Musical.
yeah, anything, but yeah, that sounds.
Grease Lightning.
I wouldn't.
Grease Lightning.
Yes, yes.
Okay, next. Or was that it? Okay, there's a photo. All right, there you
Very
go.
cute.
And that's it, Nick? The next part. Well, first, chat. What do you think? You know, she wants to do a musical thing with you. You going for her? 1 in the chat if you swipe yes. 2 in the chat, you swipe no. Or you could just write swipe yes, swipe no. Swipe yes, swipe no.
These are mean, some of them. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, don't read them. Was 2 yes
Okay.
or
Look.
no?
Okay. That's 2 is no, right? It's
Yeah,
2
that
no.
for sure.
I think it might have been the musical thing. I think everything
I'm-
else was great, but the musical thing,
So take it out.
I think you gotta take that
I would
out.
take
Okay.
that out too.
I
Okay.
think you gotta take that out.
Okay.
That's.
I respect that.
I don't know if like dudes are trying to.
Have a sec.
Do
Will
that.
you go on a date with me?
That was good. That was good. Yeah.
All right, let's do Paydens now.
gosh,
We're
here
doing
we go.
Paydens now. All right, okay, there's Payden. All right. Yeah, I remember it had to be, yeah, perfect. All right, this is Payden. I don't know if did you have a description, a bio or no?
Not really. No.
Not really.
No.
Okay, she's 5'6". She never works out. She's a Pisces. She's in college. Doesn't smoke. She is a woman. She smokes weed socially. She doesn't know what she's looking for yet. Doesn't want children ever or just currently?
Ever.
Ever. Interesting. Okay. And she's an atheist and she's liberal. Let's see the photos. All right, there you go. After work,
Yes.
you can find me at a random party. There you go. She's at a random party next.
Some of these are really mean.
Don't read it. It's all anonymous, you know. And I'm hoping you aren't psychotic. Okay, that's fair. That's reasonable. Next. And I think that's it, right? Is that it?
It's
Was there another
it's
one?
pretty simple.
So guys, you might change. Someone says, Blink Be Kind says you might change your mind about the kids, or you think it's like
Yeah, there is potential to change my mind
pretty
about
locked in on the no kids thing.
Pretty locked in, but there is potential.
Wait, actually going around the table on this, who here's on birth control?
I'm not.
IUD or what are we talking about?
I have the implant right here.
Oh, Nexplanon, is that what it's
Yes,
called?
Nexplanon.
Yes, I am.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
No, it's so bad. It's so bad for you ladies. Yeah.
Oh, you are you are kind of on birth control a little bit. You're what,
pregnant.
two months, 1 month pregnant? Or
12 weeks, yeah.
you can't get double pregnant.
No.
Right.
And it's like perfect form of birth control, I guess. Okay. All right. So good times. Good times. You don't know what you're looking for. Let's start there. You said you've been single for 1 year. Actually, we never did this. So those of you who are single, what does that really mean, right? So you said you're single, you've been single for 1 year, but I mean, you're an attractive girl. I'm sure there's guys in the, there's some guys in the picture, you know what I mean? Like a roster, you got a roster?
No.
No roster.
No.
A bench? You got a bench?
What do you mean by bench?
Like you got the bench.
Sure, there's a bench
There's a bench.
somewhere.
Is there a roster somewhere? Is there a roster?
No.
No roster, but there's a bench.
No roster, but
You,
Kept
are
bench?
you currently talking to somebody?
no.
There's no guys in the picture.
No.
There's 0 guys in the picture. You guys are friends, right? Throw her under the bus. Go ahead.
There's no one in the picture that I know of. Yeah.
Is there any women in the picture?
Any what?
Any women? I don't know. Maybe some. Maybe you date women too.
No.
No women. Okay. All right. Nothing in the picture.
This is embarrassing. Currently, no.
Okay. All right, but you're on a dating app, so I mean, I'm sure you're getting like hundreds of matches, tons of messages. Well, you're on Bumble, right? So is it still the case on Bumble that you have to message first as a woman?
Maybe. I really don't use my Bumble a lot.
You don't send messages?
Sometimes?
Did they change it? Is anybody on Bumble? I don't know if they
I've
changed
never
it.
used it.
Okay. So are you saying you've been celibate for a year? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
He doesn't believe you.
Stop the cap.
Sorry, that took a while. You've been celibate for a year.
Yes.
1 year.
Yes.
Celibacy.
Yes.
A year.
Not like declare.
Calendar
I'm
year?
celibate.
You're- wait.
Definitely like over.
You're celibate?
No. I'm not. Well, I'm not
What?
declaring myself as celibate, but
I thought you just isn't
Accidental
that what you just said? Isn't that what you just said?
accidental celibacy. Yes.
Accidental celibacy.
Involuntary.
Involuntary.
You're an incel. Is that what you're saying? You're involuntarily celibate?
I guess.
Don't you go out to parties and stuff? You said after work you can find me at a party, right?
Yeah.
How often do you party?
Definitely at least once.
Well, do you go to Santa Barbara City? Are you in school here in Santa Barbara?
No, I go
Or-
to Cal State Channel Islands.
Oh, okay. But you're friends, right?
Yeah, that's how we met.
Wait, and where do you go to school?
Cal State Channel Islands.
Oh, okay. So you guys, okay. Did you just come here for the podcast or?
Yeah, she just called me and asked me if I
Oh,
want to do this.
okay,
Yeah.
cool. So how often do you party?
Definitely once, at least every 2 weeks.
Okay.
So not like, now how often do you guys actually party? Thursday, Friday, Saturday? That's how most college.
We go at least out like once every weekend if we're being honest.
Yes.
If we're being honest, we should try to be honest here. And where do you go? Do you guys go to a club? You go to a like college party? What do you do?
Usually LA or Santa Barbara, like downtown Ivy, like here.
Okay.
Like right here.
And you're never encountering any gentlemen?
I mean,
Maybe
there
not
definitely
gentlemen,
is
but-
the like interactions, like the highs, the what do you do, where do you go to school, but there's just no one really who I've met yet who's just like I'm starstruck over. Like I'm just like wow.
That you're feeling that way towards.
Yes.
So in order for you to need to date somebody, you have to feel starstruck.
Definitely, yes.
So do you think that you're very picky?
Yes, I do. Yes, yeah.
So what are your
definitely.
standards?
Okay, standards, we definitely have the same beliefs on a lot of things, but someone who isn't very hard head and set on their beliefs, someone who's a little bit
not wait, you're saying you want somebody who's not like headstrong in terms of their beliefs. You want someone who's open-minded?
I want someone to be set on their beliefs. I don't want them impounding on someone else. I also like the sense of open-mindedness, even if they maybe like don't necessarily agree with it.
Wait, so you're saying you'd want someone, their views, you'd want to like try to shift their worldview to align more with yours? Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, not at all. Okay,
Okay.
I'm this kind of like getting complicated. Someone who has their beliefs, but they're open to new beliefs.
As in your beliefs?
Not necessarily as mine, just like maybe something they're not.
I'm just curious, why is that the first thing you list? Like, is that the most important thing for you?
No, definitely not. It was just
okay.
something that came to mind.
Okay, what other things, like in terms of your standards, are we talking about here?
I definitely am picky, so at least 6 foot.
Okay. And you said you were 5'6"?
Yes.
Right? Okay, 6 feet. What else?
Typically goes to the gym quite often, even though I don't.
Watch!
Wait, so you want a guy, like, can you think of, like, what's the physique looking like? Like, just shredded?
Not necessarily shredded, just more on the muscular side.
Can you give us a name of, like, somebody on social media we can look up so we know, like, what the guy aesthetically has to look like for you to be down to date him?
Or like a celebrity or something.
Like celebrity
crush,
social media.
Okay, I can't give like a specific on like the absolute standard, but I can give my celebrity crush is Vinny Hacker.
Vinny Hacker? Yeah. Wait, that name is familiar. Hold on, pull it up now. Vinny Hacker?
I'm embarrassed.
Awkward. Wait, what does he do? Is he a musician? Is he a...
He's a
Like pretty
TikToker.
boys. You like pretty boys.
Oh, you like...
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Big lips,
What's-
big eyes, doll face for guy.
You said, but we were talking about like physical aesthetic.
Pinterest him.
Well,
In terms of, is he ripped or something? I don't know.
He is pretty muscular.
Can we...
So not
do
like
we have that?
bodybuilder, just like fit though.
Definitely
Vinny
not
S-
bodybuilder.
Okay, so they gotta be
yeah.
6 feet. Why? I'm just curious why. Did they have to
I just like the height difference.
be... Okay.
Yeah.
You got it, Nick? Okay. Oh, is he blasted in are those tattoos?
Yes.
Yeah.
Scroll down a little bit, Nick. Scroll down. I mean, that's a fairly achievable physique for a young guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's your ideal physique in the guy.
Yes.
Goes to the gym. But you don't go to the gym.
Yes.
Don't you think that's a bit
Definitely, but I am
unfair?
picky.
Well, right, but like, don't you think a guy who, like, how can you demand? No, actually, it's not totally unreasonable, but
is it specifically him going to the gym or just being fit?
Just being fit.
Okay.
They don't have to go to like Gold's Gym every single day.
wouldn't it
That's not
help
what I
you
mean.
to meet that type of guy if you went to the gym yourself?
Yeah.
Ideally, yes, but I am pretty lazy.
Well, that's even. I mean,
Yeah.
you're lazy. Like, you don't like. Have you ever played a sport or anything?
Yes, I did cheer and gymnastics. I don't know if anyone considers cheer a sport, but that's
Right.
about the most like athletic I get.
It's definitely
Definitely
a
a
sport.
sport.
I did
Okay.
cheerleading too. Tore my
I don't know if
ACL.
it's a sport.
but just like
Well, you can do
athletic.
it
It's-
competitively.
it could be difficult.
Stunting. The stunting
I
aspect
don't
of it.
And
know
tumbling.
if it's a sport.
Didn't
You know what I
ever
mean?
Didn't you ever see that movie that came? What's it was called?
Bring it.
Bring it on.
Oh my God, I
love
Bring It
talking about Bring It On.
Okay, what are your other standards? What else? 6 feet. TikTok famous, I guess.
Preferably in the medical field.
Oh, that is very picky.
Preferably in the medical field, but you're 19.
There's entry level jobs, like there's the EMTs, there's the medical assistants.
But you hold on.
I definitely do I want to be with someone who is in the medical field with me.
So what if you meet a guy who meets your other standards, but they're not in the medical field?
What's
that
their occupation?
Fucking TikToker. Like this guy. She'd date this guy. Okay.
Yeah. Are they going to school?
Let's just say they're a student and they don't know yet.
Okay. Then.
But they're not going in the medical field.
Then yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Also.
What else? Anything else?
Let me think about it. A family guy.
A family man.
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Let me think here.
You said you're picky. I'm sure there's a laundry list of things here. What else?
Very empathetic.
Empathetic. Okay.
Blonde.
Possibly.
Do you have a racial preference?
No, not preferably.
Okay.
Actually, yeah, kind of preferably. I like white boys.
Nick just started cracking up. So. Okay. All right. So you're super picky. You've been celibate for a year. Do you think your standards could be too high?
Yes. Quite
Okay.
possibly.
So you think you're just gonna hold on to that, or are you gonna try to maybe lower your standards a little bit?
Should I lower my standards?
Maybe.
I think the medical field thing is very picky. I think you'd have a hard time finding somebody who meets all those criteria.
That's also why my last relationship was in high school.
Well, what's the oldest you would date?
Right now, probably.
Because you're 19, right? So.
Yes, probably like 21 at max.
I mean, how many people who are 21 are going to already be involved in the medical field? Most people your age are probably still working on college, right?
Yeah.
So.
Might be Indian.
Maybe they're working towards that in college.
Working towards, definitely. That's also on the table. They don't have to be currently like working as an ER tech per se.
Okay. So wait, so you are saying you've been celibate for a year?
Yes.
Word.
Okay. Huh. Is it true? Is it
Yeah.
true? Is she telling the truth?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, all right.
I don't think your list is unreasonable, but having like non-negotiables and negotiables. So like, what are things that I'm willing to budge on, and what are things that I'm not?
Hard nose, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Willing to budge on going to the gym. Not like that's not like has to, and currently working in the medical field. That's also not like a has to.
But it has
It
to
is
be
ideal.
has to be 6 feet.
Yes.
Does he have
At
to?
least.
Does he have to pay for dates?
No.
Okay, that's fair. You're also single. You said you've been single for 6 months. What's going on, Asia?
I don't
You're
know.
on Hinge. Nothing. Do you have
Not
a roster?
nothing,
Do you have a
but-
roster?
I don't know.
Have you ever had a roster?
No.
Bench? Is there a bench?
I've really
bench.
only been in relationships.
Only
This is like new to
relationships.
me.
Being single?
Hmm.
It's new.
Yeah, I'm trying
new.
to get used to it, being
New
alone.
horizons.
It's weird.
You're trying to get used to it?
Yeah.
Been getting used to it for 6 months now?
Yeah.
Yeah. You so there's no guys in the picture whatsoever.
Yeah, no.
No guys?
No.
Not even one? Not even the little one guy? Little one guy? Nothing?
Nothing.
Did you go out and wait, did you go to school here?
I do, yeah.
Not even like a little fling type thing?
Well, like, yeah, here and there, but nothing.
Okay. All right. When's the last time you had a little fling thing?
Like,
Yesterday?
yeah.
Yeah?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It was Deltopia, so
Yeah, it was Deltopia. That was crazy.
crazy.
But so crazy.
So crazy.
Um,
Wild.
Probably like 2-3 weeks ago.
3 weeks ago? Mm-hmm. A little rendezvous?
A little something,
A little
yeah.
midnight rendezvous?
Like evening.
Evening rendezvous?
Yeah.
Twilight rendezvous?
Twilight, I'd say, yeah,
of course,
yeah.
Twilight.
Yeah.
Twilight rendezvous. Okay. And, but that was it a one-time thing? Was this a guy you've been seeing for a while, or
Yeah, like a one-time thing.
is it a prostitute?
It was.
A male prostitute?
It was.
I knew it.
I know.
I knew it.
Why'd you say that?
I'm sorry to expose you
Out
here.
her.
Okay. Your relationship, single, but Jesus.
Yes.
Dating Jesus.
Yes, sir.
Dating Jesus.
And
Do you like set up a little table at your house and you like pour glasses of wine for him and is it like in a like do you pretend he's there? Like is it
he's my best friend. I talk to him all the
you talk to
time.
him, yeah. Do you guys on dates or what do you?
I mean, I never thought of that. Maybe I'll
You should
start
take him on a
doing
date.
that. I should.
You should. Okay. Single, right?
Yeah.
8 months, you said? 8
Yeah.
months single?
Yeah.
All right, but come on. There's been some guys in the picture. A guy in the picture, maybe?
No.
Nobody?
No.
Nobody you're texting?
No.
Come on, you're texting somebody.
No.
Right? She's texting somebody?
No.
No.
You guys are covering for each other or
No,
something.
no. Like, not really, no.
No?
Mm-mm. Nothing.
You don't like the college boys? What's going on?
Like, I don't know. I think I have high standards too. Like,
You have high standards? Okay, let's go into it. Do you have high standards also? Is that it or not?
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
I think
let's
the
go
boys
into
back
that.
home are different though too. Than
Same.
Yeah,
I
you
miss the
know?
Jersey boys so
you know,
bad.
like I took them for granted.
Yeah,
And now
yeah,
I'm like,
for
oh,
real.
You're from Jersey?
I am, yeah.
Where's back home for you?
difference?
Seattle.
Seattle.
Yeah.
They have like better
Wait, the
banter.
boys in Seattle are better than the California boys?
Well,
the difference?
okay, with my experience, I feel like the guys like down here are like very, very chill and like don't put that much like time or dedication into a lot
just wanna fuck?
of things. Yeah.
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 their
Yeah,
ego-
and
their
that's not my vibe.
Yeah, their
Wait, okay,
egos,
so
like-
let's go into it really quick. So, okay, you said you're very picky. How are you picky?
They need to be able to like make me laugh
Yeah.
for sure. They need to be funny and
For
like
show?
good for show.
Make you
and
laugh, okay. Make laugh.
I like not like when they're the center of attention, but like they like know how to hold a room. Like I don't have to like if I want to introduce them to like a party or something, and like I'm bringing them to a party, I don't want to have to babysit them all night.
Right.
You know, that's
Very
my first
important.
boyfriend taught me that because he was phenomenal at it and he could
was
like hold his own. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So want that again.
Okay, what else? Any physical characteristics?
No, not really. I don't really mind that.
Short kings? Cool.
Yeah.
Down with short kings?
Yeah.
Okay, so just make you laugh and be sociable at parties?
Yeah, so maybe
That's
I'm
it?
not picky.
That's it?
But yeah.
Giant peen? Is that important?
No.
Peen size?
No.
Is peen size important for you? Does it matter?
Not really.
I saw you making a
No, I
face.
just thought it was funny.
Okay. All right. Peen size, is that a thing? Does it matter? Does that matter?
No.
Doesn't matter?
No.
Doesn't matter?
That's, like,
okay, why are you
out.
picky? Why are you picky then?
why am I picky? Jeez.
I could answer on your behalf if you like.
Sure. Let's hear some.
All
Yeah.
you do is study. I
Good
will
for
text
you.
her
We
at
love
like
that.
10
Good for you.
p.m. and I'll be like, hey, where are you? Do you want to hang out? She's like, no, I'm at the library. I can't hang out. I'm like, okay, never mind.
Good girl.
Well,
Okay, well, that doesn't really have to do with her pickiness, but
I definitely think like I have to have someone who like goes with my vibe because like I feel like if I'm like, hey, like, do you want to go on a hike? Like I want someone who will just like jump up and go with me.
okay, spontaneous.
Yeah, spontaneous. I like someone who's taller. That's kind of controversial.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
You're 5'2". How tall does the
5'2"
guy?
and a half.
How
yeah.
tall does the guy have to be?
I don't really like anything less than like 5'10".
Okay, not less than 5'10". Okay.
Yeah. Has to get along with my family. That's huge. Like when my family invites you to go golfing, like go golfing with us. Yeah.
Okay.
Skiing
Get along
trips.
with the family.
Yeah.
Picky. Okay.
Geez, picky. I like them to hold the door, plan the dates, you know, good things. Yeah.
Who here? Okay, when it comes to, let's do three things. Do you want a guy to plan dates, pay for dates, and then what was that? Hold the door open, like
Yeah.
chivalry, right?
Yeah.
Do you want your guy to be chivalrous?
Yes.
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 See,
Yes.
Yeah.
Do any of you deserve chivalry?
I think so.
I'd hope.
Well, let me ask a question before we get into that. So, will you take your husband's last name?
No.
I will.
I probably would.
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Wait, so you said no.
I said no.
And then you said probably will, correct?
Yeah.
Now let me just here. Let's assume it's a bad last name. Let's double down on that.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Okay.
Still no.
Still yes.
No.
No in the case of a bad last name, okay?
Can I hyphenate it?
Nope.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose you could, but
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'll take it.
but that
still.
wouldn't be taking his last name.
Oh. Well, I've always wanted to hyphenate my last name. So,
Okay.
yeah.
I'd take his last name.
How bad's the last name?
It's pretty bad.
Like
Not
inappropriate?
Hitler,
Like,
not Hitler, but
Gilbert.
Gilbert's kind of
Like a
cute.
first name.
Kringle.
Pringle's kind of cute. Like I could work with that.
Okay, I
It's
don't-
it's Morset. How about that? Morset.
Morse.
Alanis.
I don't know if that's,
Natalia Morset. Okay. That's
just
okay.
okay. Hold on.
Ooh, that
Let's
sounds
not-
good.
we don't need to give
Yeah.
an example of what whatever the bad name is in your head. It's a bad last name.
I can't think of one, so why not? Yeah. You didn't like
What
that
about-
response, like.
What if his last name was Dick?
See, that's like where it's kind of like. I mean, if it was okay, if it's really important to him, and I'm like thinking about settling down, like yeah, okay.
What about
so you
Trump?
would take the last name? You would
Trump?
take that last name?
Trump.
Yeah, if it's like really important to him, that's like my
Trump.
husband.
Last name's Trump.
Okay.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's like a powerful, like I feel like that could get me into so many doors, like Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, Dixon. That's it. But yeah, I think that you would
Okay.
go for Dixon though.
Dixon.
No. Just. Oh my God.
Just yes or no.
Bad last name.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why should he have to suffer alone?
That's good.
That's love.
Okay. So wait, no and no. Why?
My mom did not take my dad's last name, and I'd like to keep it the same as her.
My mom didn't either.
What?
Really?
Yeah.
Damn. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Hold on.
Oh man. Did you? So is your last name your mom's last name or your last name?
Wait.
Is my last
Yeah.
Your mom or dad?
Yeah. Is it your mom or dad's last name?
my last name is my mom's last name.
Which is her dad's
Yes.
last name?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
Are
your
they-
parents, are they married?
Yes, they're together.
Wait, what? The dad took your mom's last name?
No, my dad has the same last name.
Oh,
but
just for the kids.
yes, I take my mom's last name for that.
How many kids? How many siblings do you have?
I have a twin sister from my mom's side, but from my
Oh.
dad's side, I have 3 half brothers.
Okay, that's different. Okay. What about you?
What was I have my father's last name.
Wait, I thought you said you took your mom's last name.
No, my mom never changed her name.
Oh, excuse me. So yes,
Yeah.
you're right.
So how come you ended up with your dad's last name?
I didn't have any control over that.
Now, I know, but your mom did, right?
Yeah.
So how come she didn't take his last name, but then gave you his last name?
I'm not sure. I haven't asked.
Okay.
Wait, but so why wouldn't you take your husband's last name?
I mean, from this standpoint, it's just in honor of my mom. I know she would choose for me to keep my last name in the picture.
Okay, but so the previous
But
question.
isn't it your dad's last? Or I'm sorry, it's your mom's last name.
Yes.
You said, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But in the previous question, you said you want a guy to be chivalrous, pay for first dates, open the car door for you, plan the first date. I assume you'd want him to be chivalrous in other ways.
Yeah.
Protect you. Mm-hmm. When it comes to your relationship dynamics, perhaps with your future partner, well, do you want to get married?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to be 50-50 in the relationship? Like financially speaking?
Yes.
Okay. But I thought you just said you want the guy to pay for the first date.
I mean,
So you don't want to be 50-50.
I mean, ideally, like in a relationship, I do want to be 50-50. And even on a first date, I will always try to pay. I really do prefer, like on a first date, to not pay for them to not pay for me. But in a relationship, like I ideally would want it to be 50-50. But chivalry is still like on the table in terms of not financially.
Wait, so on the first date, you're fine if they don't pay for the date?
Yes.
What, you disagree?
Better than me.
Oh, okay.
Has that ever happened? Have you ever paid for a first date?
No.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I kind of didn't think you did.
Wait, so, but you offered?
Yes.
You'd offer?
Yes. Oh, I think, I've
Okay.
always offered.
Oh, okay. It's just kind of, I don't know, you don't want to take the husband's last name, but you want him to be chivalrous. It's not, I don't know, it's not a real fair shake. Not a
What if
fair
he
deal.
wants you? What if he wants you to take his last name? Is that a deal breaker?
Not a deal breaker. I would just say I really wouldn't prefer it.
Yeah, no. But what if he pushes it? He says, "Yeah, but any wife of mine needs to share my last name, and so do my children, so that we can be the Smiths or the Rogers, and not, the Smiths, but you're, whatever your last name is." Doesn't that seem to make sense to you?
It does make sense. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if he wanted that, would that really be a deal breaker?
Honestly, yes.
Yes, it would honestly be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
Why? You would like get rid of a potential, husband for the rest of your life because he said that he wanted you to take his last name?
Okay, I changed my mind. Thinking of it, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Thinking of it again, if I'm dating someone for years and years and they say they would really want me to take their last name, then honestly, I think I would. But if it's just like, I met you on a
It's
first
just 2
date.
years and he wants to get married to you. But he's like, you say yes, but you're like, I don't want to take your last name. And he goes, yeah, but I really want you to.
Then there is potential for me to change my mind, I think.
Okay.
Maybe men just shouldn't pay for first dates, and I think men should not hold car doors open and do any chivalrous stuff. And, if somebody breaks into the house, maybe you can deal with it. That seems fair, right? You know what I mean?
I mean, if someone breaks into the house, I don't know what I'm
is
gonna
she
do.
gonna do?
Like,
She's gonna find me? Like,
Well, you realize from like the man's perspective that what you would be telling him is that you wanted to honor your mother, but not honor him.
I guess, yeah, I get that. So there definitely is potential.
Doesn't that sound disrespectful and kind of horrible?
Disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
Well, you're saying I respect my mother, and I want to keep her name, right? I want to keep that tradition going. But he's like, well, I was named after my father and have his last name, and my mother had my father's last name, and my grandmother had my grandfather's last name. Isn't it a great sign of respect for you to take the last name of your husband rather than kind of shortchanging him for your mom?
I mean, yeah, you do have a point there. I guess I've never really thought about it before. So I do understand your perspective of how it's from like a respect standpoint.
Yeah, it's respect, right?
It's respect.
Isn't that why you're doing it for your mom? Isn't that the reason, like what your motivation is? You said, I want to keep that tradition alive as a sign of respect to your mother, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so then shouldn't that equally apply to your husband?
It definitely is debatable, but I'm not very set. This is really a hard question for me because I completely understand your perspective and where it's coming from as a respect standpoint from the husband, but also I think I would choose my mom over a husband.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait. Whoa. Wait. You would choose your mother over a husband?
Yes.
Okay,
it's
so
my mom.
hang on. I just want to, before I say anything, I'd like to ask these great based Christian women on the panel, should she choose her mom over her husband, guys?
No, she should choose. It's when you get married, the whole point of marriage is that you're making a covenant with your partner, right? And so you're leaving behind your mother and your father, and it's now a new season of your life. And so to choose your mother over your husband is actually, that's disrespectful to your husband.
It's the ultimate. It's basically like the ultimate sign of. I couldn't actually think of anything more disrespectful than saying I would choose my mother over you.
Ultimate.
Isn't this supposed to be the man you're supposed to spend the rest of your life with?
He becomes your family.
Yeah.
You become one with him because that's now your husband. You two are one. And so you're so funny.
Sorry.
So there's a point that I actually agree on with Mr.
Oh, there you go.
Andrew.
Look at
We
that.
agree.
You guys agree on
High
something.
five.
There you
Shake
go. Look at
hands.
that. Look at that's great.
We
Okay, I have
agree
a
on
chat here from Justin. Vesper, do you want to read this one?
Andrew may die sooner, but you would be in deeper depths of hell. Prostitution is not the same as smoking a cigarette.
Uh-oh.
You ? These feminist Christians are getting out of hand.
They're out of control. They're out of control.
Out of
The
control.
amount of feminism in modern
Out of
Christianity is
control.
insanity. Inside of Protestantism
Lasers
especially.
just
It's absolutely insane. They're out of control.
Out of control. He's not, I don't think he's mad. He's just disappointed,
Just disappointed.
right?
They're
Andrew?
10 times worse than the secularists. The secularists had a moral argument.
wow.
These guys, have you ever heard that kind of nonsensical, if they were trying to have a moral argument in the street, for instance, back in the days of old, the secularists would have walked away laughing. They would have taken the whole crowd with them.
It's true. It is true. Wait, Nick, we have the first thing we have to react to, which is what? What's the first thing we're reacting to? Is there a Twitter video? What's the first one? The first app that we got to react to? What's that? What do we got? What are we reacting to? Is Twitter? Hold on, we'll come back to that. Let me do Stifler's. Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
Maybe like a 6.
Okay.
9.
7.
7.
10 in Jesus' eyes.
Yes.
That's like confidence.
Godfidence?
I love that.
Like confidence in God
Yes.
merged together. Okay.
We're rating ourselves?
Yeah, your own self-assessment of your physical appearance.
I think I'm a 7.
Okay.
I guess by the world standard, if I'm going to rate myself after having 2 children, I'd probably give myself an 8.
10.
I mean,
Stunning.
I'm not where I'd like to be. I'm
I'm
not
sorry.
where
I thought it was muted. Okay.
What?
Huh?
What? I mean, I'm not physically perfect, and that's okay. Like, I'm humble enough to admit that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Why are you laughing? Enlighten me.
Andrew, why are you laughing, Andrew?
I'm being honest.
Are you thinking about your
Andrew.
wife, Andrew? Stop it.
Andrew, how dare you? How dare
How old are you?
I'm 37.
Yeah, when you were 27, were you a 10?
I probably would have rated myself a 10. I looked pretty good.
Of course you would have. Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing, right? Is there is something, and this has been something you've been suffering from all night, called cognitive dissonance and a inability to grasp what is reality. There is no fucking universe in which you are an 8. Now, the thing is
that's
that
a bit harsh.
that's not me being
Perspective is
mean
different.
even.
Beauty
I'm
is
just giving
different
you
in people's
objective reality. That is an
Beauty is different in
objective
other
standard
people's
that
eyes.
there's nobody on planet Earth who would disagree with that standard.
Do you want to rate yourself?
I'd be scared to now.
Beauty is different. in
No,
everyone.
I mean, I just think he's
Go ahead.
very
Just-
opinionated
if you
man.
can't, just-
I'd say like a 5.5. I'm really happy with that.
okay. All right. There you go.
I'm a 20, 25, maybe 30.
Oh, okay. I give myself a 5. I'm a 5.
Since we're all going to be delusional
Give him
tonight,
5.
I'll just go with the maximum number I can think of.
He's going max
Big
delusional.
gajillion.
Max.
Yeah.
Max delusional.
So and I'm curious.
Wait, who's the highest? Who is the highest
You're
here?
a
You?
solid 10.
Did you say 9?
I think I said a 9.
You said you're
I
9?
said 10.
Oh, no, so sorry. Yeah, you said you were 10.
yeah.
Okay.
I like the poking of the bear, so I'll take this one. I said a 5.5. I still have.
But I didn't say anything was wrong with your answer.
You said everyone seems to be delusional, so I was just like, all right, I'm open to criticism on that one. So.
Killer
Yeah,
of
but do you
Serial
actually believe you're
donated
5.5?
$200.
Like, honestly?
So if smoking a cig is the same as sucking a peen, then what if the guy with whom the peen is being sucked is smoking a cig at the same time? Is he also sucking a peen, or is he smoking a cigarette?
What is this?
Oh, it's all the same, bro. You know, it's all the same. Yeah, if you go rob little old ladies and then beat their brains in on the street, that's
God.
the same
Whoa.
as stealing a penny, bro. Come on. Like, use your brain. I don't know what's wrong with you. But anyway, back to this. Do you
Thank you,
honestly
Killer of
think that you're a 4? So I'm a 4 objectively, right? Maybe less. I understand that. Like that's objective reality.
I give you a solid 6.
But do you really are you doing that because it's a humble brag, or are you doing it because it's actual objective reality? Like this is a problem we run into all the time, right? Trying to determine what you actually think. And I think that a lot of women hide their answer. They don't really think that. Sometimes they just try to humble brag. And so I'm just curious, like, is it actually true? Do you really honestly think you're a 5?
A 5.5? Yeah, I think I work out. I still have a decent 6-pack. I don't smoke. Like physically fit. The reason why, like, I think I'm a little bit lower is like I have scoliosis. So if I'm not holding my posture properly, then it's not the most, like, I look like I'm slunching over.
And you think that that's an honest answer, right?
I think that's an honest, like,
well, then
again,
let me ask you if you can give me another honest answer. Do you agree with the assessment of the girl who's sitting right next to you who just told us that at 37 she's an 8?
I'm not the host of this podcast.
Yeah,
so
you're not going to answer that fucking question, are you?
I think.
Yeah, I didn't think you were going to answer that. It's all about honesty a second ago.
Okay,
right?
all right. I'll give, because at this point, I think your self-love is great. But I think the scales they use in the past of like the most beautiful woman in the world outside of skills and personality, like an 8 is like Angelina Jolie when she was doing the Golden Globes in that dress, right? I think
we only lower it.
I would be a little bit
Angelina
more,
Jolie, oh my God.
like most beautiful woman in the world, right? So that's why I'm like, okay, like halfway mark, maybe I'll give myself a 0.5 because I've got some good genetics on that. That's where I went with mine.
Yeah.
Do you think you're better looking than she is?
Me to Angelina Jolie?
Yeah.
God,
no. To the chick next to you. It's all honesty, right? We're all being honest here. Isn't it all about honesty? Everybody in this room is better looking than me.
Give me somebody my own age, because it's hard to compare. Like, I can't compare with you. Like,
well, I thought you just got done saying we have an objective standard. Yeah, you can compare.
I think in men's eyes, if we were both wearing the exact same outfit and they were going to approach one, it's blonde hair, blue eyes, a little bit younger, I think, at that point. But
unless the men prefer brunettes.
Yeah. See,
it's beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
Do you think that the fact that she's 37 might also have something to do? Do you think maybe the fact that she's 37 might also have something to do with that?
And that's what I said. Give me somebody who's the same age, and like I'd be like, yeah, same age, same whatever, cool. But it's like she's already had 2. She's 37. Like how like.
It doesn't seem a little bit delusional to you, like a little tiny bit, that's the answer.
Don't you think she looks great? Like, especially like, how old are you again?
I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not saying
I'm
that.
almost 40.
I'm not saying anybody here looks bad. I'm saying everybody here, as opposed to me especially, is beautiful, great. But that doesn't mean that the standard doesn't exist. She just got done saying there's an objective standard. I'm like, but you can't compare, really? She's like, well, okay, that actually doesn't make any sense. But she's trying to be nice, right? She's trying to be nice. I want to nicely do this.
She said her because she said
it's delusional, right? Come on, it's delusional. You know it is.
I honestly don't care what you think I rate as, because I am a 10 to my husband and I'm married. I'm not on the market. I never will be on the market. So it honestly doesn't matter. And you
should be a 10 to your husband. Great. I'm sure my wife thinks I'm a 10 too, but I'm fucking not. So the thing is like, great. I'm glad that he thinks that. More power to him. He should think that. It's fantastic. But back to objective reality.
Do you like the hairstyle, Andrew? I'm like,
you're really doing it tonight, bro.
Am I pulling it off?
You need his little curly that hangs down.
Am I pulling it off,
Yeah,
Andrew?
well, you gotta, you
how do you style
it in such a way where it looks like it's okay if you're wearing a leather jacket to pick your teeth with a switchblade. That's the key.
Okay, I'll be back. Okay.
So anyway, yeah, back to this. I'm not even trying to pitch against one another. I'm just saying, if there is an objective standard, right, and you agree that there is, then these women's answers are not in any way credible to this
I just think for me, I'm not comparing myself to an Angelina Jolie. I'm comparing myself to myself, because I don't live in a world of comparison. I don't sit and compare myself to the women sitting across from me. Because I compare myself to what I once looked like.
And didn't you say, okay, I get it. but then you would be using the objective standard of the world.
Right.
There's
so,
no other way. There's no other standard
but
you
I'm
could
not
be
sitting
using,
comparing myself to other women. I'm saying, okay, when I look at myself when I was like 21, like I was at my best version of myself, maybe 25, best version of myself. As I've been aging, obviously, compared to what I used to look like, I would deduct points from myself. But I'm not sitting here comparing myself to like any beautiful actress.
$200. Wow, blonde girl, I give you props. You may be the only woman on this channel to ever be honest with the ratings. Regardless of the other crap you said tonight, I'm gonna give you a W for that.
With a capital, it's going to be capital W, right? So she did say there's an objective standard. She made sure that she wasn't in any way, shape, or form a hypocrite with that standard. That's why I asked her, if that's true, can you just tell us if these women's ratings are true or false? Tell us.
I'm not the host of the podcast.
No,
I don't have to
don't
do
want
that.
to?
No, I'm Canadian. Give me a break, man.
Neutral.
That goes against
right, fair
every
enough,
part
fair
of our code.
Okay. Just saying. I feel like if you were to respond, though, that you would say that a little bit of delusion in the room, yeah? And by the way, I've been sitting exactly where you're sitting, and I know that on camera, all these women look way better than they do in person. I'm just going to say, right? That's an observation that I've made being there many times. So,
Is it good? Doesn't look good, guys.
are they delusional?
Looks great.
He's got it.
You look like a 10, bro.
There you go. Thank you. I'll send you a switchblade, bro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very
So
much.
are they delusional?
I think the
Is that
world
to-
wants us
who's
to
asking?
compare, but I think all
She's not gonna answer. Come on, answer. Are they delusional? Are they wrong?
Canadian code. I gotta live in America at least for a month before I have the balls to be able to say that one.
All right.
she needs her visa.
I got that. I got that. I'm legally allowed to work here, but the maple syrup has to drain from my veins, so I'm not so sweet.
I like that.
That's good.
Good talk. We have a chat here from Brian Jones. Question for Andrew: what would you want your daughter to rate herself at? Not a 10? Question mark. Mine is always a 10, delusional or not. From Brian with the inferior spelling of Brian.
A father's love.
So, would you lie to her, Brian? If your daughter came to you and she was like, let's say she was a little fat kid, and she came to you and she was like, hey, I really want the guy who's the captain of the football team who's out there with Cindy Lou, who is, I don't know, a double D, and she's gorgeous and she has blonde hair. Are you going to lie to her? Or are you going to be like, well, you go get him, honey, because you're a 10? Or are you going to be a little bit more realistic? You don't have to hurt her feelings. But I would do the same thing with
But maybe that
my
football
boy.
player
I'd do the
likes
same
that
thing
kind
with
of
my boy.
girl.
I'd be like, yeah,
The
that
thing
chick's
is-
way out of your fucking league. Are you insane?
But you don't know.
And
Maybe that
what?
footballer
Hang on.
player
Let me
likes
finish. Let me finish. The question was addressed to
These are
me.
not
I'm
godly
sure
answers.
you can
There's
get
no
in
way you're
just
Christian.
after that, right? Hang on a second.
There's no way he's a Christian.
What I'm saying, though, is that, yeah, I think I would be totally honest with her about what is true. Because it's necessary. You have to be honest with people about what is true. It's not comfortable. I get that. Cognitive dissonance sucks. It's not great. But yeah, I think you have to be honest about things.
When I was a kid, I got bullied really bad.
So did I.
Full body brace. I had a shaved head, and I was in Boy Scouts, and I was getting bullied. And I went home crying to my mom, and I was like, Mom, am I pretty? Because all the girls' moms are saying how pretty they were. And I was getting called the boy and stuff like that. And my mom's response was, you're a nice person.
Oh.
But
How did that affect you?
I'm grateful though, in a sense, because like when I was younger, that hurt like balls, because I was like, I am an ugly duckling as I'm getting bullied. But the thing was, my mom's goal was for me to base my life off of my character as a good person, and being, and that's why I got like all those. What the hell are those? I can't even remember right now. It's some reward for being like the nice person in school, and it was by doing good deeds, and so that's what I focused on versus focusing on my looks. And like my hair, I cut it for cancer to make a wig for kids, So like it was, but instead of it being about the looks and be like, no, you are pretty. Don't worry about those kids. She's like, enough people are going to tell you you're pretty when you're older, so I'm not going to say it to you.
Oh my God, who the hell
cares?
I had nothing to do with any of this.
But-
Moving on.
I think you don't
Go ahead, Nick.
lie
Go
to your
ahead.
kids.
Go ahead, Nick. Save us. Nick, save us. All right, we're gonna make it bigger, please.
Oh, I love this video.
Not us. Yeah, put us on the other side. All right. This is related to the leading thing. Go ahead.
So I want guidance. I want leadership. But don't just like boss me around, you know? Like lead me. Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led. So I want guidance. I want leadership. But don't just like boss me around, you know? Like lead me. Lead me when I'm in the mood to be led. So I want guidance.
By the way, that should have been in.
Who is this
tab.
guy? It's the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's from The Office. Oh, we should have had Andrew's reaction while that was playing. Andrew,
that was fantastic.
Your reaction to that.
He's completely right. That's a type of nonsensical thing that I hear nonstop all the time, especially when we're asking about submission, we're asking about marriage, you're wondering why so many of them fail. That's actually the primary reason, is because of the inconsistency in women's ideology and the inconsistency in how they view relationships. I want to be led when I want to be led. I want this when I want that. It's like, that's not submission, that's not marriage, it's nonsense. I don't know what the hell that is. But this is what we hear time and time and time again. And it's complete and total, from my purview, cognitive dissonance of, I just don't know what the hell I want. And there's a huge and ample array of studies which show that women basically all over the world, and I'm going to tell you this, right? And I'll give those to Brian if he wants to show them to anybody. Basically, women everywhere are unhappy and miserable. Everywhere in the whole world. They're just never fucking happy. It's crazy. But when they're polled, right, when they always have a lesser happiness index, no matter where. Even in the countries where they're supposed to be the happiest, they're just always fucking miserable. And it's because I think a lot of this feminism and westernized ideology has been exported, and basically women have forgotten what their place in the world is. And it's not beside a man, it's behind him.
Cool. Do you guys agree or disagree? Agree? Disagree? Thoughts? Opinions?
That's why
feelings?
women are unhappy.
I think if you have Jesus, you're happy. Period.
That.
You're grateful
Well, a lot of
every
them claim
day.
they
You're
have
grateful
Jesus and
every
also
day
claim
that
they're
He
quite
saved your
miserable,
life,
so.
and you want to spread that to other people, and you are happy. If you're not, then obviously there's something that you need to work on. Mm-hmm. So I think you're comparing it maybe to, I don't know where you get your stats, but it's definitely not.
Well, you can find them over on Rachel Wilson's Substack. She did an entire article on this, explaining where all of
On
these
miserable Christians
different...
who have a relationship with Jesus.
What?
No, he's saying just women in general because of following the feminism movement.
Yeah, but even if they identify as being Christians, they're still miserable.
No, then
Well,
there are many, right? But I
Yeah,
mean,
there are
for
many.
me,
They're not following
I have
him
had
correctly.
a close relationship to God for 12 years, and I've been consecutively like full of joy for the last 12 years. Like, I'm very happy. I'm happily married. I love my husband. I love my children. Like, you know, sure, I've had seasons like after giving birth where things were hard, but for the most part, I've had consecutive joy for 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. I understand what you're saying, but this really doesn't address what I'm saying, which is that there's many people who identify as being Christians who are still, especially females, seem to be quite miserable.
Yeah.
Right?
They must not be following him correctly.
No, I mean,
it's because wait.
they had a relationship
I thought
with him,
there
they'd
was
be
no
so full of
standard a
joy.
minute ago.
They'd be so
It's
full of
just
joy
about
like
your
you.
relationship with the Lord. There's no standard. They're not following you correctly. That's so weird.
yeah, I
I
mean,
thought there was no
I've met a
standard
lot
5
of women
minutes
in the
ago.
church who are very unhappy. They're negative, they're complainers, all the things. But then when I ask them about their spiritual walk, like they don't read their Bible hardly ever. They show up to church, and that's
they
about
have
it.
to.
So it's more than that. Like, you should be reading your Bible daily. You should be praying and worshiping and spending time with God, because the fruit of the Spirit is joy. One of the fruits of the Spirit is joy. And so if you're an unhappy person, then what's going on in your heart that's making you unhappy that you haven't either sought therapy or allowed Jesus to heal you from?
Therapy's an L, bro. Red flag.
You can
if she's
find
in
this. It's
therapy.
called The Paradox of Declining Female Happiness. It's fantastic. I highly recommend that people read this so that they understand it. But everything that you just said would still adhere to a standard, right? So we're talking about a standard.
So you don't try to make your wife happy because she's already miserable.
No, I didn't say
kinda
that. It
base.
has nothing to do with why. How does that even follow? Can you explain the logic to me? I'm going to sit
Well,
here
you're saying
patiently while you
you're saying
explain
all women
how that
are,
even
are
made sense.
miserable. You're saying all women are miserable, so you don't even have to.
I don't think he said all women.
No, that's not what I said.
He didn't
I said
say
that
that.
there is a paradox of the decline of female happiness globally, and that basically everywhere you pull them, they're less happy than men. Almost everywhere.
Wait,
Yeah,
Andrew,
he added
in the
Andrew, can I be
Christianity
devil's advocate here? You probably hear this retort.
I feel like men aren't as
well,
honest
what,
with their
Andrew?
emotions.
Then how do you explain the fact that men are deleting themselves at higher rates, if that's true?
And they're not as honest
Because they're
about their
better at it.
emotions.
Okay.
They both. It's true. They both. Actually, when it comes to unaliving, women and men are about on par with the attempts. It just happens that men are so good and skilled at basically everything they do that they actually follow through
Damn, this is kinda
and
dark.
actually end up with determination, whereas women do not because they fucking suck at it. That's why. I mean, I'm not even kidding. That's
They
true.
suck
The
at deluding
attempts made
themselves.
are about equal. They just suck at it.
I have a question for Andrew.
Word.
Yeah, go ahead.
What about putting in a tampon?
What the fuck? Wait, actually, you know what?
That was a joke. I'm totally kidding.
Like
but
men?
I was just like,
Are you talking about like trans women?
I mean, no, but just like
Trans women?
I
I
just
bet.
was just like, are men really better at putting in tampons?
Like I think trans women are probably better.
Yeah, I'm sure
No.
that male doctors who are gynecologists probably
That's
are.
totally a joke, though,
Like-
Andrew.
But
Yeah,
you know
no, it was a
what?
joke back. It's just that mine was funny. But anyway.
But actually, like trans women or whatever, like
Right.
I think they're kind of like better at a lot of shit. Like didn't a trans woman
Well, like I'll give you an example of what you're saying here, like what Brian is saying. I have yet to find a skilled pro-feminist female debater anywhere, and I put out the call on the biggest platforms you can imagine.
Killer of Serial donated
But there's a lot of
$200.
trans
What
pro-feminist
is the
debaters who
real
are pretty
feminist
good
message in
because I think they're
2024?
men. Because they're
What's
men.
it about
That's
anymore?
why.
Could men be deleting themselves due to this message?
what is the real feminist message in 2024? What's it about anymore? Could men be deleting themselves due to the feminist message? Probably. Feminism probably has definitely had an impact on it. I'd wager. I'd say here while we have that up, I'll ask a question related to that kill of cereal. Andrew and Baroni are Baroni. Who's Baroni?
You.
I think that's you.
Oh,
I think you're
B-Roni, what the fuck?
Yeah, B-Roni. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Based AF. These girls want honesty but can't be honest with themselves. Don't speak on Christianity. If you can't tell me a single verse, nothing worse hearing OF girls talk about what's right and wrong when they sell pics of their beehole for $2. Isaac 1414, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Isaac Aroni, thank you.
I
dude.
got out of the industry, by the way.
The
so
show.
I'm not in the industry.
Which I'm very happy about, and good for you.
Thank you.
Very happy that happened.
Let's switch gears here for a little second. Well, actually, Kill of Cereal. I'll ask a question for Kill of Cereal here. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I don't know.
No.
No.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Wait, so yes and yes.
I mean, like,
I definitely have values of a feminist, but I
Yeah.
wouldn't say like I'm a hardcore like
Okay.
We'll
feminism.
read it really quick.
I agree, yeah.
Andrew Wilson from Rachel Wilson, the wife of Andrew Wilson. Andrew's a wonderful husband, and he makes me very happy, but he doesn't suffer nonsense, so I don't give him any. Simple.
We're glad to hear that you're happy.
Any thoughts, ladies? Any thoughts? Okay, all right.
She
him
doesn't
quit.
give him like reasons to
Quit
suffer.
smoking.
Tell him the quit.
Yeah, well, there's nothing worse, and the Christians on the panel can tell you, than a nagging wife. Very biblical, right?
Proverbs 21:19.
Nothing worse Nothing worse than a nagging wife.
Proverbs.
But
tell you one
but
time.
anyway, back to this, Brian. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to derail.
Yeah. So you're feminist. You're feminist. What does that mean? What are we talking about here?
Definitely not like proclaim like I'm a feminist, but definitely just similar values.
Yeah,
Such as, what are the similar values?
like not hating women.
Well, okay, hold on.
Solid.
But would you agree? Would you agree that you could be not a feminist or even anti-feminist and love women or not hate women?
I haven't like come across an anti-feminist who loves women. I think.
You've not come across an anti. You do realize men can be feminists, women can be feminists, and so you've never come across an anti-feminist that does not hate women. Or wait, did I get that mixed up?
Yeah, that's what she's saying. She's saying that there's nobody she's met who is anti-feminine, who's a male, who doesn't hate women. That's what I got from that. Is that incorrect?
Wait, now I'm confused. No, I haven't personally met someone who declares himself as anti-feminist who loves women.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Right. So all the anti-feminists you've met hate women. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah, in a way.
But you do. Do you acknowledge?
What do you mean in a way? Is that what you mean or not what you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay.
But you do acknowledge that you can be anti-feminist and also not hate women.
Yes.
And you can love women. But all the ones you've met happen to have all hated women. Mm-hmm. Okay, and what about you?
I don't even think I've really come across someone who proclaims themselves as like, I'm so anti-feminist, like wears it on their forehead like that.
Are any of the girls here anti-feminist?
Oh, well, you've met one, because I'm anti-feminist.
He's anti-feminist.
Oh, okay.
Any girls here anti-feminist?
I don't think I would say I'm anti-feminist. I kind of think it's bad for women in a way.
Okay.
Being in the military, definitely.
Wait, into the mic.
Oh, sorry. Being in the military and knowing like combat control, all these people that do special forces, like of course, women cannot do the same thing that they do. Period. So I don't.
Did you answer?
There's no argument.
Did you answer?
I'm not anti-feminist.
Okay.
I'm not anti-feminist.
I mean, I'd say like I'm anti-feminist movement because it stands for with the abortion movement and all that. So like I'm not pro-abortion, and amongst other things.
Well, let's just say that feminist ideology didn't have anything to do with abortion. They went over to the pro-choice side because they thought there wasn't enough women in society, for instance. Would you then support feminist ideals absent abortion?
No.
And why not?
Well, I definitely don't agree that women are equal to men. Like, I think the original movement might have started off with good intentions, like women being able to vote and women, being able to work. But as far as like men and women being equal, like, I mean, my husband can lift a whole lot more than me. Like, we're clearly not equal in that sense.
Yeah, well, I get it, but what about under the law? Should men and women be equal under the law? Should you have the same rights and privileges as men? That would be feminism. Feminists wouldn't necessarily say that men and women are equal when it comes to strength and when it comes to physiology. Mm-hmm. They would say that they should be equal and be equitable under the law instead.
Do you want to answer?
Sorry, I got distracted by the music that was playing. So do
No. Hold on. Let you answer and then.
Okay. Again, I'm not fully informed on this topic, so I modern day, what we see on social media, I'm against that. I think it's an absolute war on men. I think we need to have masculine men on society, and I think that we should have equal rights, but I think we need to stop shitting on men, and I'm tired of, so if that's the case, yes, I am anti that movement, because we need to appreciate that the infrastructure we have that we're saying we don't need men was created by the men, and now it's in place. Now all of a sudden we're saying we don't need these men anymore, and that's what I think the new modern day feminism is, and I don't agree with that.
It's all feminism. All of you guys have stated nothing but feminist ideals. I haven't actually heard a single ideal out of any of you that's not a feminist ideal, including the one that you just stated, which is a feminist ideal, which is that they should be equal under the law, they should be equal, there should be equity between men and women. It's just that you think that women shouldn't be so mean to men because men built the infrastructure around society. there's fourth wave feminists who bring that up all the time as an argument. It's still a feminist ideal. Feminism is about egalitarianism. That's what it's about. It's about egalitarianism and equality between men and women underneath an idealized law which creates equity between both sexes. That's what it is.
For you two who said you were feminists, so why are you feminist? Like, are you fighting for women? Here, okay, we'll start with you. Are you fighting for women's rights, basically? Is that kind of what you're doing?
Definitely not fighting. Looking back, like, I do just like have some feminism values. Others, it's like, like, I agree with some of the other ladies like in the room right now who don't have the exact same opinion on me.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about you? Had a pretty strong position on this.
Well, now I'm being persuaded too, because I think.
Oh, we're changing her.
Andrew, you're too powerful.
No.
You're too powerful.
Oh no, it's not because of me. You just came to it all on your own. It had nothing to do with the mean guy on the screen.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, right. Sure.
Oh.
I believe you.
What you were saying, I agree with. Where it's like, I don't think it's very productive to be hating on men in order to like for women to gain more power. I don't think it's productive at all. But
This is also, but it's also.
Wait, you want women to gain power?
I'm not saying like at this point, I don't really know any rights that women don't have that men don't. Like, if anything, I'm thinking that men's getting the shit end of the stick, especially when it comes to childcare. And I think that men need equal rights when it comes to, like, that's the point. It's supposed to be equal and equal. But at the same time, like, I agree with you. I think it would be stupid to, draft women, just because skill-wise. I think that there's a lot of things we just don't have the same ability to do as men. And that's not just physically, but it's just emotionally and rationally. So for me, like I said, this isn't my point of education. This is just from my opinion of my understanding, what I'm seeing today. And that's just that.
Couple questions here. For you two, you guys say you're feminists. So can you guys think of, are there any rights that men have that women don't? We'll start there.
Everyone has the same equal rights now, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, yeah. I think my whole thing is like, I grew up in a very liberal town where it was like you just kind of had to be.
Camden?
I guess. Sorry?
Camden?
No. I come from Montclair.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jersey.
Jersey,
yeah.
Yeah, it's small. So if like I wasn't a feminist, I don't know what I would be, if that makes sense. Like I don't really have like that's just all I know, I guess. And I guess I haven't really educated
That actually
myself
makes sense.
You know what I mean?
Feminism is basically the air that we breathe, and it's the water we swim in, whether people know it or not. It's ingratiated in society. So you may not have any other position other than that. So if you say, I really don't know anything besides feminism, I believe you.
Thank you.
It's the mainstream. Do you guys believe in the patriarchy?
But it's still a bad position. It's still like when
That's fine.
Just saying.
That's fine.
Is there a patriarchy?
I thought liberals were open.
Patriarchy? Is there a patriarchy?
I don't know.
They teach this in college, don't they?
They do,
The
yeah.
patriarchy.
I mean,
high school even. Do you believe in the patriarchy theory? The patriarchy? Is there a patriarchy?
yes.
Yes?
I want to say.
Sure.
Sure?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. And what is that? So what is the patriarchy?
It's patriarchy is when like men rule, right?
Mostly, right?
Men rule, women drool. Wait, what? Okay, that's
No, that was my fault.
Yeah, essentially, I would largely agree with that characterization. I know it's really hard to come up with a definition on the spot. So if you were to define it as essentially men being in charge, I wouldn't fight back against that definition. Do you think that there is a patriarchy and that's bad?
Not necessarily. I mean, we don't know anything other than that if we're like talking about like our presidents and stuff, right? So if they're like leading us, it's only no, yeah. But yeah.
What's the patriarchy? This is like the mainstream feminist thought.
I mean,
about
like,
the
yeah,
patriarchy.
like I would want men to like take the lead.
Wait, you want men to
What?
take the lead?
What? What? Wait, what?
She's becoming an anti-feminist here.
If you want a patriarchy, why would you be a feminist?
Like I said, like I'm definitely like
She's down for the patriarchy.
I'm sure I don't.
Can
Can you
what do
say
I
the
know?
patriarchy is based? Can you say that?
Say it again. I'm sorry.
The patriarchy is based.
What do you mean it's based?
Based.
Oh, it's awesome.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Can you say it? Can you say the patriarchy is awesome?
It's not bad. It's not bad.
The patriarchy is awesome.
That one is for you, Grid One Motorsports. Clip it, put it on your channel.
All right, there you go. There you go. Okay. Should I just throw this out there? I personally think maybe I'm the only feminist left at this table.
Oh, no.
I think women should be drafted in the military. Any of you want to bite on that one?
I don't understand why people don't take the stance of no one should be drafted.
Well, there's just certain geopolitical realities when it comes to warfare. Like you're never going to be able to get rid of the draft because there's there could be some threat, domestic, foreign, universal, like fucking aliens or some
And
shit.
there's not enough people
I
in
know.
the military already.
What if there's aliens, bro?
I don't know.
We're gonna have to draft for the aliens. I don't know. But yeah, you can't. They're never gonna. You can't get rid of the draft. Just realistically, practically speaking.
But the military has great benefits, so we don't have to draft.
Well, that's what I was wondering, that there's not enough people in the military already.
No, even Donald Trump, like I got a full sleeve. He even let us have tattoos. Like he was trying to make the military more
More chill.
accepting.
More chill.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think like you guys. So you guys all agree with me? Like we should draft women, right? Don't you guys agree?
I already did my
Military?
Cargos are cute.
Right?
Sure.
You guys have no pushback? Do you guys agree? Do you agree that we should draft women into the military?
No.
Jeez, I'm the biggest feminist here. What's going on?
I mean,
I don't think we should. I don't think it would be helpful, really.
no, really.
What do you mean? You guys could like
I'm not doing nothing.
support.
No way.
I mean, if someone puts me, like, drafts me in the military, I'm so sorry. I'm running the other way. That's it. Like,
You-
there's,
you-
I don't know what
Wow.
I'm
Do
gonna do.
do you think that men have a duty to defend you while you sleep using the military? And if a draft came in, do you think that men would be cowards if they did not go to the draft?
I get it. Like, I don't want to go to the draft either.
I wouldn't. I don't necessarily think they'd be cowards. I would just think of it like simply as like.
Well, then who would protect you?
Couldn't tell you. I don't know.
But so, I mean, well, this is kind of a pertinent point. If nobody responds to the draft, and we have like, I don't know, an enemy military that wants to invade or do horrible, heinous shit, which has happened in the past, then who defends you?
I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
AI.
Yep.
Just nobody defends you. So, do you think that men have a responsibility to show up for the draft, if they're drafted, to defend the nation, to make sure that you're protected?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Well, then how come you don't?
I mean, if we have to, we have to. Like, again, like, if men who aren't drafted in the military don't protect us, like, I don't know who's going to protect us.
Right. So if they
Girl
have that
power.
responsibility and they're cowards if they don't go to the draft, right? Somebody has to go. You would prefer that it's them over you, right?
Yes.
That doesn't sound very equal.
I
Sounds like
agree.
a
I agree.
privilege. Doesn't it sound like a privilege?
It definitely is a privilege, yes.
It definitely is a privilege. So it's like a right that you have that men don't.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess when you're talking about feminism being part of this equality and anti-patriarchy, it would appear that the patriarchy is necessary because you want them to go and fight wars on your behalf so that you can sleep at night without having any troubles, right? And you don't want to go fight those wars, right?
Yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. Like, looking back now, like, there's so many other opinions against feminism, or maybe just no standpoint for feminism, that I completely, like, I'm Gaining a new
There is a
perspective on.
standpoint for feminism. It's called standpoint theory.
Okay.
And this is the prism from which feminism is viewed. Standpoint theory means only from the standpoint of women. They actually went through and revised history books so that the history would only reflect the standpoint of women. It's called standpoint theory. So there is a standpoint for this.
I mean, just I meant like not like anything else, but just like in the room right now. Like I'm just meant like I'm open to everyone's opinions, and I am agreeing with like other people's opinions other than mine, including yours.
Okay.
Honestly, I think we should draft women first. You know, like kind of soften up the enemy a bit, like soften them up with the women.
Distract them.
Yeah. So, you know what? Send the OnlyFans women first, and they can like attack nude, and then like the enemy is just like bamboozled. Oh, look, some fucking titties, and then boom, we just fucking dispatch them. Like the dudes come in, and you know, like we do, like you know, the dispatching and shit. You know, like dispatching and shit.
Yeah. For sure.
Like that thing. Dispatching.
Can I ask a question? So when it comes to the drafting, like I do know there's a few countries that do force training though. So how do you guys feel about all women and men being military trained? But it doesn't necessarily mean women are being forced to the front lines, but at least
Like
we have
self-defense.
Force them to the
no,
front
but
lines.
it's
Israel
we
does
have
that.
we have
Force
the
them
we
to the
have
front lines.
because like you know I was very interested in joining our military, but as a field medic because I know my role. I can't, you know, but I do know my skills with medicine and other things that it's like I absolutely want to do my part, but I'm not going to be serving him any good if like when you could have somebody who's 6'4" and jacked and they, you know, versus me at the front lines. Like I'm not actually doing a proper service. I should know my place.
He's not that jacked.
What do you guys feel about
Wait, what?
like mandatory training?
Women can pull triggers.
I think it's really
I've
awesome.
got,
So
like-
Israel does that where you
Yeah.
have to go and you train no matter what. And I think it gives you an appreciation, like me being in the military, it really gives you appreciation of your country. And it really makes you grow up. You leave your house, you're what you know, and you have to be told what to do, like shut up and color. And it's a great way to really grow. And then on top of that, you learn a lot of skills that you wouldn't in the civilian world that would take you a long time, like the positions they put you in. It's just great learning experience, diversity. I think I think America should do that because these men these days are a little bit different, a little bit softer.
All right, fine. I guess last thing here. I'm gonna throw this out. If any of you want to have a little back and forth with me or Andrew on this, I don't know. I don't know if this is actually Andrew's position, but men are, speaking of feminism, men are and have been more oppressed than women. Anybody?
I think
they like being the leader. I think
anybody
it's not
wanna-
an
Kill of
oppression.
Cereal donated $200. The patriarchy is here to protect you with our 15s in the house, trucks that don't get stuck in mud, homegrown food, being drafted, drilling the oil for everything in your life, and putting away danger.
What a great super chat segue into Brian's point. It's wonderful.
That was great.
Appreciate that,
Thank you.
killer of the cereal.
Thank you, killer of cereal.
Yeah, I think men like being the protectors, so I don't think it's really like something. I mean, obviously, some men don't want to be at all, and they're very, you know, different.
Well, my statement was men are and have been more oppressed than women as it relates to, because we're talking about feminism, and one of the kind of talking points of feminism is how women throughout history and even current day are oppressed, and by comparison, they're more oppressed than men. Anybody want to bite?
I can only talk about today. And
We could talk about today.
well, yeah. So for me, again, this isn't not my field, not my expertise. This is just what I see as a personal thing. Is we can talk about how we feel and how we, but heaven forbid a man tries to express like, hey, these are the issues I see with my buddies. Like mental health is this issue, or and it's like when a guy does good, I feel like they just absolutely get shit on. So I don't know. There's these stupid Instagram posts that I'm seeing where there's one where it's a voiceover and it goes, how hard can it be? A man does it. How hard could it be? Amanda, like that type of stuff, like that is so sexist. And if if men started posting that, we'd be all up in flames. So I think there's a very one-way
I think it's your
situation.
algorithm because mine doesn't get that.
It's well, because I'm kind of against that, and I think it's because people are
So
like
you watch it,
resharing
you
it,
spend more time,
being
yeah.
like, hey, have you guys been seeing what's going on, right? And just like, I've got a younger brother, you know, and like if I end up having a son, like I'm worried because it's like I don't think that they care at all really about men. It's all about the pendulum swinging too far is where I feel like, you know, we wanted the middle, and now we're at this point of like virtue signaling, and it's to the point that we have to beat someone down to feel like we are still going up.
We only care about transgenders mostly right now.
So that's a whole different thing. Like I didn't
I mean,
believe
that's
in.
the emphasis right now in the world.
That's okay. Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying.
Wait, you're from
Putting
Canada,
it out
right?
there.
Are you from Canada?
Yeah, I'm from Canada.
Sensitive subject over there.
No, we have okay. Like,
Do you guys talk about it as much as Americans?
we're the ones who have like the male woodworking teacher who decides to wear fetish prosthetic breasts into
That's
his
in
woodworking
Canada?
class that you see like in the fishnet stockings.
What the fuck?
And like they're this big.
Damn, them some
and
giants.
he
Giant
is then
titties.
identifying as it's totally
Giant
a fetish, but in his outside daily life, he's a normal him. But
Demons.
it's
That's crazy.
like okay, that's
Do you, who's
bull
the who's
crap.
the guy who's challenging Trudeau? Is it Polivier? How do you say-
Olivier. Yeah, I do
Olivier?
photography for him once in a
Oh,
while.
you think you could get him on the show? You think? You think he'd come
Definitely
on?
not. No.
Whoa. He wouldn't come on the show, or you wouldn't be able to
you
do
gotta
it.
you gotta message his people.
I got a message. Hey, he's doing good. He's doing good things over there.
His perspective is he sticks more with the financial and things like that.
All
He
right.
doesn't really hit the.
We have
social
Justin R.
politics.
here. Being out of the industry doesn't matter. The internet is forever. Now, based on your selfish, got-to-get money, fast desires, you, your family, and your kids will always be shamed for a great decision.
Yeah, this is actually a good point to bring up, which is that,
If
you know,
if
and I don't
someone-
know why this is not brought up more often,
So,
but I do tend to bring it up quite a bit, which is what happens when your kids come over to you and say, hey, look, Mom, this is you blowing this guy, and we have it all on film. And this is you blowing this guy, and this guy, and this guy also. And all these kids at school are beating me up, Mom.
And so
Like,
they're-
that seems like one of the best arguments against pornography I can ever think of.
Yeah, I totally agree. Honestly, I think that when I was in the porn industry, I really didn't think about the future. I honestly didn't care if I lived or got deleted from life. Like, I really hated myself. I was very insecure, had a lot of self-inflicting thoughts. So I didn't consider the future. And now that I am a wife and a mother, that is something that my past has come back to haunt me now that I'm, like, my husband and I, we were practicing, you know, no sex before marriage. And we were on a date one day and he gets a direct message and somebody sent him a picture of me with another man. He'd never even seen me naked. I was mortified. And so, yeah, I think that our decisions definitely have consequences, and I'll own up to that. One thing that I'm doing with my children is already kind of having like age appropriate conversations. My daughter's only 4, but you know, I often tell her, you know, Mommy used to make a lot of bad decisions, and she doesn't know what that means. She goes, what did you used to eat, like a lot of candy? And I'm like, oh, kind of worse than that, babe. Like, I'm not going to tell her at 4 years old. But that is a conversation that my husband and I will have to have with her. And I share this in all transparency because those 7 years that I was in porn, I wish that I could give those years back. I wish that I didn't go down that path. I really do, because our
You're right, but you
decisions do
can't
have
put
consequences.
the toothpaste back in the tube.
Right, I
But the
can't.
beautiful
And
thing is God
I own up
uses-
to that, and I'm not trying to say that what I did, you know, I'm
not
owning up
beating
to that.
I'm not
It
beating you up
sucks.
for it. I'm glad that you repented and moved on from it. But what I'm saying to you specifically, and it's very important, because it's tying back to our earlier shame conversation. Is there anything worse that you can think of that would bring shame to your children more than them seeing their mother having sex with men on video? Could
Yeah.
there ever be? I can't actually think of anything that would make a child more ashamed of their parents than that. I can't think of anything.
the thing
Okay,
is,
so
I think
it
if you
is-
were a serial killer, that would be less shameful to a child than having that happen.
Not
to them
really,
at school.
because they wouldn't have their mother in their life. She'd be in prison. But no, it's
I'm
definitely.
talking about shame, not about outcomes. That would still be less shameful, I think, than if somebody
people know
walked
your parent
over
was a
and went,
murderer,
"Hey,
way different.
look, I fapped to your
people know
mom
your
last
parent is
night." No, like, I can't think of anything more like,
Okay, so
that
I've
would be
been
more
out of the
horrible to a kid than
industry.
that.
I have been out of the industry for 12 years. Okay, so it's been a long time. There's a lot of people that are out there and doing their thing. But regardless, I am teaching my children how to be empathetic. So, for example, we see a homeless person in the store. You know what, babe? Let's go and pay for his groceries. I'm teaching my children how to empathize with people so that when that time does come, it's like, yeah, I know my mom did that and that sucks. But like, I also teach my daughter too, 4 years old. This is a great for any parents out there because children are being exposed to porn at the age of 8 years old. So what I do is I tell my daughter.
Hang on, I gotta ask you
teach
just
my
to follow
daughter.
up.
I'm still on a thought here, so just a moment, please. I
Yeah,
teach
I know,
my
but it
daughter
takes
that
you
if
forever to
anybody
complete
ever
one. Just
shows
make
her,
we gotta go bang, bang, bang. You know what I mean?
if anybody ever shows, I taught my daughter, if anybody ever shows you an image or a video of anybody that is wearing anything less than what you'd see someone wearing at the beach, immediately turn away and go and tell an adult because that is not appropriate.
Got it. Now let me ask you a question. Let's assume one of my kids is at school and another kid goes over to him and says, "Hey, I have a video of your dad smoking." Do you think anybody gives a flying fuck?
I didn't say that prostitution and smoking are the same thing. So are you asking
So they're
me
not
that?
equal. You
No,
don't think
I
they're
didn't.
equal
I
sins
never
now?
said that they were. I never said that they were. Go back.
I think
rewind.
the beautiful thing
I
is
didn't
God
say that.
uses all things for good, and now she has a testimony and she can help so many women. And our goal in life is not to make our kids
Well,
happy.
let me ask you the same
Our goal
question.
in
Do you
life
think
is to
that when
serve
one of your
God.
kids goes over to you
Okay,
and
I'm
somebody
not
shows
done.
them
So-
pornography of their mother, that they're going to care about that more than their dad smoking a cigarette? I've just got to know.
The point is, she now with her testimony, she can use that to help so many women, and that's the reason that we're here on this earth, to help other people. It's not to make sure your kids aren't ashamed. That's
can you
life.
answer my
life
question?
is tough. You're gonna have people break your heart. You're gonna have people,
Yeah,
can
you
be
answer my
ashamed.
question?
No
Do you
one's
think that if
perfect.
one of my kids, if somebody comes over to one of my kids and says, "Look at your daddy smoking in this video," that's going to be in any way comparable to them going over and say, "Look at my mom giving this guy a rim job"? Do you think that those are in any way comparable at all?
No, in the carnal worlds.
Carnal.
Answer the question.
I
Yes?
said
You
no,
think
in the
they are?
carnal
You think
world.
that that's
In
going
the-
to bring
in the carnal
shame
world.
to my?
But you know,
think my
she can
kid's
help
going to be
more
like,
people
"Oh my
going through the
God,
industry."
he is? He's smoking a
You know what?
cig-
Going
wow.
through the industry, she can help more people than somebody who hasn't been through the industry. She can bring more people to God with her testimony. We stand on the power of our testimony. And the fact that she did that and now she's living in purity and walking in purity, she can do more than those people who have never done OnlyFans.
What does that have to do with my question?
My question
It has.
I mean,
you're doing everything
the
but
carnal
answering the
world?
question.
The carnal world.
I just feel like in
Are there
in
other?
God's eyes,
What's the
yeah,
other
because
world?
to everybody else, spiritual world. In the
What's the
spiritual
other world?
she's able to help so many people with her testimony, just like
But the question
I am.
is, what's worse? Is
I
this
said
smoking
no.
a cigarette?
I
Yeah,
said
I'm
no.
going to ask you. So let me
said
ask.
this-
Hang on.
smoking the
Don't say
cigarette
anything.
is not
Let me
as
ask the
bad.
question, and then I'm going to be quiet while you answer it.
I
But
already
please try to answer it directly. Let me just ask it directly. Assuming that you and I have a kid in the same school, and he walks over and he's like, "Look at your dad, he's smoking a cigarette," and shows him a video. And he says, "Oh yeah? Well, look at your mom, she's giving a guy a rim job." Which one do you think is going to be more embarrassed?
I already answered that before.
Yeah, so
just
can you
answer
answer it now?
The rim job.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to be
Answered
clear.
that.
But you said in the carnal world.
That's a side note. I still answered it.
But you said in the carnal world, what? All right, here, I'm going to move on. We
going
have
too deep with it.
Anonymous. Wonderful panel today, Brian. Some of these younger ladies are truly open-minded, not just to what they learn from their liberal upbringing, but to what life will teach them eventually. Canada sucks.
That's why we're moving to America. I agree. We have things to learn.
All right, we're going to react to a thing. All right, Nick's pulling it up here. All right, so what do you guys think about this? This is you got on the left there an established and complete woman, and then a victim of Jesus. Wait, I don't know. What the fuck was that? Okay, it's a drawing, whatever. No, it's all good. You guys saw it, right?
Yeah.
You guys, what do you guys think of that? Agree? Disagree?
Agree.
All right. Okay, on to the next thing, I
I
guess.
mean,
All right,
I
pull up
was
the
the
Charlie
woman
Kirk
on the
thing.
right, and now I'm the woman on
God
the left.
transforms, baby.
There you go.
I
There you
totally
go. Zoom it out. down 1, I think. Yeah, there you go. All right. Go ahead and actually, yeah, full screen it. Full screen it. Yeah, you go ahead. Beginning. Start from the beginning, please. Drag it back. Yeah.
We've basically told a great generation of young women, don't get married, don't have kids, go get a corporate job, and it's created mass political hysteria. And then in their early 30s, they get really upset because they say, you know, the boys don't want to date me anymore because they're not at their prime. And people get mad when I say that. Well, this is true. If you're in your early 30s, I'm sorry. It's like you're not as attractive in the dating pool as you were in the early 20s. But again, you have your corporate job and cats. So I thought, you know, we've basically told.
So this went viral on Twitter a couple days ago. Charlie Kirk, he's giving a talk. Charlie, who we've had on the show before, and he said, well, women are not in their prime. In their 30s, everyone lost their mind over this. Just going around the panel, do you guys object to this characterization that women are not in their prime when they're in their 30s?
30s is the new 20s, baby.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
No, I think that age, all that stuff is just trying to make people feel bad. Like, we're all children of God, and that's what he looks at. And I think all that other stuff causes depression, anxiety, puts pressures on people.
Aging?
Like, I mean, it's a normal fact, but our world bases that so much. Look at the filters we have. All this stuff is just artificial. At the end of the day, we're all dying. This world is temporary. So why do we put so much emphasis on all this fake stuff around us? You know?
Well, then that's a very nihilistic approach. Why wouldn't people just unalive themselves then, if it's just a temporary, temporal, place to be in?
Well, what do you mean? That's not what the Bible would. You're not supposed to unalive yourself. That's not what God called you to do.
Wait a second. If you're talking to a person who's a secularist, you're trying to sell them on Christianity, and they ask you, well, wait a second, if it's all just a temporal state and it's ultimately meaningless, why don't I just off myself? You just say, because the Bible says not to.
With Jesus inside of us, we have a great purpose. We're supposed to help people. We are not supposed to just say, I'm saying on the outward appearance, we're so much on the material. I'm talking about the soul level. That's what really matters. Nothing about on the outer matters.
Wait, you mean like someone's outward physical appearance doesn't matter?
It doesn't matter. Like, the soul is what matters. Everybody puts emphasis on how you look. Look at the most beautiful people are the most they hate themselves the most. They're the most depressed people.
Okay, so hold on.
Beautiful people in the world.
But bringing it back to Charlie Kirk's video, his basic point was that, this could even be the case for a lot of men too, but he was saying that women in their 30s, I forgot exactly, they're not in their prime. So let's assume that's the physical prime. They're not as attractive as they were in their 20s. You object to that position?
I mean, I think to each, Botox come along. But I think really to each his own, because somebody might not like dating a younger girl who has an experienced life, who they can't talk to about things. There's a lot of men, which is, I think, disgusting. You see these, especially like in Nashville, I don't know, it's a thing, where these older guys are dating these young girls because they as older women would never put up.
Hold on.
What's wrong with that?
Well, hold on. No. Hold on. Wait. Just
young.
Are you talking? You talking about adults? You talking about adults though?
Yeah.
Because you're saying young girls.
Yeah.
Let's just be clear here. We're talking about adult
You're talking
women.
They're dating women at 18 and up, right?
But somebody who's like a fresh baby. And the thing is all of us
women
who are in our 30s
That's
look at these
bad
men
characterization.
who are
They're not
40,
babies.
and a lot of them have ego issues. They're like crazy, and we see it. But the young girl, she's not developed enough to where she's kind of like deals with it, you know?
When did she get developed enough?
Well, honestly, God gives you a lot of wisdom and discernment.
When is that?
When you dive deep with God. When you put,
Could it be
instead
an 18? Could an 18-year-old girl have been dive deep with God?
I'm sorry?
Can an 18-year-old girl be dive deep with God?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Then what the hell is the problem with that relationship?
I'm just saying, and generally, it's not that kind of relationship. Most
what kind
of
of
the time,
relationship
it's
is
a
it?
broken girl who's been through a lot of stuff, who isn't mature enough, and then a broken guy who likes that this girl, he can control her, things like that. That's the modern
Yeah,
day.
but you could have that at 22 and 20. You don't need, why would the age gap make a difference?
That's normally from what I see, that's what I see.
Yeah, but you see that normally among people who are in the same age grouping too. It's pretty normal to see broken people get together in the same exact
The thing
age
is,
group.
until you put God first, you're gonna make a man an idol, and that's what I did for so long, and it was one of my biggest regrets. Because
What does that mean? Make a
somebody's
man an
happiness-
idol.
I just
You're
feel
not
like
making a man an idol because there's an
if
age
you don't
gap.
have-
That's insane.
No, I'm just saying, if you don't put God first in your life, you are gonna make a man your idol. If you're 18, you're still discovering life. I'm not saying it's not true. It can happen. People do get married young, but it is weird. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm gonna stop.
Yeah, why is it weird? Why is it weird? It just gives you the ick? Does it just give you the ick?
No, it's because they're taking advantage. Because as a woman, I see that these women are very heartbroken, and these men are taking advantage of them. They might have some father wounds. They haven't had time to heal, and then they go after them. And I think it's, especially when you have a heart of mercy. That's why you never see a narcissist with a narcissist. It's always the one, there's a sweet one, and then the narcissist. So
Well, that's
I
funny.
think,
In this particular instance, though, why do you think that these women aren't just going after these older men because of their resources and because they want to have shit given to them and rides on airplanes and all this other different stuff that you seem to see in these age gap
there's always
relationships
something
all
deeper.
the time?
It's always something deeper, because material things don't really get you that happy. So it's coming from somebody who's had it all.
Yeah, they don't, but that doesn't mean that women don't like material things, because they sure do like material things.
Security, it's being provided for.
Let's have the whole panel
older men
give a reaction to the video, starting with you. Go ahead.
What video in question? The one, like,
Literally
the
the
Charlie
one we
Kirk
just
one.
remember.
Can you replay the video?
Under the age
All right,
of
pull it
30,
back up,
women are
Nick.
in
Pull
their
it back
prime
up.
for
Pull it back
dating.
up. Just skip to the end part,
Right.
like halfway through. Video from
Oh, okay,
full
okay,
screen,
that
full
one.
screen,
Sorry, I
full.
was
Just
thinking
play
about
one more
other
time.
videos.
Just play one more time. Go ahead. Play it. Play it. Yep. Go ahead.
You know, the boys don't want to date me anymore because they're not at their prime. And people get mad when I say that. Well, it's just true. If you're in your early 30s, I'm sorry. It's like you're not as attractive in the dating pool as you were in the early 20s. But again, you have your corporate job and cats, so I thought, you know.
You can
We've
pause it. Yeah, he's basically saying, hey, sorry, it's true. When you're in your 30s, you're not as attractive as you were when you were in your 20s.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Disagree?
I know some, like, I've heard of people say, like, my 25-year-old body isn't the same as, like, my 18-year-old body, and that's just something you have to accept. So I do agree with that video.
I read somewhere that man met his wife when she was in her 30s and he was in his 20s.
I don't think that makes his
Yeah,
point
but why
wrong.
would that be a
No, I'm
problem
not
for
saying
his
it
argument?
does.
And you're currently in an age gap relationship, correct?
Yes.
You are 24.
17 years? 17
Yes.
years, I remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're 24. He's 41, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So wait, what's your point that you're trying to make?
No, I was just wondering if anybody else knew that was true. I don't think.
Is
that
she older
he-
than him, or he's like 34 and she's?
Let's assume she's 10 years older than him. I don't understand how that affects what he said.
Well, I would say that he
not
doesn't
everybody.
believe what he's saying.
I don't
Wait,
think
what?
it's too. I don't think it's conflicting at all
Okay.
for him. I don't think the statement he made and the fact that he married a woman who was 30.
Out of the pool.
Yeah, I don't think those are conflicting things.
Okay.
Yeah, for instance,
Somebody's
let me give you
prime
an
might be
example.
different
Say-
for somebody else. Maybe somebody likes older women, you know? So it's
Mm-hmm.
different. And like for me, in my 20s, I was on drugs. My face was crazy. Like I wasn't in my prime. So I think it's different for every person. I think we got to stop stereotyping. I get his point. What his point is stop focusing on work, and then you're gonna miss out on
Wait,
family.
let me
That's
ask you a
his point.
question though. You said in your 20s you weren't in your prime, but let's assume that you had not done all the drug use and I don't know the partying and you know
What?
being
What?
involved
Wait.
in S.
She
What?
said she wasn't in her prime in her 20s?
Because well, she's saying compared to now, I'm living a healthier life.
Everybody's
I'm not doing
prime's
drugs.
different.
But let's assume that in your 20s, there wasn't the drug use, there wasn't any of that stuff. Just comparing yourself at 25 versus your 34. So let's say 24 versus 34. Would you agree that you would have been more physically attractive then than you are now?
No, because I didn't start drugging and all that until I got out of the military, which was I was 27 years old.
But it's just a hypothetical.
But I'm saying, for me, when I grew in Christ, that was when my prime was. I feel like my soul is what matters.
Your physical appearance. Physical
Oh,
appearance.
physical appearance.
That's well.
I think
yeah.
my style got better. I know what to wear. Like for me, I think it's
Here,
different.
hold on. Let me clarify here. This is a question we often ask. So, the way we typically will ask this question is it's going to be related to the rating yourself question. all else being equal, do you think, and typically the way I ask it, do you think you'll be more physically attractive in 10 or 20 years time?
Less, obvious.
Less.
Yeah.
But so.
So then it would
But I
stand to
don't think
reason that
30s
you'd be
to me
less
is not
physically
old,
attractive now than you
like-
were in your 20s.
But
right?
okay, so so the way I can just ask this question, you're 34 now, if all else being equal, do you think you're more physically attractive at 24 than you are now at 34?
My muscles matured. I look better.
Muscles
I don't know.
matured?
I honestly,
Wait, what do you mean your muscles matured?
the older you get, like I was a bodybuilder, so my muscles weren't as developed as they are now. So when
you
it
think
comes to
that's like
body,
a-
like I can, if we stood up,
No,
my
no,
body
no, but
looks
all
great.
else,
like,
all else being equal.
oh, like
So that means like you can't do this scenario where, well, 24 I was
There's
obese.
no conditionals.
Yeah, 24 I was obese. 34 I'm a super
I mean,
fit
generally
shape.
speaking, yes, of course. Like the
Okay.
older you get, life happens, gravity, all
All
those
right,
things.
gravity.
Also, you're not as fertile as you were in your 20s, right?
Yeah, but you only need one egg to get.
You only
Okay.
need what now?
You
One
only
egg.
Need one egg.
Yeah, no, I understand, but it stands to reason that women who get married in their 30s, and especially in their mid-30s, are likely going to have less children than if they get married in their 20s, right?
Yeah.
Wait, going around the table, reaction to the
Sorry.
Kirk video. Did you give an answer?
No, I haven't. I understand. I think if a woman wants to go to school
Nick, could you close the door?
to if a woman wants to go to school to get like a better job in like corporate world, whatever, it's kind of hard. I don't think they're all the same. So if like some people are complaining about not finding anyone when they're 30, like I don't think everyone's complaining. Does that make sense?
Sort of, I guess. Okay.
Just go for the older guy.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with him I don't necessarily disagree with him with what he's saying because it's kind of true, but I mean, it just sucks.
It sucks. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Sure.
I already did.
Okay, well then, yeah, I don't necessarily agree, but like in your situation where you were.
Wait, you don't necessarily. What do you mean you don't?
Well, because
necessarily
like
agree?
okay, in her situation, right?
Who's her situation?
Yes, yours. I mean, you were taking drugs and you just weren't in the right state of mind. So like maybe like she looks a lot better now than she did like when she was in her 20s. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you
like
said
she's
you didn't
cleaned up.
start drugging until you were
27.
So I
Oh.
mean, like.
But even my soul.
Okay, well, Charlie Kirk said women in their
third.
30s as compared to women in their early 20s. So even using her example, not even using all else being equal, she wasn't drugging in her early 20s.
Well then, yeah, I think the dating pool's a lot better in your 20s and 30s then.
It's not even necessarily the dating. So he's talking, so the question sort of is, are women in their prime in their 20s as compared to their 30s?
Yeah, I agree. Women in their prime 20s.
All right.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yep, I agree.
My DMs are flooded.
The DMs are flooded.
Yes, I don't respond, but I'm
Do you
just
consider
saying, I
yourself
don't think it's hard.
traditional?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah. Why? It's 'cause
All right,
of
Nick, pull up the
tattoos?
Instagram.
'Cause the
Pull
tat-
up the Instagram.
Hey,
We're going to do the
God's been-
Instagram
God-
deep dive.
God has been slowly convicting me about
Convicted,
things.
yep.
But I had like 1,000 pictures on there, and now I went down to like
Remove some.
So slowly, it's been working.
We're going to call it, this
I
is...
don't understand.
And disclaimer, I came from Miami, so the
Wait,
clothes was a little bit
hang on.
different, and I just moved.
How long do you think it's going to take God to convict you to get rid of the rest of them?
That's between me and God. What do you mean? To get rid
Well,
of the rest
would
of my
you
pictures?
like if you had to guess
I think
based on the
religion-
current amount
think
of pictures
religion
that
is
you've
what
taken off versus the future amount of pictures that you will take off, would we say that within a year that you'll have all
No,
of the
I think
bad
religion
pictures
is
off?
the one that's going to look at you and say, you can't wear this, you can't wear that. And I think they're the ones that, but I think God works on you slowly. Like if you've been accustomed to something for so many years, you've been showing yourself for this many
So
years,
many years.
it does take time. And especially coming from Miami, like the stuff I wore in Miami, I didn't think it was bad. And then I come to
Yeah.
Nashville. Okay, you're ready.
We're doing a segment called Traditional or Not Traditional,
Andrew's
brought to you by Andrew Wilson
Oh,
and Associates. Okay, go ahead. Pull it up, Nick. All right, Alicia Magan. Alicia, sorry. Okay. So, scrolling down, we're going to do a little slower for us. So, traditional or not traditional? Are you conservative too? You conservative? Mm-hmm. Okay. Traditional, not traditional. Is she? You can pull up the chat too. Pull up the chat for us. Just pause it there for a sec. Traditional, not traditional. Traditional, not traditional. Huh? That's fine. Traditional.
Andrew, you okay over there?
Scroll down. Scroll down. Traditional. A lot of chat is saying not traditional. Not traditional. There's a Pepe with a cross. Not traditional.
Oh, what?
Not traditional.
What is your if you had to point at the 5 newest photos that you had? What are the 5 newest
Booty
ones
pic,
that you have?
booty
the top
pic,
ones.
bikini pic, booty pic.
I gotta take that one off.
Booby pic, bent over booby pic.
It's a video.
Is that are you on a lawnmower? Well, I don't know what that is. At the beach, pic, boxing stance, booty pic. Wait, hold on a second here. Oh, look at Andrew here. He can't believe his eyes. He can't believe his eyes.
To the pure,
Andrew,
all things are pure.
When will God convict you to get rid of the rest of these pics? When is that going to happen? I know it's a process, right? But can we start with a process of like...
You know what, you're right.
What is actually stopping you? I just want to know. If you know it's wrong, what is actually stopping you from removing them right this second?
I listen to God. I don't listen to other people. So.
Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
I didn't. Honestly, it's. If you have a dirty mind, doesn't matter what you look at. I've seen girls who are completely covered up. I've worn dresses that were completely covered up and still had men look at me. If a
but
man's
those aren't pictures of you in dresses where you're completely covered up. Those are pictures of you basically nude.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Well, before we even saw it, your immediate reaction was, "Don't judge because the clothing in Miami is different."
Mm-hmm. So a lot of those pictures I just moved.
I don't know. You looked like that. There could have been
just
Hawaii
changed.
there.
So I just got delivered. I had sexual generational demons, everything.
Yeah.
So
generational.
Yeah, and you can see it a lot in these girls in pictures. There's so much witchcraft, new age stuff.
Witchcraft?
Yeah. So I.
Damn.
Maybe just the photos that in your mind you were like, "Hey guys, like hold on."
But
whatever
my last photos
those
I don't have a
ones,
problem with.
Wait, I have a
I
question.
would archive those ones, and then that way next time somebody's like, "Let's see your social," be like, "Yeah, here."
Yeah.
Say what you want to say, but there was something you already knew. There was something, which is why you gave everybody a disclaimer.
Yeah.
So there's you
I
knew
knew
there would be
Andrew
photos.
was excited about.
Wait,
this.
so Andrew, you are the.
Oh, I see. You're making an inference there. Yeah, it's very clever and very Christ-like, right? So, but let's back up real quick because I would like to know the answer to this question, right? What is actually stopping you if you believe that it's wrong to have photos like that on your Instagram from right this second deleting them?
I could do it. If you want me to do it, I can do it. There's no problem doing that. But I listen to God. For me, I saw those photos. People have seen my transition, and that's been my testimony. There are a couple I need to take out, but the pictures I have really aren't bad.
So let me just ask you with the follow-up. Do you think God wants you to have those pictures on your Instagram?
Not all of them are bad, especially my last
I know.
photos.
The ones that are, though.
Of course.
Then why haven't you deleted them?
Yeah, I haven't to be honest, I haven't looked through my photos in a while, and I just did a revamp on them, so I don't go to my Instagram and look at everything look at everything, so all the time.
Could you see it from an outsider's perspective? Like, I don't know you at all, right? And I want to give you every benefit of the doubt. And I hope on your journey through Christianity that we see you in an Orthodox church one day. I do. But you can see where it would be that people would have doubts about you and people like Nala and your convictions when you say, I only listen to God. And then when I ask, well, do you think God would want this? And you say no. And I ask, well, why haven't you deleted it then? You really don't have a good answer.
God will take me through that process when it's time. Like that's really what it is. It's everybody's relationship is personal. It's very different. If he stripped us of everything we ever had, we'd go in like shock. It's like a slow transformation.
Cold turkey, that shit.
Like people,
cold turkey, that
they
shit.
struggle sometimes. They struggle with
$200.
masturbation.
She has
they struggle
troubles
with certain
understanding
things.
what God wants from her with all the different tongues he speaks to her in.
Tongues.
Yeah, well, listen, I get that it's a process, but I just want to let you know that part of the process could be hitting the delete button. That seems like a pretty easy process, right?
Yeah, of course. Like I said, I just newly gave my faith. I literally just got baptized maybe 3 weeks ago, rebaptized. So it is a process. I have gotten rid of a lot, but it's between me and God, and that's what's so beautiful. It's a relationship, not to be condemned by other people. When you're like a Pharisees, you know what they told Jesus? You're wrong for this, you're wrong for that. The Pharisees always had something to say, but it's that relationship. And
Wait,
I feel like you are a Pharisee.
Can you give me the, if you feel like I'm a Pharisee? Well, then just to kind of rejoin back against your accusation of me being a Pharisee, can you give me the parable of the prostitute who won't delete her prostitution photos from her Instagram, please? I'm all ears.
I think it's just honestly a process. Like when I...
No. I'd like her to answer. Can you give me that parable real quick?
Jesus loves you.
Yeah.
Andrew.
When I came to church, I had all...
What's your question?
So you just deleted your OnlyFans in January?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that just based on only your pictures and your Instagram that people would believe that you're Christian? Or that they would infer that?
Oh, definitely. I mean, I think that I talk about it. I'm very open about it. And I think that's how God wants us to be. He doesn't want us to be shamed. All that condemning, shame, all that stuff comes from the devil. At the end of the day, like, he can use all things for good. And that's what's beautiful about him. And he loves us so much. And it's like, when you have God in your life, you're not selfish anymore. You think about others. Like, it's a whole perspective change. You start loving others differently. Like, I grew up very religious. It was like condemning. There was none of that. Like, Jesus never came to people like that. He came to them with love and peace. People wanted to change because they saw something different in him. So
gotcha. So do you think then, if this is the case, should you condemn the devil?
Condemn the devil? What do you mean?
Yeah, should you give condemnation towards Satan?
I mean, he's the reason for a lot of things that go on. Why not? I mean,
but
it's not going to change. Satan's going to be who he is.
So if that's true, if you would condemn Satan, do you think it would be God or Satan who would prefer that those pictures were up on your Instagram?
Satan is not the one that we need to condemn. What do you mean?
What? Wait, what? You don't need to condemn Satan?
No, but I mean, I don't understand. Sorry, I don't understand your question.
If we should condemn Satan, right? You would agree that we should do that, right? Satan bad, right?
Yeah, and we have, with the authority of Jesus.
Would you say that God or Satan would prefer that you had those pictures up on Instagram?
Well, probably, if they're not appropriate, most likely Satan.
Then, so how would be the best way to condemn Satan then?
Gotcha, bitch.
I have another question.
So hold on. Hold on. Okay, I do want to move things on a little bit. Okay, one question, kind of related to the photos and shit. It seems evident from your Instagram here. I don't know if there's a biblical, theological, ecclesiastical take on this. I do notice that you have plastic surgery. Breast implants? Mm-hmm. I don't know if there's like any BBL.
No, natural.
Dude, come on, bro. Stop
swear
the cap.
On my life.
You're full of shit, bro.
No, okay. Swear on my life.
Maybe, look, do you have... Hold on. Okay, so maybe, see, people like to dance around when I ask this. So you've not had any procedure for the buttocks region?
No. You can look at my old. You can look at my old stuff since I was a kid.
Dude.
I'm sorry, dude. You can see my legs. I work out a lot.
Why do people lie about
I'm
the
not
fucking
lying about
ass
it.
shit?
You can see my legs. I've always been thick since I was a young kid, and I used to hate it.
I'm sorry, my dude. There's something going on with the cheeks.
That's your opinion.
You agree?
No, not in the way that you mean.
What do you mean? What way?
Like it looks good. She has a great butt. That she looks good. That's what I meant. I didn't mean it in the way that you mean it.
Okay, you're saying there's no, like, I don't know what the specific different surgeries are. No fat transfer, no injections. You're saying nothing.
No, nothing.
Bro, you're fucking capped right now, dog.
Okay.
You capping, bro.
Okay.
There's no, come on, fess up, be honest.
Have you had lipo in other areas?
I had lipo on my back, but my boobs. Which is the dumbest thing ever. This doctor, anyways, not the best story.
Bro, I almost want to pull this Instagram back up so I could like look at some photos and be like, I don't know if it's a BBL.
It's totally possible. She could totally build that.
Bruv.
You said you work out, right?
Bruv. Dude, I feel like I can spot a fake booty. I think it's fake booty. Should we ask the chat?
Adam
what do you
22
think?
even
Pull her
said
shit.
the same thing.
Huh?
I said the chat's gonna say that it's fake.
They love saying that because they're all
I'm
good.
trying to
Girls
fi-
have
I'm trying
flat
to
booties,
I'm trying to find the.
so they're like, "Oh, it's fake."
I work with lots of girls who have BBLs. I believe you.
Bro, come on. Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Let's see it.
I think it's fake, dude. I'm sorry. Why are you lying? Why
I'm
are
not
you
lying.
dude?
I'm not lying.
Hold
I have
on,
nothing
bro.
to lie about.
There's the one where you were like sparring up against Black China. Dude, come on, bro. I'm sorry, but you know what I mean. Wait, hold on. Let me see. Is it fake? I don't know, dude. Okay, but you do at least admit you have breast implants.
Yes.
So like, what's God's position? What's the ecclesiastical, theological?
I mean, I don't think we're supposed to change our body.
So would
I
you,
got my boobs done
in addition
before.
to like you taking some of these Instagram photos off, would you take the fake titties out?
If it's not gonna hurt my health, honestly, but right now I'm gonna keep them in. But that was something I did in the past, so it's not like God takes you where you are and He forgives you. You don't need to go changing anything to be accepted by God. So
Yeah, it's not conditional.
yeah, so I don't feel like I need to take my boobs out, especially going underneath another surgery, which might be more harmful. So it just depends. Some people are called to do it, some people aren't.
No lipo?
And just in my back.
No stomach.
No, my stomach's.
You had it
Yeah,
on your
I'm
back?
thick right now. I feel like I need some lipo on my stomach.
I don't know. I'm looking at some of these photos and I feel like you're not being forthcoming about all your procedures. So have you had lip filler?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You had a back lipo.
To put fat here in my chest, which didn't. It's the dumbest thing ever because it only I think 40% of it stays or something like that.
And
it didn't even give me no
that's the extent of it.
Yes. My nose is real. Everything else just did lip fillers and obviously Botox.
Oh no, man. I can't. Bro.
I mean, she's being honest about everything else.
That's
Why
what-
would
yeah,
you
that's
think
what-
that she's
I just
lying?
don't think that you would
Like,
lie. Yeah.
You don't think
There's no
people would
reason.
lie?
Well, I don't think that she would.
Didn't
if
you
she's
say you
owning
power
up.
I think
lift
it's
too?
just
Like
a
you
Yeah,
work
body-
out.
I
I mean,
feel
if
like
you're
you're
honest
actually-
about
yeah.
like being a sex worker and getting implants and everything else, I don't think that you would lie about that.
There's just like a certain shape that's just like impossible to achieve without surgery. You know what I
I don't
mean?
necessarily think so.
Yeah, there's certain like that's
I
just
mean,
not humanly
sure.
possible. You can typically spot it.
I think hers is humanly possible though.
Is it though?
But she's also a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the
what I
thing.
mean.
Like if it was me and my butt was huge, like that's so non-proportional. Like I'm like
Yeah.
a noodle. So like I think I think she's owning up to it. So I think I think she's being honest.
I'm 152 right now, and I'm 5'3.5". There's a lot of thickness. My legs are huge. My legs like the size of, I don't know how to compare that. I'm like of a tree trunk.
Ooh.
I don't know, man. I don't. Sorry, I'm looking at the fucking Instagram on my shit. Bro, I can't. Okay. all
Yeah,
right.
guys, go follow me on Instagram. There you go. It's exciting.
I'm looking at
And
this.
all my followers are real too. I never paid for a follower like all these sellouts. I'm sorry, that's so sad. When you,
I'm
if you
looking at
can't
your
get it, don't
boxing
get it.
match with Black China.
Can we see it?
Bro, I'm sorry, but like, why are you lying?
seen her
why
compared to
are you?
me?
I don't know. Maybe
Well, she
she's got the
definitely-
extra BBL.
She got
Yeah.
She got the extra BBL.
Jeebus may forgive you.
I'm sorry, bro. There's some fraud shit
Yes,
going on. I
with
think.
the man.
Okay, fuck it. Whatever. I'm gonna move on because I'm just burning time. Let me read some of these chats. Who wants to read? How about we have Peyton read? Go ahead.
Okay. The bullshit testimony is only to make herself feel better about what she did wrong. Do y'all 304s really believe your true love will be honest with your nudes? online.
I'm living
Online.
proof.
Be
that-
honest.
I'm living proof of that. My husband, he would have never, in his honestly right mind, I'll just be honest, thought of dating a woman with a past like mine. But as he got to know me at church, like he really felt peace in moving forward and in dating me. Like before me, he dated like, you know, a woman that was going to school to be a doctor and stuff like that. Like, but he felt peace and he felt like this is the woman that I'm called to be with in the future, and she's not a product of her past, she's a product of God's grace.
Amen.
And so yeah, I'm living proof, and we've been happily married for 8 years, been together for 10 years.
Okay, we have Nickelodeon. Peyton, if you can read this.
Should broke men be allowed to date, or should they just get their life together first? If the second, why should you of strumpets be allowed to date? Get your shit together.
Okay,
first.
going around the table, should broke men be allowed to date? Go ahead.
Yes, I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I would say no, because he needs to be able to provide. And when you're dating, you should be dating with the intent to be a husband. So not broke, like, I mean, you can be struggling, like, you know, but he needs to be trying. I mean, broke is like, he needs to at least be ready to.
Seems like a judgment from your part.
No, I just feel like if you're ready to, you should be dating for the idea of marriage. And if you're not ready to marry, you got to have a house. You got to, you know, so.
Why do you have to have any of those things to be married?
Well, you want to live with your parents' house with your
well,
wife?
you know, but the point is that if you're super poor, and there's people in plenty of nations other than this one who get married and have families, why would we push back against that just because they don't have a lot of material goods?
Yeah, that's true. You're right. That changed with the circumstance. I was just thinking a young kid just starting off life,
Would you
living
not?
in his
Yeah, but
mom's
I mean-
basement.
Would you not date a broke guy?
I would if it was God's man for me. I would. I've turned down rich men. Doesn't do it for me. I've turned down a lot of money. That stuff doesn't fulfill me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think broke men can date.
Yeah, I mean, they can date, but they should have like a vision for the future. Like they shouldn't be broke and content, at least not, you know, there's so many opportunities to make money and to be able to be a good provider. So you should be a visionary, right?
Yeah. Broke men can date.
Andrew, any quick thoughts on this one?
Yeah, of course there's no problem at all with this. The especially from the Christian lens. Materialism is irrelevant to Christianity. It's totally irrelevant to it. There's nothing at all wrong with poor people getting married. And sometimes they even raise kids in poor households. It's just not a huge deal.
All right, we have Justin R here. Nah, we not moving on. Bring on the shame. You can look up articles of kids of corn stars self-deleting from being bullied.
Yep.
Name an article of a kid self-deleting because their daddy smoked a cigarette.
I mean, we've already discussed this.
Yeah,
like,
we chatted
come
about
on.
it. It came in about 30 minutes ago,
okay.
but
Demons are out there.
the demons.
The demons.
Devil is alive.
When you're done with the supers too, I have a great question to
Sure.
ask when you're ready to write.
We have London's Fog. She's a traditional 3FO.
I think it's because I was on the Fresh and Fit. Is that what they always say?
Oh yeah,
Fresh
wait,
and
didn't
Fit?
you say you got kicked off that
Yeah.
show? Why did they
I
kick?
flipped the table. Oh my
Wait,
God.
Did you really?
Oh my gosh.
Wait, why did you get kicked off?
So I got kicked off because I was calling him out because both of those guys liked me. Both of them were in my DMs, but then he was sitting
Wait,
there
let's
saying,
not like leak private.
No, it's not. I said it on the podcast, and
Okay,
he was
all
sitting
right.
there saying, "You're this. You're not worth this. You're not." And I'm like, "Well, what do you think about yourself? Because you're the one that is always coming on to me." And yeah, and then I told him, and then he had a girlfriend, and he's very open that he sleeps with multiple women, but he thinks his like 19-year-old is high value. But I'm like, a high value wouldn't allow you to just cheat and bring home diseases, and yeah, so he didn't like that, and his demons were strong.
Okay. I actually, really quick, I do just want to address kind of some recent events here. I just want to make the statement that I'm not going to dogpile, absolutely not going to dogpile Fresh. I wish him good luck and I'm saying this with full, just genuine heart. He's definitely in a predicament. I'm not going to dogpile at all. The whole situation's kind of snafu. So
I don't know what that's
I wish him good luck in dealing with it because it's a total clusterfuck. I'm not gonna bring it up. Just look, me and them had like a little thing.
No, we're cool
a
now.
couple
Like,
months ago,
just
but
let
I don't think it's it wouldn't be right for me to dogpile. So
Yeah.
I wish him good luck in dealing with the situation.
And we have no bad blood, by the way. I just got kicked out, but I think they just did that for everybody.
Okay.
It's a trap. It's a trap. It's a trap.
But I don't agree with how they talk, but it
That's
is
the one
what
thing
it
I'll
is.
say on it.
Okay. So anyways, what am I saying?
Andrew had a question.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do. So my question is actually, I was thinking about this as we were having kind of our discussion back and forth with the two Christians on the panel. Just wondering, do you think that it's more effective for you to give your testimony in your gospel, or would it be more effective for us to politically try to outlaw OnlyFans and pornography? Which thing do you think would be more effective in society?
I think people sin no matter what. So, to be honest, testimony, people are going to do what they want, whether they look at porn on the, black web, whatever. There's all types of ways. But of course, putting it into law wouldn't hurt. It obviously would restrict more people from doing it. But at the same time, people are going to find ways around it. And I think your testimony is way more powerful because it's going to change people's hearts rather than force
Well, if there was a
somebody.
law tomorrow which outlawed pornography and prostitution,
It's not going to change their
of all
hearts. It might
kinds,
restrict
do you
them.
think that would have more of an effect than whatever your testimony is going to be?
No, because laws stop you from doing things, but it doesn't change your heart about it. Just like if they said no smoking cigarettes and they banned that, you would probably still find a
but they've
cigarette.
banned it all over the place, and you can see the massive reduction in cigarette smoking because of all of the bans on cigarette smoking. In fact, it's
But if
one of the
there's a
things
will,
that you
there's
can
a
track
way.
the easiest because it's basically dropped like a rock due to all of the
people do
stigma. Due to all the stigma against cigarette smoking and all of the bans and all the price hikes and things like this, you've actually seen the behavior modified through social stigma where it's not even, in some company, it's not even appropriate anymore. So that seems to have worked pretty well.
People vape a lot too now. Vaping is like the new cigarette smoking.
Yeah, well, what you've noticed is that stigmas are rising against that as well. And so you'll see that behavior curtailed as well. The question is how much of your energy is actually spent moving against the industry itself and trying to shut it down?
I think changing the heart is where change happens. It's not going to be by a law. So I think we stand on the power of our testimony. And even with Jesus, like he changed people with their hearts and his testimonies and all he did and the miracles, which is us being here, being miracles, that we don't live that life anymore, that we have peace for the first time in our lives, that we aren't addicted to things, that we are complete with Jesus. And that is way more life-changing than any other law that you can put into
So let's say
place.
for a second, if this is the case, the President of the United States has an address which he can make. His choice for the first address is that he can say, I've put in policy outlawing pornography across the board, period, including sex work. Or he can air your testimony. Which one would you recommend he do?
People will find, if there's a will, there's a way, especially when it comes to spiritual,
Just
sexual sin.
answer the question. Answer the question.
These questions.
The question, yeah. Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I think my testimony, to be honest.
Your testimony, of
Yeah.
course.
People
And
will
do you
hide
think
it.
that might be a tinge narcissistic?
No, because Jesus, we are the power. Like us speaking and speaking our testimony it has more weight than a law.
So I actually use both and. I've teamed up with Exodus Cry to try to end teen porn. And by teen porn, I mean 18, 19. We're trying to change the age to 21 to even be able to enter into pornography. I would love to see pornography canceled in totality. Absolutely. I don't think that there should be any disagreement on that end. And I also use
But
my
which is more effective, though?
What's more effective? I think that laws in place would be extremely effective. And I do fight for that. But I understand what she's saying, that it's not going to actually change someone's heart to have laws in play. It might actually, because it may influence people if they see you know, everything's permissible, but not everything's beneficial, right? And so if pornography is permissible, then people that are not believers in Jesus, I mean, even sadly, even Christians watch porn. So, but if it's permissible, then people are going to think that it's also beneficial. So if we can cancel porn and get it off the internet and cancel OnlyFans, there may actually be a rise of people that go, wow, maybe this is bad for me. But then there are also going to be people who are going to hop on the dark web.
Yeah, but the thing is we don't curtail behavior in society, which we don't like, because some people might do it anyway. That seems like an absurd argument.
And I'm not saying that. I would love to see it shut down, and I'm actually actively working on that with Exodus Cry.
I know.
Okay, so shut down all pornography across the board, period.
I think that'd be amazing.
Okay, and what do you think the penalty should be for people who continue to engage in prostitution, even if a law came in? If you had to put a penalty on it, what should happen to a woman who engages in prostitution, do you think?
You know, I've actually talked to the Daily Wire about that, and I do believe it's somewhat of a case-by-case basis, only because there are some women who are being trafficked and are forced to do what they're doing.
I'm not talking about force. I'm talking about women who are doing it willingly.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be illegal, and what should be a great course of action, I don't know, maybe some jail time?
Yeah, prison? Like 2 years? What about a 2-year minimal sentence?
So I know that in Portugal, one of the things they did is they actually put their laws down for drugs and things like that, but they went around giving clean needles, talking to people, and their drug and crime, all that went down because they were educating people instead of
Yeah, they tried that in San
them.
Francisco too. They gave them clean needles and everything else, and now there's literally scat on the street and dirty needles all over the place. So that didn't seem like it was very effective there.
Yo, wait, hold on. Peyton. Do you know someone named Paige?
Yes, that's my roommate.
What?
Oh gosh.
Bro, that's fucking...
What? I'm scared now.
What did Paige say?
They're like, oh my god, I don't even know if I want to fucking address it.
Aww. What? Your roommate is...
Your roommate is not nice?
No, I love my roommate is like one of my favorite people. I love my roommate.
Chat, do I address it, chat?
Now I think we're curious.
If it's bad, please don't.
Chat, do I address it?
Do you love Paige?
Do I address it? No, just some girl in the chat was like, Peyton, you should, saying you should leave.
What?
Leave the podcast?
Yeah, leave the podcast.
Okay, I don't know.
Do you want to respond to Paige?
Paige said I should leave the podcast.
Yeah, she didn't say why. She just said you should. Probably because she disagrees with the conversations that are occurring, I guess.
Oh, she doesn't want us to convert her.
Just kidding. Paige definitely always does have my best interest in mind, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What's her stance in
Well,
life?
yeah, well, should we have her do a call-in?
Yeah, do it.
Yo, Paige, in the chat, you want to fucking call your friend here and you can try to explain why she should get off the podcast. You have to agree to being recorded, though. Paige.
Paige is still here.
Huh?
Let's see if Paige is still
Yeah,
here.
let's have her. I can't even see. Let's see in the chat. She's probably still in the chat. Paige, you want to do a call-in? You have to agree that you'll be recorded, though. Let's see. I don't see if she probably is fucking embarrassed and she's gone. I don't see her in the chat. Let's see. Explain to us, Paige, why she should leave the podcast. Did you tell her? You told her, I'm assuming, that you were going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You gotta pay the rent.
Okay. I don't see,
I don't get it, though. I don't even feel like she's been picked on at all.
Yeah, not really. I don't see her. She's coward. She's being a coward, so unfortunately I don't think she's going to call in, but...
She's probably not on the podcast anymore.
How do you know that? She's literally...
What time is it? Oh, it's...
She literally sent the message like 30 seconds before I pulled it up.
And I'm not sure. I know
she's probably...
goes to bed pretty
She's
early.
not going to leave any more comments because she's scared, but...
She probably just doesn't want to be involved.
Yeah.
But I mean, Paige always does have my best interest in mind.
Okay. Because you're 19, you're not an adult who can make their own decisions. And
How old is Paige?
19. Well, about to be 19.
maybe
And
she should come on the podcast and we can see why she objects to you being on the podcast. Kind of weird. Anyways, let's see here.
Is there a last name?
Huh?
Is there a last name for the chat?
For
Or
the
just
what?
say Paige?
In the chat, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it on the stream, but in the chat, yeah, she did have the last name. So
Can you pull up the chat or no?
no, I'm not going to pull it up.
Just asking.
Okay, good talk. Wait, actually, you know what? Should we get her phone and see if she's been texting you? I'm curious.
Someone's alarm is going off.
I'm
Is that
gonna
somebody's-
attend to that. Thank you.
Is that your phone?
Yes.
Is that your birth control? Wait, is the birth control? It's the birth control?
Paige is the birth control.
Wait, we told you to turn off the birth before the show, guys. For those watching, we say, you know, hey, silence your phone. That includes turning off your birth control. Blah blah blah. That was Paige. Maybe
okay?
Paige is
What is
calling.
Paige doing?
Are you okay?
There's gonna be like a fake.
Okay.
Watch, check this out, guys. There's gonna be a fake emergency. Okay, whatever. Do you want to take your seat again? You can just. Okay, where were we? I'm trying to remember.
Did she text you?
We were talking about
Okay, we're gonna.
criminalizing.
What'd she say? Sorry, I'm being petty. It's not that big of a deal.
We came this far.
Oh my God, it's Andrew's so toxic.
Paige said, "Are you okay?" We've been
Bro,
watching.
it's live, dude. She's chilling. Wait, well, go ahead. What did she say?
Peyton, it's 6 hours long. Get out. Peyton?
Oh,
Question mark?
she's
Question
just
mark?
like butthurt about. Oh my God, she's. It's almost 10 p.m.
it's
it's past
9:30.
her bedtime.
She said, "You're doing so good. Your answers are perfect."
Aw, Paige. All that drama just for Paige being a great.
Yeah, Paige is like thoroughly embarrassed. Okay, all right.
I think it's Paige's bedtime. That's all.
Okay, whatever.
She misses you.
We
Go
are.
to bed, Paige. Go to bed, Paige. What are you doing?
To bed you go, Paige. All right. Okay, let me get through some of my pre-show notes here from everybody. Going to Peach over here. You said in your pre-show notes, Peach, you think that you can turn, your words not mine, you can turn a hoe into a housewife. Explain that.
Yeah, I think you can, because you can like let's say
You can change
Yeah.
after
like,
being a hoe.
yeah,
Okay.
like you can change your life, turn your life all the way around. You know.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
You probably don't.
I
like-
disagree with you.
you-
No, you can change your life around, but I don't think men are obliged to accept your past.
Well, I
If they
think
don't have Jesus, I mean, thank God we're all forgiven.
I actually,
because-
even if you're religious, I actually don't even think it's a contradictory position to be devoutly religious and also have the choice to not date a woman who's
I'm
a sex
excited.
worker.
My
Donated
guy is probably
$200.
gonna have
Hold on,
a
hold on,
crazy
hold on.
past.
The body is the most tender, intimate part of our being. Speaks volumes about a you who is willing to jeopardize that sanctity for superfluous things like money and clout. Get a skill, save your soul.
The shizzle.
So I want a guy who
well put.
actually has a
Kill him,
crazy
Siri.
past, because him having a crazy past and turning to God is amazing, because he could go back to that life, but he chose to change his life, and I think that's an amazing thing to go through that and not pick that side. Some people would just hide in their sin and keep, you know what I'm saying? So to have somebody who's 180'd their life, transformed their life, that's a beautiful thing.
Sure, look, women can change and be redeemed, but men do not need to then disregard the baggage that comes with that and marry them. And I think these are compatible from a secular perspective and a theological
I think
perspective.
that
I
there's
agree
people who
to
are
an
virgins who have a lot of baggage.
I agree to an extent. I don't think that a man has to accept a woman with a past, right? It has to almost be like a calling. For example, my husband, before he felt God give him peace, he never would have considered a woman with a past like mine. He has a very clean testimony. He's, really guarded his life. And so he would have never, he wasn't even a porn watcher. So what I'm getting at is you don't have to accept a woman's past, but it doesn't mean that there isn't a man that won't be called to you, that won't embrace you and not see you as a product of your past, but a product of God's grace. I absolutely think you can.
I don't disagree that people can move on from their past, and they should. In fact, I would say it's the best thing in the world to watch people redeem themselves or move past kind of this horrific behavior. But let me ask you a question. You have children. when your children are 18, one of them is 18 and comes to you and
Take the phone
gives you a
back,
choice
please.
and says, listen, I have this guy over here who has this past, or gal over here has this past where, you know, they're inundated with
Wait,
pornography.
that's
Let's
not
say
what
it's
I-
like
that's not
5
what
years
I
old or
meant.
something
Jesus
like
Christ.
this. And then I have another choice of another guy, right, who doesn't have that past, and I like him about the same. Which one would you
2012 film,
recommend
by the
that
way.
they go with?
I'm so sorry. There was a lot of distraction
Oh.
going on. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, what's going on there, Brian?
The girl was on her phone. I told Nick to take the phone back. She's now gone off to continue texting on her phone, which completely kind of contradicts my intention there. If you can, that's my bad. If you can, Andrew, if you can repeat yourself.
Yeah. So I was just saying, if your kid came to you and had two different suitors, and one had a past that was riddled with pornography, and the other one did not, and she liked them about the same, which one would you recommend that she go with?
I mean, I would have to know the person and know the fruit in their present, because I really do believe that God can redeem anybody.
Yeah, it's about the same. That's what I said.
Well, if it's about the same, then of course I'd probably say, well, then maybe go with the man. I mean, everybody sins, but like, yeah, maybe go with the man that hasn't. I mean,
Why would you say that though?
Why would I say it? Because you know what? And just being 100% truthful is that people that have watched porn, I mean, you can go without it, but you might get tempted.
No,
in the
they
future,
starred
right?
in it.
What's that? They starred in
They
it?
starred in it, yeah.
Oh, why would I choose the person? Because if they're equal, right? If they're equal and you like them both the same, then why not choose the person that doesn't have the past? I'm not up here trying to say that every man will accept your past. I'm being honest about that. So
I'm
your
not saying that you're
question-
saying that.
I
I'm just
know,
saying
so-
that there must be a reason why it would be that you would recommend that they don't. And to Brian's point, all Brian's pointing out here is your past does stay with you
Absolutely.
regardless. The baggage
Absolutely.
of that does
And I
stay
agree.
with you regardless. And it's not a contradictory position to say, look, if you want to move past or you don't want to get together with a woman who has done pornography and prostitution and things like that,
I
it's
would say
totally
this.
acceptable.
If it's between two people, one has a past in porn, the other doesn't. You know what? If you like them both equally, go with the one that doesn't have the past. And the reason for that is because my past does have a lot of consequences. My husband has had to have people send him images of me, and we are going to have to deal with that with our children. It's not something that I'm proud of. It's something that I wish I could give back. And so yes, if I was to guide my child and they said hands down, I love them both the same, which I kind of think is weird, because then it's like, why are you giving your heart away to two different people? That is strange. But in a hypothetical situation, I would say choose the one that doesn't have the past, because it does have consequences.
Now let's take a non-hypothetical situation, apply the same logic, if you don't mind. Your kid comes to you and just says that they're interested in a person that has a past riddled with pornography. Seems like a decent enough person, okay, but they have this past. It's riddled with all sorts of pornography. They start on the big screen, you know, the whole 9 yards. Would you recommend that they maybe take their time and see if they couldn't do better?
It depends. If they are in love, if my child is in love and the person is bearing fruit of repentance and really truly has a changed mind, then I would say, if you really love this person, then you know what? I give you my blessing. If the person genuinely is a man of God or a woman of God.
Yeah, but the thing is why not give the advice? No, you probably don't want to do that. Maybe the best thing is for you to hold out for a little while, see if you can find someone who's better, who doesn't, engage in pornography and this type of thing.
Because honestly,
doesn't that sound
I have
also like sound advice?
Well, yeah, it could be, but it just, you're giving advice based on your perspective. For me, I'm living proof. Yes, I have a horrific past, but I'm a wonderful woman.
Yeah, but you're an exception, not the rule, and you know it. Hang
Absolutely.
on. You're an exception and not the rule, and you know it.
Yeah, you're right. But there could be more women like me if they honestly had a relationship with the Lord and they surrendered to Him.
But there aren't more women like you, really. There's very few women like you, and you know it. And you would say it's a huge, massive red flag, right? And that people should probably avoid it like the plague because of that.
If if they don't have a relationship with the Lord and are not bearing fruit of repentance, then absolutely it's a red flag.
Even if they did, even if they are bearing the fruit of repentance. You have one right next to you who's bearing the fruit of repentance by her own admission. Would you want your son to date her?
She's still in her beginning stages of Christianity. When I came to church, I had bikini photos, all the things, right? And I was sitting in a service, and my husband was actually the preacher, and he said, if you don't like what you're attracting, change what you're promoting. That word was enough to convict me. I thought, wow, all these years...
Exceptions are not the rule.
Right,
and you
but
know that
who's to
this is an
say-
exception, that your story, the reason it's intriguing and people are interested in it is because it's exceptional, because you're an exception to this rule. It's not something which is common. Very few people go down the same path that you did and become religious zealot. It's very rare. And so how could this not be a massive red flag? And as a good mother, wouldn't the very first thing you would say is say, wait, let's put the fucking brakes on, especially how familiar you are with that industry? You'd have to, right?
Like I said, if I met this person, I have great discernment, and I got to know them over time, and I could tell that they genuinely bear fruit of repentance, meaning, you know, it even shows that throughout their social media, not just social media, but privately, then I would say that it would be okay. But I would have to see that they bear fruit of repentance. If they haven't...
Now, last question on this. Assuming your husband, right, who has had no involvement in any of this type of stuff, right? And God bless the man. I hope he's a very happy man.
He really is.
But assuming for a moment that he came to you and he said, I don't want my children to date anybody who is engaged in any kind of prostitution whatsoever, ever. I don't want that, and I'm going to advise them against it. Even if they found the Lord, I'm going to advise against it because I don't want them to do that because of what happened when they were in school with other people knowing that mom, you know, had these problems and this and that. Would you respect his decision?
I mean, absolutely I would, but this again is hypothetical because my husband has seen God move in my life to the point where if he actually got to know one of their potential dating partners and they had a past, yet they were bearing fruit. And when I say bear fruit of repentance...
So you don't think, well, you're right, I get it.
The people in the Bible that were used the most
that it's actually
sinners.
problematic. You don't think that it's actually problematic for a Christian man to have such a stone-guarded rule for his children, right?
I think you're making a great point, Alicia. She's bringing up like in the Bible. So like Saul and Paul's conversion. Like God greatly used Paul, and he was a murderer of Christians. He literally killed Christians.
I've heard, listen, I've heard
and yet God still used him. So
you're not Paul, all right? You're not Paul, and Paul was repentant, okay? And Paul also never said that he deserved to have a wife because of this repentance. That never happened.
Well, I never said that I deserved a husband, but I'm so grateful that God brought me one.
Yeah, I don't listen. Just listen to what I'm saying. Is there something that you would say is unchristian or bad about a man who is a Christian saying and setting the strong parameter on their relationship with their wife that they do not want their children involved in any way with anybody who has a promiscuous past of prostitution?
Yeah, I hear your question. So, now you're painting it as like a different couple because, see, I could never see my husband saying something like that unless the person was clearly still, you know, unrepentant. But yeah, if it's another couple, like I understand that people have boundaries and people have standards, and that's perfectly okay for someone to say, hey, I don't want my child to date somebody that's been in the porn industry. Maybe they have no experience with, you know, a transformed life or whatever their reasons may be. That's not unacceptable.
Right. So if they have those boundaries and they're not accepting of it, right? They don't want it. They're not supportive of it. They're not being bad parents.
They're not.
A lot of
no,
people
absolutely
have sin,
not.
but theirs isn't so open. So it's like you're really making it like that's the worst thing you can do. But there's sin and it's hidden. And why don't we talk about those things? Those are the things that are worse. And he used Mary.
I thought there was no such thing as a worse sin.
Gotcha, bitch.
Come on, you guys, stop. Come on, seriously.
It's Dave Chappelle.
Come on, come on. It's okay for a person to set those types of boundaries with their children.
Well, hold on, let me try to include some other people here, all right? Originally, you said Originally, you said you think you can turn a hoe into a housewife.
Yes.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
You think so?
Yes. Well, I think
Do you think it's suboptimal to do that? Let's say you can. Do you think it's a good move as a guy to do that?
what's suboptimal mean?
It's like not
What
the
is-
best.
What is
better if he wasn't a
suboptimal?
Yeah.
I think it's
To
like
begin with.
isn't it like preference? Like some guys
Yeah.
don't even care. Like
Do you think? Okay, here's a question. Do you think, if given the choice between wifing, I suppose a wife, and then turning a normal woman into a wife versus turning a hoe into a wife, don't you think most men would pick the normal woman?
I guess this depends on preference. I mean, some guys were willing to wife a hoe
Well,
still.
are they willing to do it because they have no other options?
Maybe they like it, you know? Like
They like that
wife-
she's a hoe?
Yeah.
How many men like for long-term commitment, how many men want to wife a hoe?
I think it's just like
Your words, not mine, by the way. This is what she said. Okay.
well, I think you can be a hoe and a wife at the same time, you know?
What?
Like, you know, like OnlyFans models.
What?
Like, like there's like OnlyFans people, like, you know, like Lena the Plug, whatever, and her man, like they like are happily together. They have kids, and I mean, he accepts her how she is, and he's the same way, and
Well,
they're happy
so
together.
do you object to me saying I don't recommend men attempt to turn a hoe, your words, not mine, into a housewife? I just think it's a suboptimal dating choice. And if there's other options, and there's plenty of women who are not or were not, to use your words, hoes, why not just pick a normal woman?
Yeah, I mean, based on preference, like I said.
Well, okay, let's assume though most men don't have the preference of dating women who are 3-0 foes. Do you think most men would prefer to date a 3-0 foe? 3-0 foe?
Some will. I don't know.
Yes, some will, but in terms of preference.
I mean,
Actually, there's a lot of simps out there, so
I don't know.
there's a fucking ton of simps out there.
Some guys have the spirit of perversion and they actually like it. When I got out of OF, I had a lot of men that were like, man, I really missed that. I wish you did that. So there is men out there who that is their thing. And I think I'm not agreeing with it, but it is.
So Peach,
is
for
a
example, do you consider yourself?
A hoe?
Yeah.
No. Not
You
really.
you don't?
I mean, not really.
So wait, why is this your position?
Well, I mean, I had like a past before, you know.
You had a past? You had a past?
Yeah.
Do you mean a current? You have a current too.
I mean,
don't
also,
you?
yeah, I mean-
you have a current too.
Yeah.
Well, you're a stripper, correct?
Yes.
You do OF? Or
Not really. I have one, but I don't really use it like that.
because we took a look at your Twitter, and I mean, I don't know. As someone who values public-facing modesty, I mean, there's a photo on your Twitter, and there's like, I can't believe it. With a guy's seed all over you. Okay, I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know if you see, not a 305.
well, I mean,
Not a 305?
what do you consider like a 304? Like, what is
Well, you said you don't consider yourself a what?
a hoe?
You don't consider yourself that. But there's a photo of you on Twitter that you posted with a guy splunk all over you.
Right. Well,
A little, it's maybe a little bit,
well, this is like.
wait, say the word. It's a little bit,
Hoe?
it's a little bit, right?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Well, I think it's just for me.
Am I wrong?
I mean, you're not wrong. No, I think for me it was like I used to, you know, sleep around a lot, and now I'm just like
okay.
sleeping with one person, you know, who
Well-
was my boyfriend, And
So before you met him, were you sleeping around a lot?
I was, yeah.
When you first met him, were you still also sleeping around?
No, not anymore. I had like,
No, but like obviously when you first met him, like maybe there were other guys in the picture, right?
yeah.
What's the scope of that?
Like there was like one other person at the time.
That you were sleeping with?
Yeah.
When you met your now boyfriend?
Yes.
Did your boyfriend take you on he took you on a like first date, right?
Yeah.
How long from first date with boyfriend to being boyfriend girlfriend?
It was like 3 months.
3 months. On that first date, were you still sexually involved with the other guy?
No, not anymore. Not really.
You were
I
were you
would say-
sexually involved with any guy when you were on the first date with your now boyfriend?
No.
What was how long was the break?
Like when we got together, like when we went on the first date,
I guess.
like a week or something.
So wait, okay, so you had sex and then a week with a different guy and then a week later first date with.
Yeah, I met him and then I stopped. I dropped
Oh,
my
okay,
roster or
okay.
whatever.
All right. Huh.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can turn a 305 into a housewife. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know.
I would object to that. I mean, like that situation you described would probably be a deal breaker for me and a lot of men.
I mean, he says it doesn't bother him, but
Sure, that's fine.
like I said, like I think
You guys get close to the mic.
he was like interested in like OnlyFans and porn and all that. So
Well, I mean, you met him also sort of at the strip club,
yeah,
correct?
I did. Yeah. So he's like really into that.
Yeah,
stuff.
so he's probably okay with it.
Yeah, so he didn't see an
okay.
issue with it. You know.
All right. Let me try to get through some of my all my notes here for all of you guys, and we'll try to. Once I do that, we'll wrap up. Let's see. Okay. Peyton.
Oh gosh.
19, single, clinginess status in a relationship. You wanted to talk about clinginess status, as well as how to keep the spark alive during a relationship.
Oh yeah, I guess that was on my mind earlier. Clinginess status I've been thinking about recently. I think I like being the clingy one in the relationship. I think that's better for both of us. I think I like being the one.
I agree with that. I agree with that. So like, are you psycho with it though?
No.
Like you'll stab somebody?
No.
Have you slashed a car tire?
Never.
Burned clothes?
No.
Ruined a person's life?
Also no.
Maybe? Okay.
No.
All right. And then you said how to keep the spark alive during a relationship. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think that could be an interesting topic. Like, I know for me at least, like, in the past, like, after around the 3-month mark, the spark in a relationship definitely just tends to die down. One of my friends was talking to me about that recently, about how her and her boyfriend have been in a relationship for years since they were in high school. And she's basically just, like, telling me how, like, the spark dies down and it gets boring. So honestly,
Yikes. Yikes.
yeah, but I think that's like a very like
RIP's in the chat to the boyfriend.
I feel
Damn,
like it's a
you should
very
dump her.
interesting topic. I feel like just why the spark goes away like after you get comfortable
That's
with
been your
someone.
experience with guys? The spark fades away? How soon?
3-month mark.
3-month mark. And so once the spark fades, what typically happens there? Do you end it?
I'm not thinking about like any specific scenario, but it just tends to like get not as exciting. You're not like, oh my gosh, I'm so excited to hang out with this person every day. You don't like yeah.
Do you think having a spark is important?
Yes.
Okay. Does the panel agree? Is having a spark important?
I think there's a little bit of an interesting thing that happens where we see a lot of people break up definitely at that 2-year mark, and apparently what happens is your body stops releasing the pheromones when you touch. So that's where they're like, man, like we couldn't keep our hands off of each other, and now you're just left with their personality. So yeah, that's that physical attraction is good, but that's your body wanting you to procreate and make kids. And then after about 2 years, your body's like, all right, well, you're stuck with this person. You're probably married by now, so it's all on choice at this point. So you have to make sure you make conscious choices on choosing to show up and date that person every day, making sure you pick your 5 awesomes. It's kind of what we call in our relationship, where like if, let's say I do something that bothers Jordan, our rule is that you have to think of 3 positive things they did to outweigh the negative. Otherwise, all you're going to do is start seeing all of the negatives and all the icks. So for maybe your friend, if she's like, it just sucks and it's boring, each thing he does that's boring, tell her like, hey, but 3 things he did that is that quirk that you love, like you not wanting to go in the ocean without holding someone's hand. And then it kind of recalibrates that brain to start seeing those positive things that she saw when she started dating him.
You're right. That's really like...
Actually, moving in on to you now, some of the pre-show notes. You had a good take on women repeatedly dating red flags. Do you want to...
Oh, yeah. So I think a big reason why a lot of women tend to find themselves in these negative, repetitive relationships is it is actually safe to them. Mm-hmm. You know, it's something that I personally can attest to, and even I've had friends where I'm like, why do you keep dating these? And it's because if you always know that it's going to be coming from this side, you know how to block, you're not prepared to get stabbed in the left rib. And so when you date such a great guy that is safe and he's loyal and he's, you know, this amazing provider, you get this angst about it, or you're like, you're just always waiting for that strike to come and you don't know how to prepare yourself. And so you'll see that these women will constantly pick those regular red flags, and it's because that's what they know and it's what's safe to them. Yeah, and it's not sparks, that's your fight or flight. That is. So I think it's...
Can I ask you a question? I'm just curious about this, and this is maybe diverting a little bit, but why do so many women say woman instead of women? I don't actually understand. I've heard it so much now. I don't understand. Is there some kind of block that happens where you can't say women?
Woman, like I'm saying WOMEN, right?
It's her Canadian accent, I think.
No.
Woman?
You said woman like 6 times.
I didn't know.
It's super common. I just wonder like what the deal is with that, because I hear it so much. I'm like, what the hell is going on with that?
Just pronunciation, but no, I'm meaning it as a multiple.
Yeah, plural, right?
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but that's women. Though.
Yeah, but that's
just
what
saying.
MEN is how I'm meaning to say it.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just curious because it happens so often that I'm just like, maybe there's something I missed in the culture that I don't get.
I could go with ladies if that helps. All these ladies or gals. But it's just something that, you know, I feel like not enough ladies maybe have those conversations where, you know, somebody sits down and says, why do you think you keep doing this? And it's, why do you think you keep putting yourself in this pattern? Because like you are the common denominator. And they're like, well, I don't know. And it's like, is it because you realize that toxicity is what you know and that's what's safe to you? And maybe you need to just put yourself in that unknown, because that safe guy is actually not going to hurt you.
I think it's father wounds too. Like for me, I was abused right after the military, and it was one of those things like, you know, my dad growing up, he was very like hard to, you know, please. He was very like all the things that my dad was is like what I went for. And my mom stayed, and it was like all this where it was like walking on eggshells every day. You didn't know what, you know, was going to happen. And that's what was normal. And I stayed in these, now looking back, I'm like, oh my gosh, well, if you're miserable, why didn't you leave? It's because that's what was really instilled. So until you have a time in your life where you heal and you're like, wait, I need to back up and see what this really is. Mine was later on in life, so ladies jump on it, but it is definitely possible to stop liking that red flag.
Yeah, I think that you often will bond with your trauma if it's unhealed. And I also think that you subconsciously attract who you think you deserve. So if you don't recognize your value and worth, you will settle for somebody who's comparable to what you think you deserve in life.
It's beautiful. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have it. Twitch.tv/whatever. There, oh dang, we got 1.5K over there on Twitch. Yo, Sanados, MC Stingray, 7, Cal, FPS, thank you for the follow. If you have an Amazon Prime, a little Prime in the chat. Yo, Bagel, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, guys, youtube.com at whatever second. It's our Clips channel. Guys, we're like 15K subs away from 1 million subscribers. We're trying to hit the milestone. Help us get there, guys. Help us get there. Super close. We get another little YouTube plaque once we hit 1 mil. Asia, we have some notes from you here.
Yes.
You've said you've been in and out of relationships a lot and haven't really been on any crazy dates.
Yeah.
One guy did try, that one's not that interesting, actually. Here, okay, sorry, I was reading the wrong one. You found out that you love finding men who need to be fixed, but that's never happening again. No more projects.
Yeah.
What happened there?
Well, I think I want to be needed by someone, or wanted to be needed by someone.
Mm-hmm.
So I would find people who need my support and love.
Oh, okay.
So
All right.
I don't want to do that anymore, though. I want to be in a partnership with someone instead of
Partnership, okay.
Taking care of them.
taking care of them. Yeah.
Okay. You also said, I also think getting involved in your friends' relationships, if you don't like their partner, is pointless because they are the ones who need to figure it out, in most cases disregarding
Yes.
any seriously abusive ones. And I also think giving a girl, okay, that's something else. But so you're against getting involved in the details of friends' relationships?
Yeah. I just don't think it's helpful to anyone in this situation. It would be you have to leave, obviously disregarding seriously abusive ones, but if your friend is madly in love with a guy that you don't like, you just can't do anything about it. And I've been on the opposite side of it, and it's true. She might know
your friends
how
don't give a fuck.
What do you mean?
I feel I don't know, girls will with their female friends will be this guy's terrible, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And most of the time that never sways the girl to
rarely
break.
does.
Sometimes it does.
Yeah,
Sometimes, most times it doesn't do anything, and then that's just toxic.
Yeah, it's also always in your best interest, when your friends are doing that, but you have to make the decision at the end of the day to get out of it. And I think it also creates some issues between the friendship and the relationship, because you want to be supportive of your friend, no matter what happens, so.
And you can't have a good friendship with a narcissist when you have a narcissist, because they need constant attention.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Also, though, I do want to point out,
Yes.
one thing I think women tend to do a bit more than men is you'll only go to your friends. You're not going to tell your friends, oh, things are great. But when there's an issue, that's when you're going to go to your friends. So all your friends hear is all the negative things. And women will also do this with family members too. Oh, we're going through some trouble, blah, blah, blah. And you'll only talk about the negative things. And also, in addition to that, Andrew actually articulated this perfectly the last time he was on, I think, is you'll downplay the ways that you were perhaps culpable to some sort of issue or argument in the relationship, and you will emphasize the ways in which you think that your partner is at fault for some argument or situation.
Right.
And so you'll always paint it like your partner's in the wrong, you're in the right. You downplay what you did wrong. You upplay, I don't know if that's a word, but upplay, exaggerate the ways they did wrong. And then it makes for all your friend group and family to hate your partner.
That's so funny, because I feel whenever I get out of a toxic relationship, I feel that's when all of the bad stuff starts flowing out to my friends. During it, I want to be everything's fine and everything's great,
That's
and
fair.
don't think anything's wrong,
Yeah.
But the second I'm out of it, I'm wait till you hear what he did,
Yeah.
and that's when
Yeah, but that's the whole point that Brian is making, is that it's always when the relationship is over. Well, not
Oh,
always.
I didn't hear
but,
that part.
It's common enough that we see it that the guy's an evil villain. You know what I mean? He's horrible. He's an evil villain. This and that. And now you have the advantage of so many women who are on Instagram and places like this, who have these kind of amassed audiences, much harder for men to do, because you don't just take their shirt off and people come a-flocking, right? So suddenly there's all sorts of reputational damage which can happen to them, and their side of the story is never even told. And it's like, considering the amount of mental illness that I've seen on this show, I really just don't think that women are angels. Okay, I just don't think so.
Yeah, and I don't think men are angels either, you know? Like, I don't think you can, like, put, like, a gender and just say they're great, you know?
No,
like,
I think we can, because what is the SSRI usage of women, do you know? In comparison to men?
know.
Antipsychotic, depression drugs, mental illness.
Wait.
Which rate would you say it's higher in? Which sex?
Which?
Which one do you think?
I'm gonna go with women in this case.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I'm not sure. We were on a really good topic, though. We should go back.
This is a great topic. We're talking about a great topic
like
right
men
this
often,
second.
when
I'm saying
there's-
that women and their culpability, at least in modernity, seems to be very low. In fact, basically every tale that I've even heard tonight when we get into the relationship status is it's all his fault, right? It's all their fault. It's all the other guy's fault. It's not me.
Well,
I didn't do nothing.
It's also like in these situations when, like, I am gonna go to my friends and I'm, what was I gonna say? Okay, so my family and my friends care about me. They don't really care about my partner, you know, and now my ex-partner especially, you know, so I don't feel like I have to, what is it, like stand up for him. Yeah,
Right,
you
it's
know,
way
it's like,
better
I'm
for
gonna,
you to put yourself in the position where
Yeah.
you didn't do anything wrong, so that socially the people around you feel like you were victimized, right?
no, like, it's more like, it's more like I get to, like, if you're in a crazy relationship and you're constantly defending this person to your friends and family, and the second you're out of it, now you're like, oh, I can, like, talk freely and finally, like, speak my mind. And I guess, yeah, that might make you seem like a victim if you are a victim in it, you know?
Well, it gives a lot of post hoc justification, right? Oh, there was no problem, there was no problem, there was no problem. And now suddenly, when the relationship is done, oh, there were so many problems, you don't even know. He was a fucking monster, right? It's like,
Yeah.
it gets old after a while, because honestly, I don't believe half of the tales that I hear about these men. I just don't believe them. And the
That's
reason
totally
I
your
don't
choice,
is
yeah.
because of that exact thing. Why in the relationship are you consistently just saying, this is perfect, he's Mr. Right, everything is great, then suddenly the relationship ends and he was a toxic, abusive asshole the second that happens? Doesn't that seem like it's a little bit contradictory to itself?
I think in the beginning, a lot of times guys will show their good side, and of course the women are like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, he's so great, he's so amazing, and then all of a sudden, the truth comes out, but you've already told all these people that you love, like, he's the one, I'm gonna marry him, like, this is it. And you don't want to be the victim. You want this relationship to work so bad, you know you can't tell the truth.
Yeah.
And then when you're out of it, you
What?
have the freedom.
You can't? Why can't you tell the truth?
It's difficult sometimes. It's
Because you're already trauma bonded to this person.
yeah. Also, your
Oh,
ego
this
gets in
trauma
the way.
bonding shit is bullshit. There's no such thing as trauma bonding. It's made up nonsense, sociological nonsense. What
So
the
as
hell
a
is
Christian,
trauma
you know
bonding?
when you have sex with somebody that you actually are spiritually, it's two becomes one. And so when you're having sex outside of
having
marriage,
sex with somebody
but
two
it's
doesn't
still,
become
it's like
one.
at the end of the day, when I got abused, I was accountable. I accepted something that was not okay. Like, that was my fault. Angie had a record of hitting women before. But I do take accountability for that. I wasn't healed. I didn't do the work. I listened to the devil. I was fearful. I was comfortable with that. All these different things, but it's still my fault. I'm not saying it's all his fault he hit me. I had the red flags. I chose to listen to the lies of the enemy and not listen to my gut and God telling me to leave. So I think that you're misconstruing a lot of this, but...
Misconstruing is not a word.
I know, but it sounds good, right?
It does sound
You're
good.
also
I think
Out of it, D. That's
You have to know.
I'll give you
We're all
that.
tired. They just added a D.
But
All right, moving on.
I'm trying.
Hold on, wait. So, okay. Why is it, though, it seems like women almost seem drawn, not all women, generally, but there seems to be some draw to these men who are toxic. Why?
Because we're nurturers, I think, too.
You subconsciously attract who you think you deserve. If maybe you were abused or belittled as a child and then you didn't heal, and so then you grow up and you try to basically you know, you get into these relationships with people that almost mirror the abuse that you've been through. I mean, it happens all the time.
A lot of times we see the good.
Oh, really? Is that what happens? Okay. Well, show of hands. How many women here have dated a narcissist?
I've also been a narcissist, so but
Yeah,
I was attracting who I was, right?
How many?
So what's
Most
that?
of the panel have dated narcissists. Are you sure that that's all that have dated narcissists? You haven't dated a narcissist, not even once? Nobody else here? Just those 4 women?
I think because it's on a scale, there's people with narcissistic tendencies, but it doesn't make them a narcissist. Like being a narcissist.
Yeah, narcissism's super
like
rare.
0.5%
Like people don't even know
of the
that. But if you look at the sociology based around narcissism, it's actually really rare that somebody's actually a narcissist.
The thing is, if you don't have God in your life,
every
you are a
woman
natural
seems to have been with this teeny tiny select portion of the population who's a narcissist.
You're
and I just
self-centered
kind of
when you don't
wonder,
have
how is this
God.
possible?
All of us have traits of narcissism. When we don't have God in our life, we are very self-centered.
No, all of us do not have traits of narcissism. That's just made up nonsense. You just made it up on the spot. No, they don't. That's nonsense. With this type, the reason that this happens, the reason that so many women fancy themselves to be sociologists and think that they're diving into sociology and that they can make these predictors for what works or doesn't work in relationships is because they're fucking being narcissists. If you look at the scale of narcissism from female to male, it's much higher in females than it is in men. And it's still rare. And yet, most of the men that we talk to, come through these panels, or that I talk to absent them, have not dated narcissists. They dated crazy women, but somehow all these women are dating all these narcissists. And I'm just wondering, the numbers don't seem to add up to me. So I just wonder about female culpability here a little bit. And if these guys are actually narcissists, or if maybe you're putting us on.
What's
I think you guys might be
what's an
putting us
example
on.
of like
I think.
narcissistic behavior? Because like maybe men express it more than women do.
Narcissism depends. It's not well defined. If you're talking about a grandiose narcissist, that could be different. But again, it's very rare.
Very rare.
A narcissist is going to be somebody who is completely self-absorbed. They're going to be almost psychopathic. You're not even going to be able to tell that they're narcissists necessarily. So people often confuse confidence with narcissism, which is insanity. They often confuse people who are correct with being narcissists because it makes them feel bad, right? But there's not that many narcissists who are around. So I don't understand how all these women are dating all of these narcissists.
It's beautiful.
Stunning.
Did you just say stunning?
Well, like
okay.
the guy, you raised your hand when I asked if you dated a narcissist. What made him a narcissist?
I don't know. I guess I'm not like that well versed on the word. He was just like very self-centered and would do things that were rude and weird and then somehow find a way to blame it on me.
He was rude and weird, and that made him a narcissist? See what I mean? This is what I mean by why it is that I have trouble believing this kind of nonsense about all the narcissists who are around. Because I think when a lot of you women say that you've dated a narcissist, what you really mean is, I dated a guy who didn't kiss my fucking ass. That's what I think you actually mean.
You're totally allowed to think like that.
Yeah. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, I dated a guy that was a pimp, so he was definitely a self-absorbed man who his, he was really out to get what he could get for himself. You know, he manipulated.
Yeah, but him being a pimp doesn't make him a narcissist
Well,
either.
he was manipulative. He was manipulative.
Still doesn't make him a narcissist? Like what? Did a psychologist sit your pimp down
What is your
and
definition?
diagnose him with narcissism? Or is that something that you just made up, that you're just saying he's a narcissist because I think he is?
So a narcissist, a compulsive liar. Like I dated a guy, he was Muslim, he was married, he lied all the time. I mean, anything he could lie about. He lied about his age, anything like the sky outside. He would just completely lie. He was always the victim. He always talked bad about other people.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I understand what you're saying, but back to this.
There's a lot out there.
Your pimp. What actually made your pimp a narcissist other than you think he was?
Okay, so what's the definition of narcissism?
Don't ask me a question before
No,
you
I want-
answer.
But we
I
have to
wanna
base it
know.
off of your definition.
I would
you know?
love to hear
Hang on,
what
hang on,
your
hang on.
definition
Don't-
is because
what
I
said
shared
was, hang
I
on.
shared with
What
you
I said,
traits.
well, hang on.
Why
What I
can you
said
interrupt
was,
me yet I
don't
can't
ask
interrupt
me a
you
question
and
before
you're
you
interrupting
answer
me
my
currently.
question.
So let's stop. Like
All I said was don't ask me a question before you answer my question. So the
I
question is,
gave
what
you an
makes him a
answer.
narcissist other than you think he is?
So I gave you an answer. Was he diagnosed as one? No, absolutely not. He wasn't. But
Right.
and you also brought up like
you made it up.
more women being on antidepressants than men. I've dated a lot of men in my lifetime, and one thing that I notice, a common trait through all of them, including my loving husband who I love so much, I have to really pressure him to go to the doctor, even if he's hurt or like he's got a deviated stuff. Come on, go to the doctor. It's like a lot of men don't want to go to the doctor. It's like pulling teeth. They won't go until their teeth are falling out and stuff like that. Like it's just, I mean, that's a...
Yeah, but they're not acting out in society in insane ways. So you would expect that you would see them being complete psychopaths and lunatics
I know men
if it
who
was
are-
true that they're just mentally ill people who are not treated.
I know men who are depressed and have intrusive thoughts and they refuse to go to therapy or refuse to get help.
So what? That makes no sense. You would expect that if the mental illness of men was as high as it was in women, that you would see that reflected in society, and you don't see it reflected in society. It's a huge cope, and
But
it makes
didn't
no
we-
sense. And not only that, to rejoin to this, what actually makes your pimp a narcissist, again, other than I think he was? That's all you're really saying, right?
He
No
used her
diagnosis,
every
no
day,
nothing.
I mean,
You just
for his
made
own
it up.
benefit.
You
No,
made
I
up that he was a
shared-
narcissist because you want him to be one, right?
No, I shared traits with you. But anyway, you guys said that,
No, sharing
that
traits
men are
does not
deleting
mean anything.
themselves more than women. So how do men not have mental illnesses as well? And I'm not saying all men. I love men. I love women. But I'm just trying to prove a point here that you're saying that women are the ones that are all mentally insane, yet men... Come on, Brian.
Sorry.
Yet
That was Nick.
Okay, Nick, come on. Yet men are the ones that are deleting themselves more, right? Is that not a statistic that you shared?
No.
He did.
What do you mean?
Brian
They're
shared
not,
that earlier.
No. They're not suffering
no,
from
yeah.
the
No,
they're
massive
better at it.
rates
Remember,
of
he said
depression.
that. He's better
They're
at
not
it.
suffering
Yeah.
from these conditions which require SSRIs. They're not suffering from these conditions overwhelmingly like women are.
Because they're
not.
apparently, according to the statistic earlier, they are deleting themselves. So, I mean, clearly they're
Yeah,
struggling.
okay. You can be self-deceptive and not have a mental illness.
I need to be fixed. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Why is it a requirement that you can deceive yourself and that means you're mentally ill? That's nuts. People do it all the time.
What? That if you delete yourself, you're saying that people that delete themselves are not necessarily mentally ill?
No, I thought you said dilute, like lie to themselves.
Oh no, I'm saying delete.
You're talking about
I have to say
if you're talking
delete
about men
for the
who
censorship.
unalive themselves, yes, that happens at a much higher rate. But there's other reasons for that too. Like for instance, they go to war, right?
war.
They get PTSD. They end up unaliving themselves because of that. They're also under all sorts of stressors that women are not under. And what you're going to see is that by the way, this is also conditioned to certain demographics. For instance, black men rarely unalive themselves in comparison to white men. Would this mean that white men are just generally more mentally ill than black men? That seems absurd. So no, you got to kind of dive into that a little bit more before you can make kind of those declarations, right? Mm-hmm. But back to this, I still want you to understand that the only diagnosis that you gave for this guy being a narcissist is you.
No, I gave you some traits, and that's why I'm asking you. So, what is your definition?
So who diagnoses it?
Because we can't.
Other than you.
No, I said he's undiagnosed. What are you talking about?
Right. So
He
the only thing
shares-
that makes him a narcissist is because you say so.
And if he went to therapy, he'd probably get diagnosed with it.
Well, probably isn't. He was diagnosed with it. The only one diagnosing him with it is you.
Yeah, and I also admitted that I was a narcissist. I was definitely self-absorbed.
Yeah, who diagnosed you as a narcissist?
I'm diagnosing myself on that one.
Diagnosis.
So, I mean, that does sound kind of narcissistic. But anyway.
I have a chat here. We have to wait until this one comes up, but wow, that was a doozy. We got a couple more questions here. Stealth, I appreciate it. We have Anonymous coming in here, though, in just a sec with a $100 Streamlabs donation. get your last donations in if you want. We're going to try to wrap up soon. Narcissism is claiming to speak in tongues to help you feel special and better about your past. Seek help. This is sad.
Okay. I think he had to pull it out of people anyways. I don't think anybody was like, I speak in tongues, I'm so great. Like, that doesn't make you closer to God at all.
But aren't those hidden things that you were just talking about earlier that need to get drawn out?
I'm sorry?
Aren't those hidden things that you were just talking about earlier that need to get drawn out?
Wait, Andrew, can I ask you a question about the speaking in tongues thing? Is that a Protestant thing?
Yeah, purely Protestant, and generally only with people like Pentecostals, things like this. It's in no way endorsed by any Catholic church at all, or nor Orthodox church, nor most Protestant churches. They know that it's just gibberish speak.
But is there like anything about like
You can look up the scientific, how it affects the brain.
Wait, the scientific what?
It actually, the way that tongues, like they have done research on how tongues affects the brain, and it actually puts people in a more peaceful state. So, I mean, there is, it shows.
So does yoga. So what? Is yoga of God? What if Satanists, if they went and they studied Satanists, and when Satanists prayed to Satan, they were in a more peaceful state? Would you say that's godly?
I would have to look up the complete study, but I've seen it, but it's like just, I'm tired right now, to be really honest. I'm usually in bed by now. I nurse my baby, and we should be in sleep. But anyways, I have seen a study where the brain matter basically is like less gray, and there's different reasons for that. I wish I had that right now to show you, but I don't, because I don't have access.
Yeah, but the less gray matter in the brain study also indicates that could be an indication of transgenderism. Just
no. Stop it. Okay, I'm
I'm not going to stop it, because the science is the science. We got to key in on the science here, right? If I could show you a study of Satanists, getting a benefit, getting an emotional benefit from praying to Satan, would you recommend that they do it?
No, of course not. But praying in tongues is in the Bible. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
even
it's not
Paul
biblical.
Says if you
it's false
can speak
doctrine.
in tongues,
it's nonsense. Almost no Protestants practice it. None of the original church founders ever practiced it. They knew exactly what it was. But on top of that, you saying that because it gives people peace doing it, or it affects their brain in a positive way, I can give you tons of activities which are terrible for people that do the exact same thing. That doesn't make it a biblical practice.
Yeah, wait, Paul says in the Bible, if you can pray in tongues, if you have faith.
This guy's religious.
Hold on. I'm moving on. Andrew, that was not me speaking in tongues, by the way. That's just my own thing.
You got to do that's what it looks like. It's crazy.
You look like a Pharisee.
Crazy shit.
Okay. They keep calling you a Pharisee, Andrew. I don't know.
What is that?
All right.
Basically religious people.
No. Wait, quick, Andrew. What's a rejoinder? I heard you use that word a couple times.
Like going back and reconnecting to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard that used in legal stuff, like the law, a rejoinder. I don't know. Anyways, last thing with you.
I don't know what the legal definition is.
Asia, you said that the guy has to be more into the girl for it to work.
Oh, God.
Disagree.
Yeah. Honestly, maybe I should not have said that before I met you guys, but...
no, just say what you believe.
What I think is like...
It's okay.
I think when women feel like more comfortable is like when the guy... Sorry, I keep doing that to you. It's like when the guy likes them more, so they feel more like secure and comfortable in their situation. But then it's also like, how do you measure who likes who more, So it's a little tricky.
Put a ring on it.
There you go.
I think it has to be the other way. Women,
really?
I think women have to like the man more than the reverse.
Interesting. I haven't heard that
that's
before.
A better dynamic.
Look at us, we're learning.
I mean, look, you can disagree with me. I don't have like a study I can show you that this is the case.
I don't either, yeah.
But it does seem to me that typically, for example, like I'm sure you'd turn, like if that was the ultimate thing that you desired in a relationship, there's tons of simps out there. Like, I'm sure there's dudes that you friend zone that would fucking like you way more than you like them. But you fucking, like, it's so often the case that women are like the chase. And like a guy who's a challenge. And like a guy who's a bit toxic or an asshole who's like, oh, I want to get him to like me.
Yeah, what is that?
Men don't feel that way.
Safety flags.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sick of it.
But it's like,
So,
if it was the case that women actually wanted that, you would just be dating the dudes in your friend zone who have a far greater interest in you than you have in them.
I think once you heal, you definitely, like me, once I've healed, I don't like the toxic, but I did at one point. That was what I went for. So I think when I got Jesus, I knew my identity. That stuff was so unattractive, like that ego, all that narcissism.
careful with that one. Nobody knows what it means.
I just think it's way better if the woman is simping. She's got to simp.
Really? Yeah.
100%.
That's part of the being submissive.
Yeah, I guess I don't get that. Yeah, I've never like done that.
Okay. Let's see. We have Brittany. We had quite. Let me see if there's any notes here from you, Brittany. Former feminist, now traditional. You were in the adult industry for 7 years under an alias. You don't want us to say it though, right? No. Okay. 12 years ago, you found God. Yep, we talked about that. Your husband, Christian pastor. You married your husband, wonderful, gracious man. You have had to deal with the repercussions of your past. Many of your fans, we talked about that. You waited to have sex until marriage.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Did we talk about that? Okay.
I mean, it's been mentioned a few times.
On that note, we'll just go around the table. How long do you think you should wait before you get frisky with a gentleman? Peyton Gallagher III, Gertrude.
Okay.
Peyton Gallagher. I don't know if that's true. I don't know.
For me, about like 3 months.
Damn, she good? Okay. 3 months. Bro,
Stop the cap.
come on, Peyton. Come on. She capping.
No, I think she's being for real.
3 months.
Yeah.
Well, you haven't been with anyone
3
in
months?
a year, yeah?
Over a year since
Yeah,
my
so-
junior year of high school.
Yeah.
So have you always waited 3 months with every guy you've been with?
Yes.
Bro, Peyton. Come on, bro.
She's only been not that long in the
For-
game. She just graduated high school. Give her
Bro, yo,
some
you
time.
these
Less
I'm
than a
telling
year ago.
bro, these girls first freshman quarter or semester, depending on where you go. They'll put up 20 bodies in. 20 bodies, bruv. Right, Peyton?
Peyton don't roll that way.
You know what I'm talking about.
She don't.
Where did you say you go to school? CSU, CI, or
Channel
something?
Islands. Nope.
Cal State University, CI.
Yes.
Bro, they be fucking over there.
No,
CSU, CI.
it is not that
Right.
type of campus.
Okay, so 3 months. Every single guy you've hooked up with,
Yes.
you've waited 3 months to have sex. If Paige DMs me after this and says, bullshit,
Paige can confirm.
she's your roommate. By the way, is she pissed off that she got brought up on the podcast?
No,
Okay.
not that I know of right now.
Okay. All right. Every single one?
Every single one.
3 months. You got a 3 month rule.
That's the rule. The same as the 3 month spark goes away. 3 months, and you have to wait.
Yeah, that's interesting. Wait, didn't you say there was a 3 month spark? That was you, right? That it goes away at 3 months, even without having sex. Wait, are you saying you're a virgin?
No.
You're not a virgin. Okay. So you're dating 6 foot tall, ripped dudes, and they're waiting 3 months to have sex?
I mean, not dating, but like that's just ideal.
What about you? How long do you think you should wait to?
At least a few dates.
Few dates?
Yeah.
Has that always been your standard though?
Mostly, yeah. I would say that when I was very young, I wasn't so on top of it, but...
What about your current boyfriend? How long did you wait?
We waited 2 dates, but we were long distance, so he had to fly to come and see me. So he was putting in the
A
work.
little more effort, so he gets it. Okay, what about you? How long should you wait?
I agree. I think you should get to know them a little
You
bit.
should, but how long do you wait?
Like personally?
Yeah, personally.
Yeah.
Like first date,
Like-
second date?
Like first hour. No, I'm
Based.
kidding. No. I think you should just like get to know them first. So like
Yeah.
whatever you're comfortable with, like 2,
Oh.
3.
Okay, what about you?
I never really had like a rule.
Oh, what?
Like I never really had a rule
Okay.
before, so yeah.
Okay, till marriage?
Till marriage, ladies, because when you get them soul ties, it don't matter. It could be ugly. They could be ugly. All of a sudden, they look good. Anyway.
What do you mean soul's tied?
So when you have sex, it's like a spiritual connection.
Okay.
It's deeper than just. It's not just a hole. You know what I mean? It's like.
Okay.
It's.
What about you? How long should you wait?
I am waiting till marriage.
Yay.
Really?
Yeah.
So are you a virgin?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Girl, that's awesome.
The only
Congratulations.
actual virgin
That's beautiful.
at the table. Sorry.
They were born again virgins. over here.
Sorry, but she's the only Okay. Really? Okay.
That's the real deal, right? Hymen intact, all that.
Well, actually, Andrew, I got to push back a little bit here. You could have a non-intact
Hymen.
hymen and be a virgin.
That's true,
You know,
but it's rare.
horseback riding.
But rare.
Horseback riding.
You got fingers.
Well, okay. Pump
I'm
the
just
brakes.
saying that I think that some of the women who claim that they fell on a fence post and broke their hymen might be giving us a story, Brian.
Okay,
That's all
yes,
I'm saying.
That's
That's
fair.
all I'm saying.
That's fair. That's fair. Also, can't tampons
Tampons, yeah.
can do it too? Okay.
It could be anything, really.
Yeah.
Could be
Riding
anything.
a bike.
Could be a penis. Could do that. Then you wouldn't be a virgin, though. How long do you think you should wait for?
Now I believe till marriage.
How long should you wait for carnal knowledge? Marriage.
Oh gosh, you know what? I read a book.
Well, that-
It was date like a man, date like a man, I don't know, think like a man, date like a woman. I don't remember. So you know which one I'm talking about?
I think I've
it was
heard
by
it.
I think Steve Harvey or something.
Oh,
and
yeah.
His advice was 90 days. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but that's just,
Damn.
you know. I really do
I ain't waiting
believe
that
waiting
long.
till marriage brings
I'm sorry, I am waiting.
produces a lot of benefits.
No offense, Peyton.
I believe that waiting till marriage produces a lot of
Sorry.
benefits. I was able to fall in love with my husband for his mind, his heart. I do believe that sex can be blinding. So it's like when you're in a relationship and it can be not the best relationship for you, and you start overlooking all the wrongs because, you know, sex can get in the way because it really does blind you. And when you're married and you're having sex with your spouse, then it helps you to overlook all the offenses and so forth. So I think it's a beautiful thing in marriage. I think that it can really hinder relationships, though, like outside of marriage.
For me, I have an interesting little perspective on it. Is they were doing studies in the 60s on a type of worm, and it was talking about DNA and the memory stored in DNA. Sorry, hold on 1 second.
Are you okay?
No, just got super pregnant like 5 minutes
Yeah,
ago.
I know.
Champion over here. So it's called microcurism, and what they're finding is men's DNA is getting inserted into females' brains. Outside, if you've carried a child all the way to full-term pregnancy. So they're doing autopsies right now, and they're finding that when you are having unprotected sex with male sexual partners, their DNA is actually getting stored in your brain. And so when you go back into the studies with the 60s and you kind of combine this information, that the DNA stores memory, it stores trauma. And so what they were doing with these worms is they were electrocuting them. They would chop them all up, put them in a blender, regrow them, and then see. And they held the knowledge of that trauma, so the worms were able to avoid it in an evolutionary way. So for anybody who believes that there's generational trauma or there's, you know, you can absorb and whatever that stuff is, I think that it's good to wait till marriage, because now in this newer science that we are finding in these autopsies, like they just published this maybe a month ago, 7 years after intercourse with a male partner, they're finding his DNA in their brain. Personally, I don't really want to be absorbing a bunch of random's DNA into my brain.
This is all, though, to be, now, this would actually be good for my points, right? But in the spirit of fairness, this is all cutting edge, and we don't know for sure that this is the case or that this is true. We don't actually know this for certain yet.
I've heard of the microchimerism thing. I mean, there's like...
This has been since the 60s with the flatworms, but now they're multiple universities, because I tried to find the specific doctor in the specific white paper, because I figured somebody would ask, and they're just saying there's too many people adding to this research that nobody can claim this science.
And I think it's evidence too. People will strongly, like after sex, you either hate the person or you love the person. Like there's always a connection. It's not like, it's proven. I mean, there are men who maybe just do it just to do it.
It's not a question about the DNA being there.
That's ridiculous. That's not proven. Like, for instance, if you had sex for money, do you have an emotional connection with the person?
I'm not saying this is about emotion, but I'm saying that it is known, like...
Hang on. If you have sex with a person for money, do you suddenly have an emotional connection to them?
I mean, spiritually, I think you definitely can. But also most people in the industry are on drugs or drinking. They never want to be sober for that activity. It's not like what guys think it is when they watch it.
No, I get it, but I'm just saying that I like, for instance, there was a woman on a panel on this very show not very long ago who told me that she could turn it on and off. She literally sat where the gal in pink is sitting right now, Brian. You remember her? She said, I can turn it on and I can turn it off whenever I want to. And it's because she had been... Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So...
Yeah. So anyway, that's what she had said. She'd said that she could turn it on, she could turn it off whenever she wanted to if there was money involved.
Yeah, disassociation.
But what does that have to do with it being confirmed that DNA can't transfer?
No. Listen, never, ever. Knowing something scientifically is super difficult. Knowing it. Like actually having knowledge that it's true, very, very hard. That's why we have theories, which have been around for years and years and years, which are called theories, even though they are basically knowledge, like the theory of gravity, for instance. Knowing something scientifically is difficult, and you never want to jump to the conclusion that it's true just because you have some studies which might confirm whatever this is. You never want to do that. It's always a bad policy.
So the theory is how it's there. But the confirmation of the male's DNA is confirmed. And this is in the autopsies.
It's confirmed in what sample size group?
We don't have our phones on us, but you can...
I guarantee you it ain't going to be very big. So the thing is confirming this, depending on sample size, depending on what type of experiment was done, having this replicated over multiple years so that we have actual knowledge of it, that's not easy to do. So I'm always really careful and cautious when it comes to applied scientific studies, which that would be, because they would not claim knowledge of this. Sociology, sure, you can claim whatever the fuck you want. It's all nonsense. But applied science, it's a much more difficult sell.
So this is something, like you said, the microcurism, like it's since the 60s. All I'm saying is, even if it is a low rate, it's the fact that this is a possibility that if you have unprotected sex with partners, you can't actually absorb their DNA, and it's something that's going to be there up to 7 years after. Right? Only for women.
Can dudes
go for it?
Pussy juice.
Go for it.
And it gets into the brain or some shit.
No, you're good to go.
The pussy juice.
Have a shower.
Yeah.
But it's different for men and it is different for women. We're made biologically different, and this is that whole why.
Well, let me ask you a question that just comes to mind right off the top of my head.
Oh no.
If a man does not come inside of a woman, does she retain his DNA then in her brain?
It wasn't specified in the studies.
That's weird. I thought we knew.
I said theory. It's the DNA is there as an intercourse partner, preferably or primarily in women who carry up to term in pregnancy, but also to women who have had no signs of pregnancy 7 years after. So
she's right.
Pre-cum.
She's right.
But it didn't say has to and leave it in there. It did not specify that. It said
Here, let's move on. Let's move on. Justin R. Psychopaths have the tendencies to use knives, look at people, talk to people, drive cars, eat breakfast, eat dinner, and wear clothes.
By the way, hang on, I'm sorry. I got to bring this up.
diagnose
This is
all
a
of you
fact
with
check by
psychopathy.
Reuters.
Fair.
Study did not find women store DNA from intercourse with men. You can check this out if you want to.
One fact check by Reuters, but go back all the way to like Macmillan, going back to the 60s. Like,
Yeah, I know, but you just stated it like it's fact. You gotta. It's such a problem
But
when it
look
comes
at
to
Reuters,
debates,
look at who
especially.
they are, where
Don't
they're from.
state things, especially in science, which are scientific fact, because they're almost never fact. It's almost never true.
You've got studies going from
I'm
all the
just
way
saying.
from the 60s, and this becomes a very political topic. And if you look at who sponsors Reuters, you have to understand where is the money coming from.
Oh shit, where are we going with this?
So you think
I'm going to leave it at that.
So you
but
think that
you're taking one fact
that
checker
Reuters
saying
is
it's not
involved
true
in a massive
over
cover-up
studies
to
all the way
stop
from 60s.
the fact that men's DNA could reside with women for up to 7 years past. I don't
It's
even
only
understand
7.
how that would politically be
Up to
bad
7.
for the left.
Up to 7 in the most
And then it
recent
disappears.
autopsy.
It like dissolves.
They said up to 7 years it's showing.
Damn.
So I'm just saying you're going to take
Ladies out here be doing
studies all the way from the
such
60s
shit.
that are multiple studies, and you're going to completely throw those all out over one fact checker who they have also been wrong and then gone back and be like, oh, we were wrong. So I'm just saying they're not always the most reliable, and they're
Scientific
very
America.
politically biased on some things. Now, that's not what this podcast is about, so I'm going to
to
leave it at that.
Scientific America.
But I would say wait till marriage, because there's a chance of a random DNA
micro
absorption.
chimeras.
Yeah.
And I would say that I would love to get behind this and tell you, yes, it's great because it supports my position, but you should be really, really careful when you talk about anything which is science applied, which is cutting edge and just came out last week or a couple months ago.
Since the
and then
60s.
they have links. They'll say, well, this is supporting other scientific data, et cetera, et cetera. What I always tend to find is that it's usually not true, which is why you see all the cutting edge on the transgender stuff being proven to be untrue. That's why
Yeah.
you see that happening.
Except
Anyways,
this
moving
isn't
on.
cutting edge. This is
I'm
60s.
sorry, guys. This
No,
is,
no, the 60s.
I do
It's
have
not
to
from the
move on.
60s.
I'm
You're
sorry.
building. What they're doing is they're
Very
making
sorry.
references that they're building
The
on. That
host says,
doesn't
let's
mean
move
Very
on.
sorry.
Come on,
Yeah, very
The
sorry.
host said, let's
Very
move
sorry.
on.
Gotta-
Come on.
gotta-
All right, it's time to move on.
Gotta move on. Gotta move on.
Smoke your cigarette.
All right, Vesper. Well, we have a few last notes with you. Okay. Hold on. Where are we? You said that you dated a guy who tried to kill you. Why don't you tell us about that?
No.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
There's not really a whole lot to say about it. He strangled me until I had a seizure.
Whoa, what the fuck? Damn.
I consider that trying to kill me.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a yikes.
I'm fine, but
We're
was
glad
traumatic.
you're okay.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm so sorry.
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had
Bro.
to.
No.
I had to.
okay.
Some people are into that. You know? Well,
Check my Twitter.
first, well, wait, going around the table really quick. Are you into choking?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Not anymore.
No.
No? Okay. I don't know. Something happened in like 2012. It was like chicks just want to start getting choked. I don't know what happened.
To be completely clear, he was not choking me during sex. It was not sexual when it was happening.
It was like a homicidal choke.
Yeah,
not a,
no, he was
not a
trying to
sexual
kill
choke.
me.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see. You also said like lead. We talked about leading. I think it's creating. Women are getting very turned off by being told. Oh well, hold on. We did play the Charlie Kirk video about the women not being in their prime in their 30s, but you wrote here. This would have been perhaps good to weigh in on. Women are getting very turned off by being told they'll expire after 30 and things like that.
Yeah.
It's making them not want to get married or have children.
I agree.
I don't think women expire after 30, but it's just sort of
Well, people
you-
say that.
as you start aging, you become less attractive. You're less desirable. Do you disagree?
No, I do agree, but I think that
You don't like the extreme position of
I
like
think that
expire.
saying things like that. I think that
Yeah.
if you want women to get married and have children, or like wait till marriage and things like that, I wouldn't say those.
Yeah, because you're gonna like rush it and
It makes
Well, wouldn't-
women not want to get married for sure.
yeah.
Well, wouldn't it achieve that goal actually to have them get married younger?
What do you mean?
Well, if you like
Oh.
tell them, hey, yeah.
I think it makes women scared of getting married.
Oh, because their
Conversations like
husband
that.
will like leave them once
Yeah.
they turn 30.
Yeah.
Well, women initiate about 80% of divorces. So I mean,
Yes, that is true.
Oh my God, is that
what's that?
that's scary. It's like a scary high number.
I think if you get married young too, I
Yeah.
think it's until you turn like what
Wait,
is it?
who's it scary
26
for?
That your
Like,
brain develops.
Scary for the woman or scary for the man?
So men
Scary to get
change.
married.
It's scary to get married. Yeah, I think the.
Wait, strain your mic up, please.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's scary like to get married if it's so high. Like 80% of women are like negotiating. Like they're bringing this up. Oh my God.
That's kind of based. Yeah, we should. Yeah. Do we blame the women? It's all women's fault. Is that what you're saying?
No, wait.
Wow, you're such a sexist. Wow, what a sexist statement for you to make. To blame women.
I can't even.
How dare you?
I can't even like.
You're
I don't
a
know
misogynist.
where to. Okay.
You are a misogynist,
Well, why are they initiating
and we
it?
need to cancel
Right.
you. But
He's roasting her.
what?
No, I know.
But-
I got that.
Okay, let's see. What else do we have? Not a feminist. You disagree with third wave feminism. You don't think sex work is empowering for women. Don't you do that though? You're currently
Yes,
a
I do.
dancer. Okay.
Yeah, I just don't push it on other women or try to say that I'm empowered
I
through
see.
it. Yeah.
Less competition. I get it.
Oh no.
You know, less girls in the
I
club.
mean, I guess so.
More singles for you. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't say that that's why I do it though.
Okay.
I do it because I think sex work is bad for women.
Wait, you do sex work because you think it's bad for women?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't say that it's empowering because I think it's bad for women. Not
All
because I
right.
don't want the competition. Right.
Why do you think that it's bad for women?
All kinds of reasons. I just think that it's a very hard environment to be in. It's a hard industry to be in. I do think that depending on the type of sex work that you do, that I can cause pair bonding problems, things like that.
That's awesome.
It's harder to find a partner. It's harder to be accepted by your family. It's harder to find friends. A
I'm
lot of
glad that you're
reasons.
being honest about that, because a lot of people, my former self included, would really
Right.
paint a picture of like, this is the best job ever and I'm making so much money and look at,
No,
you know, and
yeah.
it's really a lie that most women won't admit to. So that's
Yeah, that
awesome.
was part of the reason I wanted to come on, was because I think that people try to push that it's okay, and I don't want that message to be
Why do you do it?
money. I don't know. Yeah.
Are there other things that you could do?
I
Wait,
do
it's
other
not-
things as well.
It's not okay, but you do it anyway.
I don't think it's okay to push the idea that it's a good thing to young women.
Okay,
what's
but
not okay.
just to backtrack here, but you are engaged in that activity, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then it wouldn't be good for you to do either, right?
Yes.
Wait, I
So
just
then
got.
why don't you? So then why don't you stop doing it?
A lot of reasons.
But it's not good. Like I don't get. Like you're literally saying it's bad for me to do, but then
I
you're
would
gonna
say
do
it's
it
hard.
anyway.
Yeah, it makes my life
Is it
harder.
just? Is it because you like money?
Yeah, that and other reasons. I think it's a hard industry to get out of.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Oh, show.
What's the exit barrier absent money?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Besides money, like why people stay.
No, you. What would be your exit barrier other than money?
I don't know.
So then
well,
it's
I
just
would-
about
I would
money,
stop doing
right?
it,
You
like,
just
if
do it
my-
because it makes you money, right?
Well, I would stop
Like it's
doing it
easy
like
money.
if my husband had a problem with it, or like there are various things that would make me stop.
Well, don't you shoot with your husband?
Yes.
Wait, or not your husband? Your
Well, my
you-
fiance,
you're-
yeah.
yeah. You're engaged. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Wait,
but on the money thing, right? Is it just money for you then?
I think that it's money. I think it's being comfortable in it. I think getting out of it, it takes a lot of work.
I think it's also going to make it
Yeah,
hard.
but why, how
because
does
of
it
the
take a lot of
fact-
work to get out of it absent the money, though? I really want to know the answer to that.
Well, I'm going
Like, if you won the lottery tomorrow, would you still do it?
No.
Yeah, okay, so then it's really just a money barrier, right?
Sure.
And then too, the fact that your fiance is doing scenes with you, that's going to make it harder to get out because he's in agreement with it. And so, like, that's going to keep you stuck longer than
Wait.
you actually want to be in there.
I got a genius idea. We should bring your husband on the show with you.
I mean, I
Is he
suggested,
down
yeah.
there?
Huh?
Is he downstairs?
No, he's not downstairs.
Oh.
He's at home, and he said my little 2-year-old is still awake because she's waiting to be nursed.
Aw.
Almost 2-year-old.
Okay, maybe another time. But that would be interesting.
He might take a. I don't know.
Okay, well, we can talk about it.
We'll bring him
We
on
can talk
another
about it.
time.
We'll
I'll come
talk
back
about
with
it.
him.
We will talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we've got everything from Vesper. Oh, wait, we have tweets, right? What was there other stuff, Nick?
No, don't read those.
Instagrams, you know?
Like the traditional or whatever?
No. Like the dating, or like, would you date this guy?
Wait, we did the dating app reviews.
No, but it's impossible.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, guys, we're going to go around the table. I have 3 male friends of mine. I know some of you are in relationships, but just entertain the question as if you were single, if you want, you know. I'm trying to get these guys are my homies. I'm trying to get them set up with like some ladies. So, would you date, we're doing a segment now called Would You Date This Man?
It's just based off of appearance?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so this is guy number 1. His name is Zach. Great. Peyton, stop looking at me. Look at Zach, please. Okay, I know. I get it. Okay. All right, here's Zach. Handsome guy, right? You know, he's got a solid beard.
Is it a fake profile?
No, this is real.
Are we sure?
Hold on. And this is Zach. And he's got an axe. So he can protect you. His axe skill is really good. He's a very good guy, very nice guy, very smart. Would you date him?
No.
Hold on, wait, hold on.
Sorry.
Would you date him?
Can I answer now?
Yeah, go ahead.
No.
He's a little bit too skinny for me, but besides that, I would
You like
probably-
thick boys?
I like thick boys. I like
Okay.
fat boys.
I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
He didn't seem to have any friends in his post.
He's got a lot of friends.
He's not showing it.
OTK, he's got a lot of friends. Okay. What about you?
I wouldn't date him.
You wouldn't date him? What the fuck? What about you?
No.
Why-
Because I never grew up with TV. He looks like he plays a lot of video games. I'm just not in. I think we wouldn't have anything in common.
Well, hold
Besides
on.
axe throwing. I've never done that, but I think me and him
Wait.
could have some fun.
I like that.
Wait, but yeah, he plays video games. What's wrong with that?
I'm just not into video game guys.
But do you object?
think it's a
What
waste
if
of
what if a
time.
guy were to say, "I'm just not into women who used to do sex work"?
And that's their prerogative. Then they're not for me. My man is.
But why
for
is it
God.
okay for you to say, "I don't want to date a guy who plays video games"? But it's not. It didn't seem like you were okay with men saying, I wouldn't really accept a girl with a past of sex work."
Well, we're not. We're just talking like from his profile picture. You
Yeah.
know, like.
But why is
that's
it
just
okay?
Well, that's
I-
my.
I gotta
I'm saying
one
that's
too,
okay that
Levy.
they have a preference. If that's what I'm not saying they can't have a preference. They can have
Sure.
a preference, and
Sure.
I'm saying my preference is that. But if God told me this is the man and he plays video games, then guess what? He would be the one. Let's. run it.
What are your hobbies? What are the things that you like to do?
I'm more into physical stuff. Volleyball, beach volleyball. I used to do that a lot. Skating, sports, obviously boxer. I like physical activities. That's my.
Yeah.
So
stuff.
let's say you found a guy who was maybe a weightlifter, but he thought that volleyball was kind of a waste of time. He didn't really care too much about it, but he knew that you were into it, and so he didn't care. He was like, "Well, go have fun, play your volleyball, and you know, enjoy yourself." But he happened to also have one of these frivolous hobbies you don't like playing video games.
Well, I guess
Is
video
that-
game. When
would
I
that be
see
problematic?
when I see most like I was one time with a gamer, they spend like it's not like a little hobby. Like you play for an hour and a half. Like we're talking.
Many more hours
It
than
takes like all night, all day. It's like they get up to poop and then go back to
Both.
playing. And so that's where it's like it just depends. It depends if he makes it his life. If it's just something he does once in a while, of course it's not a problem.
Yeah.
Of course.
So
What if it was his career? Like if he, if, because I think you can make some.
Yeah, you can make money.
So like, let's say that
Yeah, it's his career. Let's say
he's taken that frivolous.
Hypothetically.
Well, somebody called it a frivolous hobby, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes you can create a niche. Like,
Oh, yeah.
I've made a niche out of adventure photography and survival, right?
Yeah.
Survival.
So.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, you know how to not die.
No, it's good.
Right.
And
I think
But
he's
if,
using his
if
resources.
he takes a hobby that most people, but he's made it into a career, then would you respect that?
No, I would definitely respect
Like,
it. I just think we wouldn't
hypothetically.
have as much in common.
Wait, let me-
I think that
let me give you
at
some
the
more
same
details.
time that's what matters most to him. So that would be more like, you know what I'm saying?
Let me give you some
Just
details.
like I like helping people. If I'm not going to be with a guy who doesn't like helping people.
Helping people, great thing, love it.
Okay.
Hypothetically, let's say the man that I just showed you, it wasn't just a hobby, and he was actually rich from playing video games, World of Warcraft. I'm talking making millions of dollars a year playing video games. Does that change anything?
I mean, definitely that he's not just sitting around playing for hours and hours for no reason. He's doing it and making, providing for himself. But
Does that change?
But I mean, we'd still have to have something in common. Like if that's his passion, I do think that if you have two people that are the complete opposite over time, it might be interesting. But you need to have a balance or have something like in common.
Okay. All right, we'll get everybody's answers on this.
So
Would you date him?
sorry.
Are we still going off of like looks or?
Just what you saw.
No.
Damn. If you're single,
Excuse
if
me.
you're
Yeah,
single.
if I was single, I probably would have said no because it's just a page full of selfies and.
Sorry.
But he looks so
Sorry,
quirky
Zach.
and fun in them.
Would you, if you're single,
If I was single, I don't know. He's got really good like hatchet.
Skill.
He
Yeah,
had
there
he
you
had
go.
a Nordic
You would
one.
be
He
into
had
the
the
hatchet.
Viking stuff. So if he was willing to like exercise and get fit and stuff, maybe. But my husband's Filipino, so I don't really go with blonde hair, blue eyes. But he had a nice Viking apparel going for him.
Well, I will tell you, his name is Zach. If you could pull it back up, Nick. His name is Zach. He's the owner of OTK Network, Starforge PCs. His gamer name, I guess, is Asmongold. He's one of the top Twitch streamers on Twitch, regularly getting like I don't know exact viewership numbers, but one of the top streamers, makes millions and millions of dollars a year. Very wealthy, huge peen, all around great guy, and he does have axes. And he knows how to cook a steak. Does that change anything for you? Rich, huge peen, steak, makes a great steak. Are you
We
vegetarian?
just need to
Is
have
that it?
things in
You're
common.
vegan?
No,
You're
I mean, I
vegan?
think like I've dated guys who are not cute, not that were skinny. like
He's cute.
I'm just saying,
Whoa,
I've dated
whoa,
a guy
hold-
who's
hold on.
skinny. I think he's cute. I'm just saying.
There you go. There you go.
I've dated a
Put
guy
some respect.
who most people
Put
would
some
be
respect
like, no way.
on Zach's name. Tell him he's cute.
You're a cutie patootie with a big booty.
Yeah.
Okay. Good talk. We have two more guys. Let's try to get through these. All right. Here's another gentleman. Okay. Scroll down next. Okay. He's got, photos and shit. Great guy. Very good guy. His name's Felix. Good friend. Good friend. Good friend. He's got, look, there's a cat. Cat. There you go. He likes hats. He's a hat guy sometimes. Let's see. He's very focused. Look at it. Look at the focus. Okay, going around the table. Would you date him?
No.
Damn, bro. What the fuck?
He's also too skinny. for
Too
me.
skinny?
I think he's cute.
Oh, shit. What's up?
No.
He's a cute little emo.
So yes, you would date him?
Sure. Yes.
He looks older.
No?
No.
Okay.
No. I like the Filipino. Sorry.
You like Filipinos, okay. Well, that is XQC, another very popular, while he's moved platforms, but Twitch streamer, one of the top streamers, millionaire. In fact, I think he got a deal for $100 million. Peyton, does that change anything?
No, but he does look like Pete Davidson to me.
What the fuck?
Oh.
That's who he reminds me
Okay.
of. That's all I had to say.
Wait, so you would pass up? Let's say he was serious about you, wanted to wife you up. You can pass up?
Yes.
Bro, this guy could change your life, son. change your life, bruv.
He'd be able to pay for 2 first-class tickets.
Life changed.
Is he in the medical field?
Bro, what? No, he's a millionaire many times over.
Still no.
Damn, bruh. Damn. Y'all crazy.
I need our boys to get our weight up.
Y'all crazy. You realize like how pampered your life, not maybe it already is, but you realize how much that would change your life to marry
But he doesn't want to be
someone
with
that
somebody
wealthy?
who's just with him for money.
Exactly,
So that shouldn't
yeah.
matter.
No guy would.
You don't think it's a
yeah.
plus though? Like
is
you
a
don't think it's a
plus.
plus?
It's a plus.
I'm not saying you have to date him solely for his money,
Okay.
but that wouldn't be appealing. Like you never have to work
Definitely appealing.
a day in your life again. You can be stay at home, do whatever the fuck you want, afford your children. I know you don't want kids, but you could afford your children the best of the best. You don't have to send them to woke public school. You could homeschool them. Bidets, you could buy a fucking bidet. Okay, all right. Jesus.
Okay.
That's kind of changing my wow.
That's a day.
That's the selling point. That last one.
Always
Last one.
wanted a man with a bidet.
Yeah.
Last
I don't
one.
think it changes anything.
Who's the last guy? Is this Peo? Oh God.
Is this a real person?
All right, we'll do it really quick. Oh my God. Okay, fuck it. Scroll all the way. Keep scrolling.
For sure.
All right, would you date this guy? Fuck it, we'll do Peo. Yeah, there he is. He's a French Canadian. Sorry, his name's Frederic. Oh shit, wait, he's fucking okay. He clipped us. Yeah. What do you got? Pull up the sword one with the sword Nick. Click on that one. Yeah. Oh wait, put us on the other side. You guys, would you? So you know, that's Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the. Fuck, how's it go? Blessed Blade of the Windseeker. I don't know. Would you date him?
No.
No.
Damn, bro, what the fuck?
Yes.
Oh.
I think his personality looks cool. I think if a guy's confident and he's got personality, like that trumps any good looks.
I'll get you Frederic's
I like
contact
different
info.
guys.
No? Damn, y'all brutal. Okay. We have some tweets from Vesper, and that's going to probably be the second to last thing. Women really went from liking grown-ass men like Channing Tatum to liking little boys like Jack Doherty. Is this like a...
I don't think anybody likes him. I think that's not a real thing. I've met him, and I don't think.
Did you know him?
No.
Okay.
No, I just don't like men who look like little boys. He looks like a little boy to me.
But he's
Is it
just,
the
he's just
broccoli
a streamer.
haircut?
Broccoli.
Is that
I
what
think
it's
that's
called?
part
The
of it.
broccoli?
I also think that he's fairly skinny too.
Oh, okay.
And short.
You don't like
I
short
think.
kings? What's wrong with being a short
No,
king?
it's not that he's short.
He's a short
It's
king.
more about him being skinny, and he has like a baby face.
Mm.
I think it's because of birth control.
He took birth control?
No. I think that women are starting to like men like that because of birth control. I think it like
Interesting.
makes you like effeminate men.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Next tweet. Next tweet. People don't scroll down, by the way. People always talk about how terrible men are, but have y'all ever been in love with a woman? Actually, I should have you read these, but so. Have you dated a woman? Before? Yeah. Is it? Well,
It's hell.
It's hard. Damn, that's kind of. Why are you hating on women, son?
I'm not. I just would not date
You look.
them again.
Are you a misogynist?
No.
Are you a massage therapist?
No.
Okay, next. Next. All men deserve someone who's addicted to sex with them. Okay, I like
You
this
stand
one.
by that?
I
Yeah.
agree with this. I agree.
Yeah.
Next. I'm obsessed with fat men.
Oh my gosh. This is so embarrassing.
Are you a feeder?
No. No.
Okay.
I'm not a feeder.
Obsessed with fat dudes? Okay.
If I was with any of the guys that you showed us, though, I would be a feeder for them.
Oh,
I'd be
for
like,
them.
babe,
I see.
we need to get it up.
Next. Orange peel theory is so crazy. This man would tie my shoes and spoon feed me if I asked him to. Is that your current fiance?
Mm-hmm.
He'd tie your shoes and.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's orange peel theory?
There was a trend on TikTok where girls were asking their boyfriends if they would peel an orange for them.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of men were not doing it.
Not that.
And I wouldn't date somebody who wouldn't do something like that for me.
Word. Okay.
Yeah.
Would it be okay if a man said that he wouldn't date you if you didn't feed grapes directly into his mouth while he was laying on his back?
Yeah, that would be fine.
She would do it.
As long as he peels an orange?
I would feed him, yeah. No, well, yeah, if he would peel me an orange, that's better.
Is there another tweet? Charge your man in cash every time he disrespects you or lets you down. He'll be better within the week. Wait, is this about your fiance?
No, he's good to me.
Oh, okay. Have you ever charged your fiance cash?
No.
Okay, all right.
He just gives it to her.
You've been dating him for a while, though, haven't you? And that was made in October of 2023?
That doesn't mean it's about him.
Okay.
He's never done anything
All
back
right,
to me.
next. Last one? That was it? Okay, wait, two things. We have, we gotta go around the table on this. Body count. Do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count, starting with you?
Wait, what'd you say?
Do we think that they're insecure?
Do you think men are insecure if they care about a woman's body count? And should body count not matter? You got this, Peyton. I believe in you.
My brain is kind of fried after filming for
I
6 hours.
I believe in you. You got this.
No, I don't think men are insecure. Yes, I do think body count matters when
Okay.
you're younger, but once you age, no, it does not matter.
Oh, okay. What about you, Vesper?
I have the same answer. I don't think that they're insecure. I think it's a thing of like matching values.
That's what I was gonna say. Like, if it's important to them, then they can figure it out.
Do you think they're insecure, though?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think that it like shows insecurity.
Yeah, I don't think so. And then I feel like a guy knows when his girl's crazy about him, and I'm just crazy when I'm with somebody. Like they know that nobody else matters to them, and I think that's how it should be. You know, if you're in a relationship.
What about you?
No, I don't think it's like an insecurity thing.
Nope, don't think it's insecurity, and yeah, I think body count matters.
Cool. So we do this every time. What's your body count, starting with you?
0.
Okay.
I can count on 2 hands. 2 hands.
2 chains?
I can count on 2 hands.
Oh, Peyton, you can't get. Hold on. No. Okay, Peyton, don't get up. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Good job. I'm proud of you. Okay. 2. So 10?
2 hands.
So 10?
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
20.
20? Okay.
I don't want to share.
Oh, Asia.
Love you guys, but not out there.
Range? You want to do a range? So you don't have to give the exact number, you know?
No, I appreciate that, but I'm okay. Thank you.
Do you want to do a below?
I'm okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. I'm giving you options.
No,
Just
I
trying to give you
appreciate
options.
that. Thank you.
It's
Vesper.
around 12.
Around 12. Okay, Peyton.
Same as Asia, no comment.
Bro, Peyton, come on, bruv. P-Dog.
P-Dog!
P-Dog.
Oh my gosh, Paige calls me P-Dog.
What the fuck?
Paige is
I
like,
know.
why are you not home?
Paige is like, so actually, where are you?
Yeah, I have a question on this. If a man were to tell another man, if they asked you this question, if you were to respond with a lot, would that be accurate? Would a lot be accurate? She's been with a lot of men. Would that be accurate?
Oh, is this for me? No.
Yeah. What's that?
No, it's not accurate.
What's Paige's body count?
I'm not
50,
speaking on. I'm not
100.
speaking on Paige.
Just be honest.
And then same thing to the girl in the glasses. If a man said a lot.
No, it's not a lot.
A lot. Not a lot?
No.
Do you want to give a range?
Okay, so that
you
wouldn't
want to
be
do a
accurate.
range?
No.
You want to do an under?
No.
You want your turn?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
I'm good.
Yeah, come on, guys. All right. Gustavo, what's your? Huh? You're a virgin, Gustavo? That's what I thought.
He doesn't even know what you're saying. He doesn't even speak
He
English.
speaks
Yeah.
Spanish. He just does checks out. Okay. Did everybody answer? Oh, we're waiting for our dear friend back there to. Wait, you said you did adult content, right?
I didn't do porn.
You never did like scenes with men?
No, never.
Okay, all right. Okay, good talk.
I didn't do completely nude either.
Oh, okay. Before we wrap up here, any final thoughts? Does anybody want to hit any topics before we wrap up? Anybody? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Wait. We didn't get hers, Brian.
Oh, I was just waiting for her to sit down. Body count?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. Because
do you know how many scenes you've done?
Yeah, I did roughly 200 or more scenes. However, I did have a yes list.
Oh shit.
So in the
Stay
beginning of my
sorry, well, I got to interrupt you here for a sec. We'll come back to that though. Nick, can you lower this a little bit? You gotta lower it quite a bit. That's 50's good. Hey, stay safe. Thank you so much for the raid, man. Much appreciated, dude. I hope you had a good stream. Were you able to, are you 8 for 8 in Sunken Temple? If you're not, like, get your shit together, dude. But, yeah, man, I was actually watching Ampy struggling with the shade of Aranicus the other day. That's a tough fight, my dude. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you're enjoying, was it phase 3 of Season of Discovery on World of Warcraft. Thank you, man. Very much appreciate it. Let me actually do shout out over there in Twitch. Can mods do shout outs in the chat? Are mods able to do shout outs for Twitch? For those of you who don't know, Stay Safe, his name's Matt. He's been on our show before. Can mods do shout outs? Maybe mods, can you just do it for me? Well, fuck, too late. I'm already doing it. Stay Safe TV. Okay, there. Shout out, boom. Really quick, I'll just ask one World of Warcraft related question for the panel since Stay Safe just rated us. I mean, actually, you guys just missed the part. We had the girls, I asked them if they would date Zach Asmongold. I asked if they date XQC, and I'd ask if they date Payo. And I know there's a little conflict there. Anyways, World of Warcraft related question. Oh, okay. Ladies, going around the table. What is the best, like let's say you're a guild leader, right? What's the best loot system for your World of Warcraft Classic guild? You're the guild leader, so you get to choose. So, off the top of my head, here are the ones that I remember. Loot Council, okay? There's DKP. There's Soft Reserve. There's EPGP, I think it's what it's called. Suicide Kings. What's the other one, chat? Chat, there's a few more. EPGP, DKP, Loot Council, Suicide Kings, Soft Reserve, Hard Reserve, GDKP. Is that really a guild loot system, though? I don't think... Round Robin, free-for-all? Oh, just like roll, Need for Greed? So going around the table, which like loot system do you set up for your hardcore raiding guild in World of Warcraft Classic? Go ahead, Peyton.
Wow, what a tough question.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
You got to pick one. Which one?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
A. Final answer.
Okay. Loot Council.
$400 on A, please.
So look, here's the thing with Loot Council, right? It can be fair.
I don't know what Loot Council.
But there's a lot of corruption with the Loot Council.
Okay.
You know, if the officers, depending on how they do the Loot Council, I was in a guild. I got screwed over for Perdition's Blade, right? Do a split on this. Split this shit. Split this shit. Split it. I got screwed over on Perdition's Blade. Get this shit, right? Fucking we're Ragnaros, Molten Core, Perdition's Blade drops. I don't get it. I should have got it.
Damn.
And there was the Loot Council that fucked me over, dude.
I don't know what's going
This other rogue already had 2 purple.
Loot Council seems
He
like
had fucking epic daggers.
Epic daggers?
And he had epic daggers. I had blue daggers.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm a fucking, yeah.
Shit.
I play dagger. I'm a dagger rogue.
A dagger
This
rogue.
fucking guy gets the fucking perditions over me. It's fucking bullshit. I nearly fucking G-quit. I fucking almost G-quit on the spot. We raided Anexia afterwards. I was checked out of Anexia. And I was pissed, bro. Fuck that loot council shit.
Yeah, fuck that council shit.
Fuck that shit, bruv.
You're spitting right now.
I know. I'm very passionate.
Some straight facts.
This shit happened years ago. I'm still fucking butthurt.
Years ago.
You know what's funny? I actually, luckily, Perdition's Blade. Get this shit right.
This is why we can't do gamers.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Perdition's Blade. Hold on. It dropped.
I swear we're not
fucking next week. The week after it dropped, so it wasn't that big of a deal.
After, fuck.
I know, right? Peyton?
I know.
Goddamn, dude.
I know. I definitely know.
You wouldn't know because you never played a rogue.
I don't know.
You're like
I don't know,
I feel
I
like
guess.
you're like a Ret Paladin
Me too.
player. Like you play Ret Paladin. You know what I mean?
Maybe.
Okay, good time. Best loot system, Vesper.
What are the options?
Bride. Come on, bro.
Sorry, the second one.
Okay, cool.
Soft reserve.
Based.
The first one too.
Bro, actually name it though.
Loot Council.
Which
yeah,
one?
loot cancel.
Yeah.
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 I loot council.
Yeah.
These girls are for loot council. They like the corruption.
Solid choice.
EPGP, I think it's called.
Yeah.
EPGP. Okay, cool. All right, yo, stay safe. Thank you for the raid, man. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Where were we? What were we talking about?
Body count.
Body count? Oh, wait, I think you were saying your body count?
Yeah, so I mean, I did that amount of scenes. However,
200?
I did a lot.
Okay.
But I had a no list to begin with for probably the first maybe 6 months to a year, and then after that, I graduated to a yes list. So I would only work with the same
I see.
eight
Okay.
guys, 8 to 10 guys.
All right, cool. I think where we left off, any final thoughts from anybody on anything? You guys want to ask dating advice? Me and Andrew are dating coaches. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Do you have advice you want to give?
Yeah, I think women should bow. Nick, play the video. Play it. Women should start bowing. Play that shit. Whoa, why are you getting relaxed? It's okay.
Oh, no.
I thought you got a little excited about the bow thing. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't know what
Play that shit. Boom. Huge. That's what, yeah.
I do that.
Let's just see the bow again. Forget this other shit. Who cares about this shit? Play that bow again. One more time.
Yeah, but he throws her
Play it
something.
again.
What's he throw her?
He threw her like a sandal.
Take my shoes.
What the hell?
Look. Oh wait, guys, go Twitch really quick. Guys, go to Twitch. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. If you're watching on YouTube, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. If you're over here from Stay Safe TV, again, thank you for the raid, guys. Drop us a little follow in the chat. PPC. Thank you guys. If you're from, oh my god, the chat is on fire. Look at all the follows. Oh my god. Can we get some? What does fucking Payo say? What does he say? Poggers in the chat.
Yeah, I do feel
Poggers.
like the cup is a good brand placement.
Poggers in the layer. I don't know. Arc Raid, thank you for the Prime. Thank you guys for all the. If you have if you're on Twitch, drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. What's up? It's okay. It's all right. Let me see what else. Wait, what was the last thing? Oh, you guys would you bow if you were dating a guy and he's like, I'd really appreciate a bow. Would you bow for him?
If
Peyton?
No.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
What the fuck?
Asia? If he'd bow back.
No.
Just saying.
Only you bow.
Then no.
Now?
No.
Nar.
Would you? No.
Probably not.
No? Would you bow?
I kind of like being submissive, but it's different, you know?
What do you mean it's
If
different?
it's only your husband, yes, like, yeah.
Would you bow?
But in like a cute, like,
Maybe. Maybe.
Cute about it.
yeah, like.
But like,
And that's all that
if he did it back, yeah.
No, he doesn't do it back. He doesn't bow
Yes,
back.
yes.
Only the woman bows.
Yeah, I don't know. No.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
Okay.
I mean, the Bible says to only bow to God, but I would do it in like a loving way to my husband. Like, I love
Like
you,
a
honey, I love
joke,
you.
yeah.
Where does the Bible say to only bow for God?
It says that in the Bible. If you read, for example, when the gosh, I'm so tired. Meshach, Radshach, and Abednego got thrown into the fire for bowing to the king and not to God.
Have people bowed to King David?
Because they refused to bow to the king because they.
Do you think that people bowed to King David and King Solomon and various kings in the Bible placed there by God?
Wait, hold on. I have.
It just depends
I have
on your definition
scripture.
of bow.
Hold
I'm
on.
tired.
I have
You guys,
scripture.
keep me
Hold
out of this
hold
one.
on.
Keep me out of
Exodus 20:25. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and the fourth generation of those who hate me. I don't think. Hold on, but I don't think that's related to just doing a bow to a person.
Well, it's not related to bowing to a king either.
It just depends on the context that you're taking it. I felt like you're taking it in a very degrading manner. And
What?
Like the woman should be worshiping you.
Yes.
No, we shouldn't be worshiping anybody.
No, not like in a religious way.
But
Don't
like
worship
as a fun
me.
Way, yes.
Don't worship
I'd
me in
be
a
like,
religious
I love
way.
You, honey. Like, you know,
I mean, if
but
you
not
want.
in a sense of worship.
Yeah.
So that's my thoughts on that. End of story.
Filipino culture, we actually take the hand and we place it to our forehead.
Oh my
in a
God, every
small
show
bow
somebody
as a
says
sign
about
of
the fucking
respect.
thing.
So
That's fine. It's
our
in the
daughter
context.
does it. Sorry. Yes, I'll bow in the Filipino culture, placing the top of their hand to my forehead. It's a sign of respect, so I would.
You wouldn't bow? Peyton?
No.
The fuck?
That's kind of
A-
weird.
You know what's amazing
Asia?
about this question that I don't really get?
Yeah.
Like, how many of you get on your knees for your men but won't bow to them?
Do you mean like
Yeah.
DJ?
Yeah, so as I said,
I'm just saying,
it's
like,
the context
I don't
that
get
matters.
it. You know
If
what I
you're
mean?
bowing to worship, that's wrong. If you're bowing as a sign of respect, like that's fine. It's the context and the way that Brian
about
painted
respect.
the picture. Heck yeah, you know, women gotta bow to their man. That's like, you know, very
No.
degrading and also like you need to worship me.
No.
So that's
Women
what-
don't have to bow to their man. Women have to bow to me. I don't give a fuck what kind of arrangement other guys have. She's got to bow to me.
You seem like a nice guy. Why are you talking like this?
Word.
What do you mean?
I
What are you
guess.
talking
You're
about?
like a sweet guy.
I'm the sweetheart. Andrew's a sweetheart. I'm a sweetheart.
What's going on?
What's wrong with bowing? You wouldn't.
Are you?
What are you talking about?
Heartbroken?
What are you talking about?
What happened?
Where's the
What
where's the
happened?
where's the
Something
smoke
happened.
been the entire night? Look. Yeah, Andrew raises a very good point, and I make this point too. Like, it's interesting. Like, you'll have women who will be like, I would never bow for a man. I would never make him a sandwich. I would never make him a meal. But like, you'll let him blast on your face on the first night dating. Sorry, I know that's vulgar. But y'all,
We never.
I
said
just
we
want an
wouldn't make our man a
innocent.
sandwich.
I want an innocent bow, and you're gonna.
We all.
I don't
most
object
of us
to it.
agreed to it.
But y'all letting dudes like blast on your face, but I can't ask for a bow. Huh?
Brian's
Yes.
like you're a night owl, huh?
What are you talking
Got the
about?
second wind of energy. I'm like,
We're gonna wrap up. I'm just saying, you guys, don't.
What do you got
listen.
in that drink?
I
I'll
know.
also
What's
say-
in your
What you
secret
got in that
juice?
drink? There's something. It's a weird color. It's a weird color.
I'm gonna sell that shit. It's crazy. Look, I'm just saying, when it comes to the bow thing, you guys want guys to get down on one knee, spend, 3 months salary or some bullshit on a fucking diamond ring that costs $100.
What?
Please, will you marry me? I just want to bow.
We'll bow to you. We'll all bow to you.
Peyton, Asia, let's see a bow. Come on,
He's hurting,
show me
guys.
a bow. Let's
Somebody
see a bow.
hurt him and
Asia,
then he needs.
you gonna do a bow?
Okay, but
Oh.
you first.
Somebody self-esteem.
No, I'm not doing it first. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Bow, but you first.
No, I'm not bowing
No,
first.
try it.
I don't
Just
bow.
try it.
Just
give us a little bow.
No, you're really good. I saw
Give
you
us
do it
a
before.
bow.
I'll do it together.
That's all you gotta do.
A bow.
A bow.
Bow is a sign of something finishing.
Don't
At
do
the
it.
end of
Don't
a
do
play,
it.
we all
Crap.
bow
I'm not
and
gonna
we.
do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Okay,
As
okay,
the
I
leader,
gotta,
I think you
so I
should
gotta
give
ask
us a
this.
bow.
What about a curtsy? Would you guys do a curtsy?
I would do a curtsy.
That's
Yeah.
Do it.
Oh.
What's the difference between curtsying for your husband and bowing?
Guys, they just
bowing
want to
to
see
him?
your body. Don't do it.
Oh my God, that's not the reason. Oh.
See, they think they're so sneaky.
You've got a what is it? A guilty conscience? I don't know what the right word is. That's projection.
Oh.
You're projecting.
I just got you.
What? Okay. What evidence? No. What evidence do you have that that's actually the case?
Whatever.
Have you been heartbroken?
What
Has
the
there ever
fuck?
been a woman
You're getting
that has
defensive
broken
for that.
your heart?
I feel like all this podcast is like kind of projection like. So I'd like to know who hurt you.
Are you? I mean,
How long was it? How long was it?
Tell
if
us
that's
the
the case,
story.
then are you
Tell us the
projecting on the
story.
podcast right now?
Sorry, what's that, Andrew?
Well, I was just saying, if it's all about projection, then is that what you're doing right now, projecting?
Yeah. Who hurt you?
No,
guys?
not. That would be Girl in the Pink, right? Is that what's happening right now? Are you just projecting because that's all it's done on the podcast?
No, I just really want this podcast to end. If I'm being honest, I'm really tired.
It's almost done.
I really want food and to go to sleep.
Taco Bell.
You just. I was about to wrap up, and then who hurt you, Brian? Who hurt you?
We'll discuss that on the next episode.
You went after
talk
all
about
of
it
us
next time.
today. Okay, but can we wrap it up, please?
I almost want. I was actually about to wrap up, but now let's just go for a couple.
I can't do a few more minutes. Can we please?
We all play the silent game. No.
Okay.
Actually, I love that. I think that's perfect. You guys just sit there in silence while me and Andrew talk about man shit.
Yeah. So how about them Yankees, Brian?
Okay.
Because my baby.
Yeah, we were. Okay, just relax.
It's the babies. Think about
All
the
right,
babies.
guys. Here's what I want you to do. I'm gonna do a raid on Twitch, on YouTube. Andrew, are you gonna stay live for a bit? I'll do
Yeah,
a
I am.
redirect. I'll do a
For an
redirect
hour,
for
yeah.
you. Oh my God, it's 11:30.
I'm going out.
How late did you stay out last night?
It's 2:30 here.
How late did you stay out last night?
I got home at 6 p.m. last night. I went to bed at 9.
It's because she daged.
I did date.
She
I will
daged.
admit it. I did date. I did.
Okay. When you do go out, how late do you stay out typically?
Usually until like 1. I like being in bed by 2, even on the
likes
weekends.
being in bed by 2 p.m. But she doesn't. Okay, never mind. Sorry. Andrew, how do I search for the? Wait, hold on.
You go to the your YouTube studio, click the live, go to customization, then redirect.
The Crucible. How do I do that? So ladies, any final thoughts here? Here we go. Andrew Wilson versus whatever. Is that the one?
Yeah.
All right. There we go. That should redirect once we wrap up the stream. There we go. So Andrew, what are your like thoughts on the like ecclesiastical, that thing?
Well, it's going to take a while, Brian, to go through all of this.
Wait, Andrew.
So,
who has the best? Who has the most based? No, hold on. Who has the best churches? Like the look.
well, the Orthodox have the best churches, of course.
How do you feel about that, guys? Okay, all right. That's good.
Yeah. Well, it was a pleasure meeting all of you tonight. I don't take any of this personally. I hope you didn't either. It is my job to give ideological pushback, and that's what I'm here to do. And I appreciated the conversation with everybody. And good luck to all of you, especially you with your survival career. That sounds pretty interesting. I hope you don't get bit by a fucking snake or something.
We'll just get through this pregnancy and then we'll see how it goes.
All right, likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank
Last
you.
Last
Thanks,
question.
everyone.
Hold on. I gotta do the outro. Wait, would you guys date a prepper? Last thing related to her shit. A prepper? A prepper.
Oh, like a doomsday prepper?
Yeah. Would you date a prepper?
Preparing for the end of the world kind
Yeah.
of person?
No.
Yeah, why not?
Nick, can you pull up into the Twitch?
Do it anymore.
The energy drinks are
We're gonna. When I do the Twitch raid, I want to show who we're gonna raid.
think I need a
Whoa,
vodka
Grandma
Red Bull,
78.
Same. I'm going to get one right after this.
I'm getting food for show. I'm getting food. Whoa, what the frick? Oh, that was something else. One sec, guys. I'm waiting on this. Hold on. I'll do my outro. You got that, Nick?
Yeah, you just got something to look at.
Whoa, Grandma 78. All right, guys. We are going to do a Twitch raid. I try to raid some smaller streamers, give them some love. We're going to raid on Twitch Whoa Grandma 78. She's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. Aww. Tell her she should come on the podcast. And guys, be nice over there. Be nice to her. If I hear you were being dickheads, I'm going to ban you from my chat on Twitch. Oh, yeah. Whoa Grandma 78. It's W-O-W.
Oh wow, W-O-W. That's wow.
Oh my god. Well, I'm R-slurred then. I'm sorry.
My bag.
You want the noise on? Yeah, you can. Yeah. Okay, those of you on Twitch. Wait, hold on one sec, really quick. I'll just do part of the. Sorry, guys, it's complicated here with the rating and shit. So GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. If you're over there on Twitch, please drop us a follow. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your patronage means the world. Let's see. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a very solid panel. Andrew will be back. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, 07's in the chat. GG, well played. One sec, guys. I'm going to do the raid. Could you pull up
In my account?
her really quick? All right, guys, we're playing. We're going to raid this Whoa Grandma. Hold on one sec. I'm going to.
Wow, Grandma.
Again, wow, sorry. Oh my God. I don't know why I keep.
A raid incoming?
Oh, shit.
Oh, she's doing so well.
I'm going to raid you guys
Raid
over there.
Incoming?
Hold on, start raid.
Hi there.
Oh, fuck. Did I do it too soon?
Aw, you're up late, Grandma.
Oh, is this live?
And she's playing World of Warcraft.
Follows.
I'm going to send you guys over now. Thank you on Twitch. Sending you over now. Good night, guys, on Twitch. Okay. And stay here for a bit, Nick. We'll just show the raid. Okay, there she is. 82. Be nice, guys. Be nice. Don't be little fucking goblins. Tell her to come be on the show. What is she? Oh, she's playing retail. I don't know about that.
What? Whatever is rating.
Is she going to get
Oh
them?
my goodness.
This is so cute.
Oh, there it
I
is.
guess they were correct. I was not a troll.
Oh, audio? Is the boost audio? Oh. 13. All right, there. She's. Tell her she should come. Tell her she should come be on the show. Anyways, hold on. Let's see if she says anything.
I wonder when she got into this.
So cute.
I know, I love her. She's adorable. Okay.
All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoy her
My
stream.
goodness sakes. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to Grandma's stream.
Oh,
And I'm doing.
she could take money.
Santa Barbara, huh? I've been working on this achievement. A world awoken meta. Yeah, it's terrible.
All right. Cool. You can pause that. All right. So we rated her, guys. I'm going to send you on YouTube. If you're still on YouTube, I'm going to send you to actually, should I do I could do secondary raid for those of you still on Twitch. On YouTube, I'm going to send you to, fuck it, I'll just send you the remaining people on Twitch to, I'm going to do Frostadamus. He's playing, he's all, okay, fucking whatever. What was the last thing? Sorry guys, I'm doing a secondary raid because fuck it, why not? Frostadamus, he's also playing World of Warcraft. I think he's playing Season of Discovery. Okay, sending the few of you over there. On YouTube, you're going to go over to Andrew's channel, and you're going to call him a Pharisee. Just kidding. Spam Andrew's chat with Pharisee L, I guess. I don't know. Just kidding. That's what she said, though. You think he's a Pharisee. Maybe do you guys want to debate on that really quick? Just kidding. Okay. No. All right, 07's, guys. 07's in the chat. Go give Andrew a subscription over there on YouTube. Yep, there it is. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you on Tuesday.
Night. Bye.
Thank you.